A hearty good morning to all. I would request everyone to please rise for national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
A hearty good morning to all. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to this CME on medical legal aspects and MTP. In today's rapidly evolving medical practice, legal awareness has become just as crucial as clinical expertise. Medical legal issues often place us a challenging situation requiring not only sound medical judgment but also a clear understanding of law. MTP Act in particular remains one of the most sensitive, significant legislation in medical practice. It is very important for us today as healthcare providers to stay updated on legalities, eligibility criteria, procedures, and ethical dimensions. Today's session aims to equip all participants with knowledge to navigate these complex issues, ensuring not only compliance with law, but also compassionate and ethical patient care. We are honored to have with us today distinguished guest experts in the field who have come all the way from Amravati. I welcome Dr. Kuthe Madam and Dr. Suyoga. These experts will surely guide us through these critical topics. We hope today's CME will be enriching, thought-provoking, practically valuable in your day-to-day clinical practice. Once again, I welcome you all. We now begin with our first session.
Hello, a warm welcome to everyone. Now we are starting our first session. I invite our chairpersons, Dr. Varsha Madam and Dr. Nisha Kotwal to chair the session. Dr. Kirpekar Madam is a senior renowned gynecologist in Solapur and owner of the Utkarsh Hospital. She is practicing since last 35 years. And Dr. Nisha Kotwal, she is also renowned consultant obstetrician and gynecologist at Kotwal Nursing Home, practicing since last 14 years. Over to you, ma'am.
Our first speaker is Dr. Monica Umberdan. I will introduce her shortly. She is a consultant obstetric gynecologist in Mangalya Nursing Home and Atharva Fertility Center. Now she is a national coordinator for PSC committee, zonal coordinator for Zone 4 AMOGS. Then also she is a website coordinator for AMOGS, youth coordinator AMOGS 20. And also she is a chairperson of, she has a co-editor for many books like ICOG Contraception Update, Foxy Focus and NCD in Pregnancy.
Thank you Sujata ma'am and Kethi for giving me an opportunity to be the opening batsman for the medical legal CME. Thank you Varsha ma'am and Nisha for the kind introduction. I would start with my talk on medical malpractice in Indian scenarios. Today we will see what are the medical malpractices and the practice within the Indian healthcare system, and we will explore the legal framework governing these negligences. Also discussing the birth negligence syndrome. What do we understand by medical malpractice? In India, it is legally defined as the failure of healthcare provider to render a care that meets the accepted standard within their specialty. For gynecologists, this standard is determined by what a reasonably competent OBGY would do under similar circumstances. The Consumer Protection Act of 1986, along with the subsequent amendments, established that medical services fall under customer services, allowing the patients to seek redress through consumer courts. The 4 elements that must be established to prove medical malpractice are the duty of care, the duty was breach caused injury to the patient, and quantifiable damage that has been resulted. So the expected reasonable practitioner behavior that falls under standard of care. Failure to meet the standards is the breach of duty. Direct link between breach and the patient harm is the causative factor, and when all these elements converge into establishing a legal liability is a legal determinant of medical malpractice. The current statistics prove that the dark blue area, that is obstetrics, the National Consumer Dispute Redressal Commission reveals that the gynecologists represented almost 13% of the medical negligence in India, with the obstetric cases is the largest, that is 42% of the cases. The urban center has a higher rate, with Delhi, Mumbai and Bangalore causing more than 60% of these cases, and most of them are the birth negligence syndrome. Now we see the first case, that is V. Kishan Rao versus the Nikhil Super Speciality Hospital in 2010. Patient's wife died after childbirth complications and family alleged negligence post-delivery care. The lower court said that the district was in favor of the hospital, citing lack of expert testimony. The High Court decision was overturned, finding the prima facie evidence of negligence in the documentation of these patients. And the Supreme Court judgment said that the common knowledge doctrine, where the expert testimony is not always required. Now, this landmark case formed the burden of proof in Indian medical negligence that Mrs. Rao died from postpartum hemorrhage, while the record showed delayed intervention despite documenting heavy bleeding. And Supreme Court ruled that gross negligence in the principle of res ipsa liquitor, that is, the thing speaks for itself, could be applied in this case. So Justice Dalveer Bhandari's opinion stated that negligence is so obvious that a lay person also could reasonably identify it. The expert testimony does not become supplementary rather than mandatory. This ruling lowered the evidential threshold for the plaintiff and established that incomplete or altered medical records could give a presumption of negligence. And the hospital was awarded 10 lakh compensation, settling the precedent for similar cases. Now there is another landmark, which is the Deepa Sanjeev Pavaskar versus the state of Maharashtra. This patient underwent hysterectomy at a government hospital and she suffered ureteric injury resulting into kidney damage. The legal question was whether complication constituted negligence or was a recognized risk for this surgery, and whether a proper consent was obtained for the same. The court established that the known complication must be specifically disclosed during the consent, and a general consent or a blanket consent is insufficient for this case. So defined informed consent standards specific to gynecological procedures and establish compensation framework for permanent injuries resulting from these surgeries. So this case redefined informed consents in gynecological practice. The Supreme Court held that ureteric injury is a known complication. However, failure to mention it in the consent form has resulted into negligence. So generic consents are not to be used, and this case was awarded 25 lakh compensation for both medical expenses and the patient's permanent disability. Now we have a book of Foxy Uniform Consents which were in English, Marathi and Gujarati. Kannada and Telugu are still in making. So these are all procedure specific consents we could use in our practice. So there is a terminology called as birth negligence syndrome in the legal framework of India. What this means is all the injuries that are related to the process of delivery to the baby, that is including neonatal harm during the birth process, the monitoring, that is missing the signs of fetal distress, medication errors, which is incorrect dosing or contraindicated drugs, and diagnostic errors, which is missed maternal conditions affecting the birth of the baby. The blanket term that has been used in the legal framework is the birth negligence syndrome. The Supreme Court first acknowledged this in the case of Savita Garg versus Director of National Heart Institute 2004, establishing that complications like cerebral palsy, brachial plexus injuries, hypoxic brain damage will fall under this umbrella and has been linked to negligence. So current legal standards would require compensation to cover lifetime cost of the affected childbirth, emphasizing the economic burden of the family for taking care of these children. Now these are the types which have been covered in the birth negligence syndrome, that is failure to monitor distress, delayed or improper use of vacuum, untimely cesarean sections, improper management of preeclampsia, mishandling during umbilical cord prolapse, and the resulting conditions in the baby includes cerebral palsy, Erb's palsy, hypoxemic ischemic encephalopathy, stillbirth, neonatal deaths, and maternal injury or severe hemorrhage. These legal implications establish compensation should cover lifetime cost, requiring testimony, linking substandard care to specific injuries, and documentation of standard protocols following it critical for the defense in such cases. Now there is one case, Dr. Kunal Saha in 2013, which have redefined the compensation standards that have been awarded in the consumer protection. This was a landmark verdict because it awarded 11.5 crores in 2013, which is the highest medical compensation in Indian history. Dr. Saha's wife died from improper treatment of toxic epidermal necrolysis at the MRI hospital in Kolkata. And the establishment that the compensation must reflect victim's income, the age, and inflation adjusted lifetime care cost. Introduced the just, fair, and reasonable standard for medical negligence compensation calculations in India. Though this was not specifically related to gynecology, but this has actually revolutionized the way the compensation has been calculated in the courts. The most common gynecological procedures leading to litigation in India are cesarean section followed by hysterectomy. Now let's see how we can prevent ourselves from these malpractices. First is the documentation, that is informed consent and record keeping. Our consent has to be procedure specific, tailored to that specific patient, and disclosing the complete risk involved in the procedure. Then according to what we have counseled, you have to have a contemporary documentation, real-time recording of the patient interaction, and this consent has to be in vernacular language in which the patient prefers, and systematic preservation with a secure storage of this consent is required. Now proper documentation serves as the strongest defense in litigation. The Medical Council of India mandates maintaining records for at least 3 years, but the Supreme Court guidelines in the Samira Kohli versus Dr. Prabha Manchanda case recommended the preservation of documents for 10 years in obstetric cases, considering potential late manifesting birth injuries. Informed consent should be procedure specific, like that has been established in the Deepa Sanjeev Pavaskar case, which we saw about ureteric injuries, and documentation is alternatively discussed where a specific risk has to be disclosed. All the questions of the patients have been answered in a contemporary and vernacular language which the patient understands. Now preventing the communication failures, we use the SBAR technique in obstetrics. The first S stands for situation, where you yourself identify and briefly state the problem. The background, that is the patient's clinical history and context, should be relevant. Your analysis and evaluation of this situation will be the assessment, and your specific request or suggested action would be the recommendation. If you follow these steps, you will have a complete counseling that you will be doing the patient. So communication failures attribute to approximately 70% of adverse effects in obstetrics according to the Indian Journal of Medical Ethics. So when you follow the SBAR technique, the informative transfer from the healthcare provider to the patient, particularly during emergency and shift changes, would be overcome. Now, there is one more case of Vinita Ashok versus Lakshmi Hospital in 2016, where the Supreme Court cited poor handoff communication contributing to a delayed cesarean delivery, and court noted that the standard communication protocol, which constitutes the standard of care, was not followed, and therefore compensation was awarded. Now, the implementation of clinical protocols and standardized procedures, that we have evidence-based management algorithms for common conditions and standardize the care and reduce the variation that would be occurred. There would be a step-by-step instructions for routine procedures during so ensuring a consistency across the providers. Structured observation tools to identify deteriorating patients before the critical event occurs, and verification tools in critical steps to complex procedure to prevent omissions of particular steps. Now, in the Supreme Court, Jacob Vertus versus State of Punjab 2005 established that following a recognized protocol serves as a strong evidence of appropriate care. Protocols create the standard defense against negligent claims by demonstrating adherence to evidence-based practices. In the Anuradha Saha versus AMRI, they also established that deviation from the protocol and documentation justified the prima facie evidence of negligence. So, following surgical checklist, particularly for cesarean sections, have reduced the complication rates and strengthened the defense position in litigations. Now, this is the Jacob Matthew case, which is a landmark judgment. We still follow it, where there was a patient death following oxygen cylinder was empty. So, the court said that you have to follow protocol, and every day every person has to check whether everything is in place before you start your work. So, standard operating procedures have to be a part of our clinics. There is another case which we should know is Spring Meadow Hospital versus the Harjot Ahluwalia case, where a child was administered incorrect medication by a nursing staff without a prescription verification. So, this patient develops a severe allergic reaction leading to permanent brain damage, and parents filed a suit alleging negligence in medical administration. So, establish vicarious liability of the hospital staff actions, unwanted, unprecedented compensation for minor suffering. So, whatever your action, the staff does, you are completely responsible for those actions. This is the case 1998, which is the landmark judgment for this, specifically not gynecological, but it directly applies even to obstetric care. Now, quality improvement initiatives that we should take reduce the adverse events in labor and delivery. First, use to pinpoint the common complications or near miss cases. Then you design the interventions and develop targeted protocols and training process for your own hospital. Implement these new changes and regular follow-up and training, and measure the outcomes that you have had. Now, these quality improvement initiatives enhance patient safety, but also provide documented evidence of your commitment to excellence. And the Supreme Court and Medical Council of India versus V.N. Shivde recognized the participation in QI activities as an appropriate indicator for standard of care. That is why I urge every hospital in Sholapur to get the Manyata approval, so that at least we have the quality indicator that we are committed to the patient care and we are following those standards. Now, there are risk management strategies, that is checklist and team-based approaches, systematic surgical checklist and verification of critical cares starting before, during and after the procedure. These have shown to reduce the surgical complications by ensuring the safety that all measures were completed. Then you have simulation trainings, that is regular drills in emergency scenarios to improve team coordination and team huddles. So, once you do a drill, you will actually understand where your staff is falling short of, and then you can improvise on these and give them short trainings very often so that they do not forget it. WHO surgical safety checklist has been validated in an Indian context with a multi-center study showing 43% reduction in surgical complications when it is properly implemented. In Dr. Balram Prasad versus Dr. Kunal Saha, the Supreme Court cited a lack of team communication as a factor of negligence determination and emphasizing the importance of structured and informative sharing. Risk management documentation serves dual purpose. First, it improves the patient safety, and second, it creates a proper evidence of systematic safety approach, which is our best defense in the court of law. Now, what are the ethical dilemmas that an OBGYN practices in his daily practice is the maternal and fetal conflict, where the mother's wish contraindicates the medical recommendations for the fetal well-being, creating a complex consent and liability questions. Then, confidentiality bounding is navigating the privacy obligations and against the family involvement in reproductive health care services. Then you have selective reduction or termination, where ethical and legal considerations in multiple pregnancy and pregnancy termination for fetal anomalies. The third is the emerging legal framework for gamete and embryo storage, disposition and posthumous use of these gametes. Ethical dilemmas often precede legal challenge in the OBGYN practice. The Supreme Court in Suchita, Srivastava and Chandigarh administration established that women's reproductive autonomy takes precedent in most situations, even when the medical opinion differs, and this creates tension between the patient wishes, the family and the providing standard of care. The Supreme Court has given guidelines on medical negligence post 2020, where we have 3 landmark cases versus V.S. Athuchandan versus the state of Kerala. This established the patient abandonment during ongoing treatment constitutes negligence regardless of the outcome, requiring a formal handoff documentation and transfer of care. This was similar to the Jalgaon case that we have recently seen, that is the patient had PPH once the doctor left the hospital. Second was the Maharaja Agrasen Hospital versus Rishabh Sharma. This ruled that contemporaneous documentation is important and the backdated records or those undocumented alterations create presumption of negligence. Third is the Vinod Sharma versus Rashmi Sharma in 2022 held that failure to order indicate the test basis on cost concern constitutes negligence. So most of us, when we do not advise dual marker thinking that the patient will not afford, this will come under the purview of this case. So we should advise a nuchal thickness scan and a dual marker. Whether the patient wants to do it or not is his lookout, but it has to be documented on paper that we have advised. So that is one ruling. And they have refined the medical negligence standards with a particular relevance to OBGYN practice. A notable shift occurred in the court's approach to expert testimony with increased skepticism of experts who haven't maintained active practice. Example is in Fortis Hospital versus the Ranjit Kumar, the court rejected the expert testimony from an academic physician without recent clinical experience. The court has also established stricter standards for real-time documentation, creating presumption of negligence when the records show significant time gaps or posthumous modifications without the proper notations. Now, we also should have a professional liability insurance coverage options for ourselves, including the individual professional indemnity, the group insurance policies. The institution should be covered and an excess coverage with our staff, so that the primary coverage, if exceeding the high value claims, could be used for these cases. In light of rising compensation, like in Kunal Saha case, the Insurance Regulatory Development Authority now requires that medical indemnity policy covers legal defense cost separately from indemnity limits, preserving full coverage for the potential award. Building a culture of transparency, the disclosure and reporting system that you report an adverse event once you identify it, the way that we disclose it to the relatives and the family members should be properly documented. The root cause analysis should be done, and future prevention with improvement implementation will definitely help us to prevent future litigations. Now, we could always use electronic health records and decision support systems in our clinical practice. The Vinod Jain versus Santosh Hospital in 2019, the Supreme Court has accepted the electronic health records audit trails as a definitive evidence of care timing, overturning the lower court findings based on paper documentation. Integrating adverse event reporting modulation and streamline initiation of documentation analysis. You integrate legal awareness with compassionate care so that we could avoid all future litigations. Thank you so much. Thank you for a patient listening.
Thank you, Monica, for a wonderful lecture on consents. As famously said by Bob McDonnell, informed consent is required for every invasive medical procedure, from getting your ear pierced to having an abortion. So thank you so much for enlightening us on the same. Now I would like to proceed to our next speaker. I would like to invite Dr. Sayoga Panad. Madam is MBBS DGO DNB FIOG, Consultant Obstetrician and Gynecologist, Fellowship in Advanced Infertility. She is recipient of multiple awards and she is a member of...
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Thank you so much for your kind information. I would like, please play the PPT. At the outset, I would like to thank Solapur OBGY Society, especially Dr. Suchata Kulkarni madam and my friend Dr. Dr. Ketki for inviting me here. And this is the third time I am visiting Solapur, and really it's a wonderful time to come here. Today my topic is a bit different, mandatory hospital boards and signages. म्हणजे अनिवार्य हॉस्पिटल बोर्ड आणि चिन्हे. आता तुम्ही म्हणाल की हा काय टॉक आहे, म्हणजे व्हॉट इज देअर इन दिस टॉक. ॲक्च्युली वी ऑल आर डुईंग दिस, वी ऑल आर प्रॅक्टिसिंग इट. सो इट्स जस्ट सॉर्ट ऑफ रिव्हिजन what all things should be displayed in the OPD, IPD and the hospital setup. So actually it's nothing new, but just a sort of revision or maybe some insight on what all things should be displayed. So I bring greetings from Ambanagari, Amravati. This is our Aradhya Devata hai amchi, Amba Devi and Ekvira Devi. So good morning all of you, and honorable chairpersons and all the people who have gathered here on this Sunday morning. A warm welcome, and I begin my talk. Mandatory hospital signages and boards. Now we all know that hospitals are places of critical importance where the lives and well-being of patients are at stake. And to ensure the safety and seamless functioning of these facilities, a proper signage is crucial. In India, the significance of signage compliance in hospitals cannot be overstated. Now imagine that you are going to a particular conference, and it's a huge conference spread over a large arena, and you don't know where to go. You need to know where is the registration counter, where the delegate kits will be found, where are the halls, where is the workshop, where are the toilet facilities. So if there are no proper signages, we will get lost. Similarly, if a patient comes to an hospital with an emergency, the patient should know where to go and which proper direction the board should be displayed, so that the patient does not get confused and proper management can be done. Now in India, especially signages, it serves various critical functions. First is, we all know that hospitals are sprawling complexes where patients and their families, they need clear directions to find the right department or the wards. Second is, in critical situation, time is very essential. So if there are proper signages, we can guide the emergency responders and lead them to the proper ward or the casualty. Then infection control. Signages, they play a very important role in reinforcing infection control protocols, directing visitors to the sanitation stations, the quarantine areas and the other important spaces. Fourth most important is, hospitals use signs to communicate visiting hours, the hospital policies and other important contact information. And these things will help to reduce the risk of legal issues and to adhere to the safety protocols. Now, key signage compliance regulations in Indian hospitals. Now the Bureau of Indian Standards, it prescribes guidelines for safety signage in healthcare facilities, and compliance with these standards is essential. The Atomic Energy Regulatory Board regulations, they cover the signage related to the radiation in healthcare facilities, and the hospitals using radiation for diagnosis and treatment must comply with these regulations. Second is the fire safety codes. We all know that the hospitals are required to have a clear and visible fire safety sign in accordance with the National Building Code and the local fire safety regulations. Third is the infection control signage. The WHO and the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, they have given the guidelines for infection control signage. So, hospital must comply with these to prevent the spread of infections. Now, the Rights of the Persons with Disabilities Act 2016, it mandates accessibility features in the signage for individuals with disabilities, including braille and tactile elements. So, these are the important regulations which are there in the Indian setup. Now, most important is while displaying all, the name of the hospital and the scope of services. They should be clear and understandable. Indicator board should be located at different sites in the hospital compound, giving direction about how to proceed to the various parts of the hospitals where the buildings are scattered. And this can be done by writing in local language and by depicting signs representing different departments. Now, use of illuminated and non-illuminated signages can be done. The signages on the external way must be large enough to direct the traffic without creating a mess on the entrance. External directional signs, they should be generally of white reflective letters on a blue background. So, when the patient comes, the patient should find where is the emergency, which is the parking area, and so on. Then the patient should have guidance towards the casualty area. This is the most important part. The signs should be positioned at the major decision points. So there can be a zonal map which can guide the public from one point to the destination, like right from the parking to the main corridor, then the lobby, then where there are elevators, in which building they are supposed to go, and so on. Now, there are 4 types of signages. One is the information signage, second is the direction signage, third is the statutory signage, and fourth is the identification. Now, regarding the information, what all things should be there? The scope of services, the visiting hours, the list of doctors, the things like do not use the lift during fire, patients' rights and responsibilities, list of empaneled government and private insurance list, and the hand wash technique. These are the information signages. Then comes the direction signages, where there is the navigation line, way to the different departments, then the floor layout, the fire exit, way in, way out, and way to emergency services. Then comes the statutory signages. Here there are fire signages, then the radiation safety signages, displaying all the licenses, the PCPNDT signages, and the danger signage as per the Electricity Act. Then comes the identification, then the various desks, the toilets, the room numbers, the floor designations, the various departments, drinking water, canteen, cafe, equipment, and drugs. Now, at the entrance, now the first thing where the patient comes is the outpatient department. The working of an outpatient department is at once, it is an index of the quality and efficiency of the working in the hospital. Firstly, the timetable of doctors in the outpatient department, the wards, the operation theatre should be known to the patients and their relatives. The visiting hours should be noted. This can be done by exhibiting proper boards in the departments so that the public will know when the doctor is going to come for the rounds, etc. Then the outpatient department, the first requirement is to number and name the various sections of the outpatient department. Each section should be numbered and named. Now this can be done in Marathi and also by symbols for the convenience of the general public, both literate as well as illiterate. For example, the doctor's chamber, the waiting area, the pharmacy, dressing room, the outpatient ticket room, the injection room, the sonography room, all this has to be displayed. Now one or more receptionists can be there, and a board saying, "May I help you?" It can go a long way in maintaining the public relations. Now there should be a board in the outpatient department showing the number of beds in each ward and the number of vacancies on that particular day. Now various health posters, including family planning posters, should be exhibited in the outpatient department in an attractive way. Now these are the patient's rights, I am not going to go into the detail. We all know that the patient's rights, the responsibilities that has to be displayed. The PCPNDT Act, this is the most important board. Wherever we have sonographies, we all know that according to the PCPNDT Act, sex determination is punishable. Doctors doing sex determination are liable to imprisonment up to 3 years and fine of 10,000. Family members demanding sex determination are also liable for 5 years of imprisonment and so on. Then if you have an MTP center, this board is very essential. शासन मान्य गर्भपात केंद्र 20 आठवडे 24 आठवडे येथे सुरक्षित गर्भपात सेवा उपलब्ध आहेत. येथे वैद्यकीय गर्भपात कायदा 1971 अन्वये नोंदणीकृत वैद्यकीय व्यावसायिकांकडून गर्भपात केले जातात. अशा प्रकारचं बोर्ड लावणं आवश्यक आहे. देन दिस इज वन बोर्ड वेअर वी डिस्प्ले इन अमरावती. दिस इज द सार्वजनिक आरोग्य विभागाचा बोर्ड आहे. तिथे तक्रार निवारण केंद्राचा टोल फ्री क्रमांक आम्हाला डिस्प्ले करायला लागतो. Then these are the various licenses which we have to display. Then the rate chart, that is compulsory. We can also display the patient education material. Here you can also display if you have given some articles in the newspapers or if you have been awarded with something, all these things when you can display here, or the IEC material also can be displayed. Now coming to the inpatient department, a board should be put up at the very entrance giving the numbers, names and symbols of the various sections. A simple diagram can also be drawn in front of the name of the section to indicate the nature of work being done in that particular section. For example, if there is an injection room, a diagram of injection syringe in front of the section can be displayed. Patient can then be asked to go to the various sections by indicating the numbers, colors or symbols. A simple diagram would help them to understand the working of the individual sections. Now there should be boards showing the names of the medical officers or the doctors who are full-time and those who are honorary. There should be a separate board showing the names of the doctors, nurses and class 4 staff who are on emergency duty. Then the public zone should have the most importantly, it should have the hospital name board, the scope of services, the visiting hours, the emergency services, all those which are provided. Then the rights and responsibilities that I have already mentioned. Then the way to the different boards. Then the fire exit, that is most important. The various desks and all the facilities which you are providing, the drinking water and etc. Then comes one is the patient zone, then there is a public zone. Now this public zone has it should display these type of things like what for all facilities you are giving over there. Then the patient zone should also have the BMW signages, the radiation alert, the hand washing technique, the gas cylinder signages, all the visitors policy, then the statistics, the needle stick injuries board, the complaint, customer complaint in the wards and the storage area signboard, the various rooms signboard, the child abduction emergency number, emergency contact numbers, the nursing station signboard and so on. So these are the different things which should be displayed in the patient zone. Then comes the floor directory. Now any board should be simple, consistent, flexible and it should be properly visible. The shape, color, form and dimension should enable optimal reading for the people. Now the floor directory should show which is the basement, what all things are there in the basement, what all things on the ground floor, the first floor, second floor and so on. So all the things like the record department, the parking, the admin office, then the registration desk, the various departments which you are catering to, all these should be displayed. Apart from that, the X-ray department, the pathology lab, the sonography room, all should be displayed. Then the text should be on the contrasting background, a dark lettering on a light background or vice versa can be done. Appropriate and comprehensive signposting should be provided for all hospitals and daycare centers. For example, you can have a green background with a white lettering or a white lettering with a dark background. So all these things, they are easily can be read and eye-catching, and because patient safety is your responsibility. Now signboard should be placed in the natural line of vision. Internal directional signage may be a guide for the patient or the visitor until they reach the room or door sign for the intended destination. Now all clinics, all wards, all should be displayed. Now sometimes the provision should be also made for alternate low-level signs in braille in the hospital. Now internal signages can be wall-mounted. There should be a luminous contrast of up to 30% between the lettering and the background of all signs so that they are easily visible. Displayed content should be concise and unambiguous. They should be self-explanatory, and these are really helpful for the patients. Then generally only one symbol should be used with each message. 2-3 symbols, various other, all such kind of symbols should not be used, because certain areas are where the patient's entry is restricted, or no entry board should be put, danger signal should be put, or first aid signal should be put. So all these things should be displayed wherever applicable. Now most important is the fire department. Fire exit symbols, how to open a fire extinguisher. We all know that. We have done drills in our hospitals also, pull, aim, squeeze and sweep. Mostly everybody knows this. And the fire extinguisher chart, these things should be displayed properly, because this is really important. Then there are certain symbols, they are the universal symbols in the healthcare, and this is the expanded symbol set, and these are the standardized symbols which are to be used. Now the main purpose of this is to provide clear designation of places, warning and routine information. It helps patients to reach their destinations and thus facilitate timeliness of care. It is an effective information for the patient, staff and the visitors. It facilitates to project the hospital as a patient-friendly hospital. Now, there are certain benefits of the mandatory signages. First is it ensures enhanced safety of the patients as well as staff, and it shows that you are aware of all the safety protocol and the emergency procedures. It helps to clearly navigate. It helps the patients, the visitors and the staff to find their way within the hospital. It reduces the anxiety of the patient by providing clear instructions and reducing the fear of getting lost. It provides efficient functioning and a smooth operation of the hospital, and a positive patient experience. It can create a more welcoming and a comfortable environment for the patients as well as the relatives. And it also shows that you are adhering to the various standards, including those from the NABH as well as the which mandate the different signages in requirements. Now there are certain challenges in this compliance. While the compliance is vital, Indian hospitals, they face some unique challenges. First thing is the multilingual diversity. India's linguistic diversity, it requires signages to be multilingual to cater to different patients and visitors from the various regions. Secondly, there are space constraints. Many older hospitals, they have a limited space for signages, making it challenging to accommodate all the necessary signs without creating a clutter. Third thing is maintaining signages is crucial, but it can be a challenge in a country where the tropical climate and the monsoon seasons, they can damage the signages quickly. Third is the hospitals must adapt to the changing patient flow pattern. So these are the challenges which we face. Most of the hospitals, what I was talking about, it reflects to a corporate setup where there are different buildings and different sections and different departments. Most of us have a smaller setup with a limited facilities like mother and child care. So you need not cater to all the signages, but there are certain things which you should have in your hospitals. As Indian healthcare facilities, they continue to modernize, signages compliance will also evolve. The use of digital signages for dynamic and real-time information and wayfinding it's likely to grow. Hospitals may integrate signage with mobile apps to enhance patient navigation, and advances in the language technology, it can simplify the multilingual signage by providing real-time translations. So these are the things which are going to evolve. Now, this is a famous poster and I have displayed it in my hospital. कोणा एका व्यक्तीचं 5 मिनिटानंतरचं 100% बिनचूक वैद्यकीय भविष्य वर्तवणारं यंत्रतंत्र किंवा शास्त्र अस्तित्वात नाही. दिस इज सेड बाय स्वामी विवेकानंद. अँड ह्याचा अर्थ आपण आताच्या गुगलशी करू शकतो की यंत्रतंत्र म्हणजे मोबाईल आणि शास्त्र म्हणजे आपले ॲप्स. ह्याचं कुण्या एका व्यक्तीचं आपण 5 मिनिटानंतरचं 100% वैद्यकीय भविष्य आपण गुगलवरून सांगू शकत नाही. मात्र अनुभव, कौशल्य, तर्क वापरून एखादी गोष्ट घडण्याआधी त्याबद्दल उपाययोजना करणाऱ्या डॉक्टरांना सुद्धा काही मानवी मर्यादा असतात आणि तो सदा सर्व काळ बिनचूक असू शकत नाही. म्हणून लोकांनी सुद्धा डॉक्टरांना देव समजू नये, तसेच गुन्हेगारही समजू नये. सो लुकिंग upon the patient as someone near and dear to you, and you will appreciate the difficulties better. So thank you very much, and I hope I was short and precise.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your such a directional talk. I would like to shift to Lata for further takings.
As Dr. Monica has to go, she is busy with some family function. I request our President ma'am to felicitate Dr. Monica. Now we will continue with our next lecture, and over to you, Chairperson ma'am.
Now the next speaker is Dr. Alka Kute madam. She is a consultant obstetrician gynecologist and chairperson of SOGS-MTP committee and president of IMA Amravati in 25-26. She is LLM criminology and PG diploma in human rights education. She was chairman and IMA MS Medicolegal Cell. Then she is national adolescent health trainer also, and she received IMA Star Award for academic excellence and winner of Dr. N.B. Kumtha Award in IVCN. Now I present you Dr. Alka Kute. She will speak on medico-legal aspect of MTP.
Good morning everybody please. Yes, thank you so much. I saw म्हणजे ब्रेकफास्टचा परिणाम खूप जास्त झाला नाही ना, हे चेक करायला मी गुड मॉर्निंग म्हणतो सगळ्यांना ॲज सच. So in the beginning, let me thank Solapur OBGYN Society, especially Dr. Sujata Kulkarni and Dr. Ketki, and of course our seniors Dr. Kumtekar sir and all those past presidents of Solapur OBGYN Society for inviting us, rather Dr. Alka Kute and Dr. Suyoga Panat consecutively for a hat-trick invitation. So thank you so much for your invitation and hospitality. Whenever I come to Solapur, I feel that I have come to my hometown. Because Dr. Rohini madam is here, Dr. Sujata, Dr. Ketki is from my home society. So I feel very much like I have come to my own society. So thank you so much for such a warm hospitality and love and affection. Let us begin with my topic. The topic given to me is the medical aspects of MTP. I bring greetings for all of you from Amravati OBGYN Society and of course SOGS-MTP committee. To introduce, all of you know that MTP Act was passed in 1971, long back, to liberalize abortion services in India, to save the lives of millions of women who would otherwise have resorted to criminal abortion by going to quacks and ultimately sepsis and death. It legalized abortion services in India, and we are proud Indians that we got MTP Act amended in 2021. It decriminalized the abortion seekers and of course we health providers. It offered protection to medical practitioners who otherwise would have penalized under the Indian Penal Code. Previously, those who used to do MTP got MTP done, rather health providers who used to do MTP, because of lack of MTP Act, they used to get penalized as if they are intentionally doing MTP. So it was under sections 312, 316, but no, you know, many acts got renamed, rather IPC Act got converted to something as Evidence Act, like that. So that is not a topic of concern today, but they used to get penalized under old IPC Act sections 312, 316. MTP Act rules and regulations, I will just skip this slide because you know it's an act of parliament, and central government and state government has given statutory guidelines to frame the rules, and again to qualify a certain hospital as a center approved under the MTP Act. Who can terminate, where to terminate, all these things you know. These are the general provisions given in the MTP Act. Again I will skip this slide. MTP Amendment Act 2021. It aimed to reform the age-old, rather 50-year-old MTP Act by certain amendments. And what are the new amendments? Opinion form in the present Amendment Act, opinion of only one registered medical practitioners up to 20 weeks. Opinion of 2 doctors RMPs for MTP in between 20 to 24 weeks for 7 special category of women. There are 7 special category of women. Those can get MTP done as per the amended MTP Act. MTP about 24 weeks can be done for certain congenital anomalies as per the decision of medical board constituted by the state for the purpose. So there are certain distinct anomalies under which MTP beyond 24 weeks after the permission from medical board. MTP about 24 weeks in case of rape survivors only by the writ petition. So here there is certain lack, or we can say certain lacunas in the amended MTP Act. Again same thing, after 24 weeks, go to the court by writ petition, get the permission of the court, court will ask medical board, and then we can do MTP. So already there is a mental shock to the victim. Again she has to wait for court as per the provisions for permission, then only we can conduct MTP about 24 weeks in cases of rape survivors. So again indications, there are certain new amendments rather in the old MTP Act. Contraception failure, married as well as unmarried, both, and spouse also. So not only women but her spouse, if there is a failure of contraception, we can do MTP. MTP beyond 24 weeks is the main amendment for fetal congenital malformations, and under the permission of medical board we can conduct MTP. There are certain indications for 20 to 24 weeks MTP. They are all we can go through Google uncle and see MTP Act amendments. You can get these amendments. Failure of contraception till when and for which type of people? Again same thing, only up to 20 weeks, not beyond 20 weeks. Adult, married as well as unmarried, and spouse. This is the amendment in MTP Act. Documentations, again I will skip this slide. Consent form, RMP opinion form, below 20 weeks, 20 to 24 weeks, above 24 weeks. Form 2 is a monthly reporting form to be sent to the district authorities, and Form 3 admission register. Procedures not included under MTP. This is very important. I receive many calls for this. Madam, shall I enter this under MTP? Rather, shall I send this report to our medical officer of health? Did not send because missed abortion, blighted ovum, incomplete abortion, ectopic pregnancy, fetal reduction procedure, all these things we need to enter in OT register. These are the therapies, rather I can say operative procedures. This is treatment procedure, so we should never include them under MTP. Because many times we just inform to our CS or MOH, but this is they should not ask for this. If they ask for this, you can quote that they are not under MTP Act. They are just OT procedures. Documentation and preservation of records. For admission registers to be preserved for 5 years from the last entry in the register. Other related documents, minimum 3 years as per the documentation rules till the case is finally disposed of in case of court case. So if there is a court case, we should never destroy related documents. Form C and Form 1 should be combined in one envelope, secret envelope, marked as per the MTP Act, maintaining confidentiality and always kept in safe custody of the owner. Confidentiality clause in MTP Act very important. The name and other particulars of the woman whose pregnancy is terminated shall not be revealed except to a person authorized in any law that time which is currently in force. Violation is of course penalized. So breach of confidentiality is very important in Amendment Act. As per the amended MTP Act 2021, it mentions severe punishment for breach of confidentiality which extends to the imprisonment of up to 1 year or with fine or with both. Previously it was just fine of ₹1,000, but now imprisonment has been added and or. Section 5 states that the info should not be revealed to any person except the person authorized by law. So this amendment is very important because the doctor can get penalized if there is a breach in privacy, and again 1,000 fine that was in the previously old Act, MTP Act. Rape and MTP. Rape is a legal background for terminating a pregnancy under Section 3 of the MTP Act up to 24 weeks of gestation. About 24 weeks, you have to go to the court of law by writ petition. Protocols for the MTP to be followed, especially consent of the guardian. In MTP Act, guardian is anybody who can take care of the patient. He can be husband, he can be friend, but he or she should be adult, about 21 weeks. It is mandatory for all persons to report cases of sexual offences against children under Section 19(1), POCSO Act, to the local police, regional police, or the special juvenile police unit. In some cities there is SJPU, known to public, known to doctor, but in some cities till public or the doctors don't know where is the SJPU. Child helpline number 1098, all these the numbers to whom we should immediately communicate if the age of the patient is below 18 weeks. Accountability of every citizen towards child protection. Not only doctors, but the society people, they also must inform to the regional police or child helpline or SGPU. It is in case of rape in adult, it is not mandatory on all persons to report an offense of rape or sexual violence if the survivor is an adult woman. However, hospitals are obliged to inform to the police of such incidents under Section 357 CRPC. So, in case of below 18, everybody has to inform. In case of above 18 years of age, if the patient complains, if she is adult, gives consent, this was a voluntary or under consent sexual intercourse, we did not inform. Still we can take abundant precaution, get it written in her hands. So tomorrow she should not go into court of law and some document is with her, it was with consent. But if she complains of rape, we have to inform to the police station even if the patient is above 18 years. But it is not mandatory to any person in the society, but for doctors it is mandatory. Who counts as a guardian? Under MTP Act, a minor girl needs permission from her guardian to get an abortion. MTP Act defines guardian as a person having the care of the minor person. This is fairly broad definition and include any person who has the care of a minor girl. I already discussed this point. Thus, an adult, that is someone over 18 years of age, who accompanies a minor girl to a clinic could be a de facto. He is not D0, he is a de facto guardian and can give consent to MTP on the girl's behalf. POCSO Act governs this, legal guardian. If they are not present there, then anybody, if the natural guardians are not there, anybody can act as the legal guardian as per the law. So these are the punishments, you all know this. So better abide by the rules of MTP Act and POCSO Act. What are the medical issues? Most common area of litigation is the, I will discuss this in next slide. It is the most common area of litigation. It is a blind procedure, we know all these things, unless it is done by ultrasound. No MTP is illegal if MTP Act follows strictly. Proper patient selection, management, documentation and record keeping is must. So these are the medical legal issues. Doctor is not authorized to perform MTP or if the place is not approved under the MTP Act to perform MTP. So doctor should be AMP and place should be approved. Hospital institution not submitting regular and monthly report to authority. Again, this is the medical issues. MTP performed without proper counseling or record keeping. Termination done beyond the permitted weeks of gestation is illegal as per the MTP Act. Proper documentation of second opinion of another qualified person is not taken. So again, it is a violation. Documented informed consent in proper format not taken, violation. In their case, continuation of pregnancy after MTP can call for legal action. But there we are protected unless if we are not taken the consent of the patient telling that certain pregnancies can get continued. So these are the medical issues: age of the patient, married or unmarried, clinical workup, imaging, informed consent, complications, privacy, confidentiality, MTP in minor, and again documentation that regard to preservation of records. All this can be medical issues. Age of the patient, adult, minor, I will skip this slide because already we know POXO Act. But again, borderline cases, we need to ask Aadhaar card or get it written in the patient's hand that she is above 18 years of age. Consent is very important. I will skip this slide. Without consent, we can't perform MTP because consent is the integral part of the MTP Act. Married or unmarried doesn't matter. Age is important, whether she is below 18 years or above 18 years. Accordingly, we have to inform to the police station. Age is more important than married or unmarried. Is sonography mandatory? No. But it should be advised as an abundant, Dr. Varke is not here, he always uses the word abundant precaution. So always advise as an abundant precaution. In case of medical abortion in early weeks, to know the gestational age of the pregnancy, especially if patient doesn't remember a last menstrual period. History of irregular menstrual cycles, there is a lactation and amenorrhea, and clinical discrepancy, what she tells us, and actually the clinical examination. To exclude ectopic pregnancy, and second trimester to know the placental side, because you have to introduce, so you have to do some intervention procedure, so there is likely of hemorrhage if you don't advise sonography. Though it is not mandatory, for the indication we must get sonography done. There can be certain complications, this planned procedure, hemorrhage, perforation, sepsis. Incomplete abortion leading to infection or hemorrhage which was not treated or managed properly can lead to a legal suit. So there can be perforation, there can be hemorrhage. But if you are not diagnosed properly and treated properly, there can be medical ill case against you. Asherman syndrome, secondary infertility, continuation of pregnancy, this can be complications. Counseling is very important. It's a planned elective procedure. Preoperative proper counseling. You have to tell complication associated with anesthesia. You can call anesthetist. He also can counsel with the patient. Operative procedure is the responsibility of our health providers or obstetricians. Previous 1 or 2 LSCs, we must take high risk consent. This is case, I will quote just 1 or 2 cases and I will conclude. Private practitioner performs MTP in young woman. Post MTP, after 15 days, she went to court against her husband and a doctor alleging that MTP was forcefully performed against her wish. So this is the suit. Husband and doctor together, they perform MTP. Doctor produced the consent form signed by the patient in the court, initially refused to accept as in her own handwriting. She said, no, it's not my handwriting. So many things can happen. Court verified the document, her handwriting, and found there was no evidence of forgery. Doctor was not found guilty. Case was dismissed while reprimanding the patient for taking court's time. So this is a rare case where court was by the side of doctor. On the contrary, she warned the patient that the patient took unnecessary time of the court. It was everything as per the law. In case 2, patient came to private doctor with 6 weeks amenorrhea. Ultrasonography showed no intrauterine pregnancy, though urine test was positive. Same doctor performed DNA diagnosing early uterine pregnancy, but pregnancy continued. This is one of the complication, but we should inform in counseling. Patient presented after 6 weeks with a ruptured communicating rudimentary horn. It was a bicornuate uterus. So there was a rupture, but the pregnancy got continued. Court appointed that doctor should have taken opinion of radiologist to confirm location of pregnancy when initial scan showed no pregnancy. She did not. So this is again an abundant precaution. Wherever we have doubt, we must take help of the sonography. Nowadays, I don't think anybody performs MTP without sonography. The patient should have given proper follow-up advice in case of continuation of pregnancy, that is amenorrhea continuing. But the doctor did not. Verdict went against doctor. So first case was for the doctor, but this case went against doctor. Last case, previous LSS patient approached private consultant with 9 weeks amenorrhea for MTP. While performing MTP, doctor faced difficulty in cervical dilatation. After the procedure, the patient was shifted to ward and discharged next day morning as patient was complaining of continuous pain in lower abdomen. Still the patient got discharged on request, of course. The patient had PV bleeding and persistent pain at home, for which she got readmitted. Her hemoglobin report shows severe anemia. What must have happened? Hemoglobin was 5 gram %. The patient was referred to tertiary care center and the Rh negative blood was not available, which is the usual case. After few days, case was filed against the doctor and it was alleged that doctor was negligent in performing MTP that caused perforation, and there were RPOCs for which the patient had to undergo operation once again for RPOCs and faced lot of physical, financial and psychological problems. Also all these amounts to great compensation for against the doctor. Doctor lost the case and had to pay substantial amount as compensation. So this was the case, though there was perforation, she should have diagnosed and treated the patient, so that shows deficiency of services. Court observed that though complication can occur while performing MTP, in previous LSS patient, it was not diagnosed, ignoring patient's complaint. She was having pain in the abdomen. Nothing was mentioned in OP notes, no anesthesia notes, no proper preoperative counseling, no proper informed consent, injection NTD not given. This is a serious crime. She was not given injection NTD also. No proper follow-up of the patient, and so the case went against doctor. The allegation was, despite MTP, the woman had conceived. Doctor defended by saying MTP done by suction evacuation. If both fetuses were in the same uterine cavity, both would have been evacuated. But it was bicornuate uterus. Probably the other was in another cavity and was left behind as a good page, as possibility of bicornuate uterus could not be foreseen by doctor. So one should foresee. Patient was asked to follow up to MTP, but she failed to do so. Patient did not report about her period as advised. So this is very important. This was actually case of contributing negligence, but the complaint was dismissed. But many things depend upon the person who sits in the chair, that's the judge. So this case did not go against doctor, because there was certain things which were advised by the doctor to patient, that was documented, but the patient did not come to doctor. I will skip this case for the want of time. This is a POXO case, and always inform in case of patient below 18 years, whenever you are suspect that she can be above years or later 18 years or less than 18 years, you case some sexual abuse or offense. Always say, even if the case is not of sexual abuse, doctor is protected by the POXO Act. These are the punishments given if you violate the POXO Act. MTP Act, you all know what are the violations. So what is the take-home message? Always follow all the legal provisions of MTP Amendment Act 2021 and of course POXO Act, which is a very stringent act. And I have received many phone calls, MTP done 6-7 years back, but they didn't inform the patient. They thought the patient is obese, must be above 18 years of age. The patient was below 18 years of age, and if the boyfriend doesn't vary with the patient, the patient will again come to the court, of course, and the police will ask, why didn't you inform? So we must have some documentation, Aadhaar card or any TC of the school. It mentions that the patient is above 18 years or below 18 years. Accordingly, we must act. Proper documentation, valid consent, communication and counseling is a core skill. We should not, of course, all specialties, but especially I think obstetricians have the double responsibility of the patient and of course the fetus in utero. So we have to take double precaution and always have good communication, documentation and counseling. Confidentiality clause, very important. We should never breach the confidentiality, and we must advise to our staff also, because they are very near to us. They should not talk in the market, अरे या patient ची MTP आमच्या madam ने केली. So indirectly it will go to you. So always keep the staff in our close loop, so that even if they see the patient, they should not disclose in the society. Be transparent, always honest in practice, because somewhere the God is great, God is there. The Supreme Power always says that you are honest, you are following the ethical practices, and of course you are not violating the law. Always be transparent and honest in practice. Follow-up advice is very important. Offer standard, prudent care. So the last slide, Ratan Tata has said, in spite of following all those things, ups and downs in life are very important to keep us going, because a straight line, even in an ECG, it means we are not alive. So in spite of following all the regulations and laws, there can be cases against us, but we are strong in documentation, we are strong in counseling and communication. Even if the patient goes in the court of law, the supreme power, of course the judge will save us. So like ECG, there can be ups and downs, but we should protect ourselves and be strong in documentation and counseling. These are the lifelines for all of us. Indian Medical Association, FOXI, IIP, IMLIA, and again a person like Dr. Girish Kumtekar sir, Dr. Sudesh Doshi, they are always in your city, they always help you. And of course, as a chairperson of FOXI MTP committee, if any problem, if any case, difficult case for you, you always call me, I am available 24/7. This is the last prayer by the Lobelo Lobo Prabhu. He is a Prabhu like, I am a woman, my person is my own. I must decide alone when my body I share with children I may bear. I am a woman, I urge you not to see my femininity as my fecundity. Hers is the task, it is her voice, we must prevail about her choice. So all goes to her voice, her choice. That is our patient who wants to undergo MTP. It depends upon the reproductive rights of the woman, she has to decide everything. So thank you very much for the patient listening.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for highlighting the importance of quality care in MTP. As the quality is never an accident, it is always the result of intelligent efforts. I would like to, we are open for questions if anyone has questions with ma'am or anyone else.
Any question? Or we can discuss in the midday expert session. Okay, so that it will save our time. If any question is there, you can ask, otherwise we can discuss in the last session. So thank you very much for the patient listening.
For our next lecture, I would like to call Dr. Girish Kumtekar sir for CPA. Sir is an MD and LLB. Sir needs no introduction, and I know he'll say no to any introduction. We all know him well. He's practicing since 38 years, 27 years in medico-legal practice, and he is always, always, always there for all of us. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, chairpersons, for inviting me, and thank you, OBI Society, for giving me this opportunity to talk in front of a very old topic. It has been घसा पिटा हुआ topic है, but definitely I had some new material this time. As I was given this assignment, I opened my old presentations on CPA 1986, and then I started browsing through the 2019 amendments. I saw a lot of differences. So I'm not going to burden you with the sections 4, 5, 7, 8, 10 and not like that. But I'm going to tell some niceties or what are the differences and what are the dangers ahead in the Consumer Protection Act. While listening to Suyaga's lecture, I was not aware, after so many years I was not aware that Standard of Bureaus, Bureau of Standards also comes into play in signages. Well, that was news to me. But as you see, she has shown so many signs how much more we are burdened. Anyway, we are used to taking burdens from the society, from the law and all these things, and CPA is nothing new in it. So let us go ahead with the journey into amendments. We're particularly focusing on 2019. Well, the preamble of CPA in 2019 says, an act to provide for protection of the interests of consumers and for the said purpose to establish authorities for timely and effective administration and settlement of consumers' disputes and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. So in this preamble, the law has enacted some new provisions such as putting a responsibility on the judiciary also to settle the matters timely and in effective manner. This was never there in the 1986 Act, but now that there are stipulations again in front of judiciary to complete the process of giving justice in consumer protection, consumer fora. Well, it all started with this case, VP Shanta and IMA versus VP Shanta. Decided in 1996, the law came before that. It was the benefit of consumers. But the core question was whether a patient is a consumer or not. Well, whether SC had the same question, whether a medical practitioner renders service and can be proceeded against for deficiency in service before a forum under this Act. That was the main question in front of the Supreme Court. And Supreme Court held that medical professionals do not enjoy any immunity from being sued in contract or tort. Tort is a civil injustice or as in civil jurisdiction, on the ground of negligence. So doctors don't have any immunity, like diplomatic immunity. In foreign countries, the diplomats have immunity even against the crime. We don't have a immunity against negligence. Even the services rendered by medical practitioners are of a personal nature, they cannot be treated as contracts of personal service. So the Supreme Court has made a differentiation between the contract. Now we used to say that when a patient says patient wants to take a treatment from me and I agree to the give treatment, a contract is established. It's a personal contract. A contract is established. We come under a contract act, but the Supreme Court says that personal nature, they cannot be treated as contracts of personal service which are excluded from the act. So the Supreme Court has excluded communication or contracts, so supposed contract between patient and doctor coming under the purview of contract acts. That basic difference we have to understand. There are contracts for service under which a doctor too can be sued in consumer protection courts. So though contract is established, the contract doesn't come under the Contract Act, but it is a service rendered, so it comes under Consumer Protection Act. So doctors are not excluded. A doctor, when consulted by a patient, owes him a duty of care in deciding to undertake the case and administration of the treatment. Why it matters to medical professionals so much? Patients are consumers if they pay for services. Basic fact, Supreme Court has decided it. Medical services are considered services under Consumer Protection Act. Now, there was a lot of deliberation, lot of representation from IMA when the law was being deliberated or law commission was thinking and the suggestions were asked from the public. Even IMA represented and they demanded that the medical professionals should be removed from Consumer Protection Act. So in the parliament, one of the MP who was presenting this, there was a lot of debate was going on. I have personally seen that debate, and he assured the medical fraternity that yes, we are removing medical people from Consumer Protection Act. That was a blatant lie told in parliament, because as Supreme Court says, medical professionals give service. So under any enactment or any change in the act, doctors cannot be excluded from the purview of Consumer Protection Act. Doctors, clinics, hospitals, laboratories and paramedical persons can be held accountable for deficiencies. Considering briefly about the key definitions, consumer is a patient who pays for healthcare services. Service includes consultation, diagnosis, treatment, surgery, invasive or non-invasive procedures. Deficiency means any fault, imperfection, shortcoming or inadequacy in service quality or timeliness. So time factor is also there in deficiency. If the person is not served in time, it amounts to deficient service. That is what has happened in a very recent case when a big hospital in Pune was put under media trial. Incidentally, in Pune last week also only, I was invited by Pune POJS and IMA to speak on media trial. Actually, I would like to deliver this speech. It's quite interesting, but the hospital underwent media trial and a lot of repercussions were there. The things have died down, but that is going to happen because timeliness was not followed in that case, and there were some other like demanding for advance and all these things. The patient was not for 6 hours, not seen for 6 hours like that. Negligence is the breach of a duty caused by omission to do something. This is a perfectly legal language, I will explain. Negligence is the breach of a duty caused by omission to do something which a reasonable man, guided by those considerations which ordinarily regulate the conduct of human affairs, would do. So the crux is omission to do something which an ordinary person will do. But the law will have to include all these things which ordinarily regulate the conduct of human and all these things. But in simple words, if you are doing something, if you omit to do something which ordinarily prudent person should have done, one sentence, or doing something which a prudent and reasonable man would not do. Means it is not expected to do, but you do it, it amounts to negligence. Well, the key consumer rights in the healthcare. So we always forgot rights of patients in the healthcare system. We always took patients for granted. This has happened for decades, not decades, centuries. And the last 2 decades have opened up for the patients that patients have a right. They have a right which must be executed by the doctors. We took this, it is unfortunate, I have to commit in front of you, our medical professionals, that we have taken disadvantage of patients' gullibility. तुला काय कळतं का मला कळतंय. That is gullibility of the patient. त्यांना कळत नसेल, पण they have right to information. So, what the rights patients have, and we have to understand these rights and give service accordingly. Right to safety, standard, risk-free medical care. Right to be informed, diagnosis, treatment and risk involved in it. Right to choose, second opinions, consents, various lines of treatment. Right to redressal, compensation for negligence, which we have already defined. Right to redressal against unethical and unfair practices, which are on the rise, unfortunately, in our community. What are the grounds for medical complaints? So as I told you, I am not going to, this comes from the law itself, but I am not going to put you the burden with the section 4 says so, section 5 says so, section 1 or T says so. No. What are the grounds for medical complaints? Lack of informed consent. This is the first most important, which have been since I started giving medical legal lectures. The first lecture I gave was on consent. We had a choice when I started practice 40 years back. Now you may not be used to that consent. We used to take a stamp. मी कुठल्याही प्रकारच्या कुठल्याही काय करून घ्यायला तयार आहे. Signature. Absolutely wrong. So informed consent means patient must be informed. I don't have to elaborate. It is a topic of lecture itself. Wrong or delayed diagnosis. Now can this be? You have to differentiate. There is a very strict compartment between the wrong and delayed diagnosis and error of judgment. Error of judgment is pardoned by law, while wrongful and delayed diagnosis is not. When a patient of acute pain in abdomen comes to me and I diagnose a twisted ovarian cyst because she has a previous history of twisted ovarian cyst, or a diagnosis of hemorrhagic corpus luteum which is painful, or a diagnosis of ectopic pregnancy. Now when I put a laparoscope, previously we used to open abdomen because we didn't have laparoscope, but now we put in a laparoscope, we find something else. And something else turns out to be again something else, and then we have to do something else. In the sense, we have to go for laparotomy. And now the patient says to me, "He sangitla and tumi sangitla," but it was error of judgment. While you have everything in your hands, you have ultrasonography report, everything, you have beta SCG report and you have missed period report, patient is having pain, you are examining and you have come to a diagnosis of, you should have come to a diagnosis of ectopic pregnancy, rupture or rupture, whatever it is. And you start diagnosing appendix, wait for the patient for 6 hours, call a surgeon and the surgeon says that it's ectopic pregnancy. Well, that is wrong diagnosis or delayed diagnosis. You have to understand the difference. Improper or inadequate treatment. No explanation is required for this. Negligence, I already explained. Post-operative complications, if identified, well and good. If not identified, amounts to deficiency in service. While doing MTP, you have done perforation. It's not unusual. Perforation is known. The gynecologist is imperfect without a perforation during MTP. He has to be perfect unless he does an perforation. But identifying that perforation and observing the patient accordingly, giving idea to the patient is proper management. But जा काय होत नाही, घरी जा तुला काय झालं तर बघू पुढे म्हटलं तर improper. So post-operative complications, not explaining them. If they happen in our hands, explain them to the patient. This thing has happened, likely consequences of this. So I have to observe you, and you have to report me with even the slightest complaint which is related to this perforation. Unethical practices, don't have to talk much about it, and misleading practices. Again, they are self-explanatory. You mislead a patient, जा भी तुला 100% बरं करतो. Dear friends, do you believe you cure the patients? You never cure the patients. What the hell I am talking about? I have to put my 15 years of my time, day to day I am reading my journals, I am day to day I am referring textbooks, and you are telling me you are not curing the patient? You are not curing the patient. You are helping the patient to get cured with the help of your science. This fundamental fact, if you keep in your mind, your feet will touch to the ground and you will treat the patients prudently. So remember, you don't never cure the patients. You help the patient to get care with the help of your armamentarium. That's it. With the help of your knowledge, with the help of your science. Now coming to the crux of this topic, what is new in CPA 2019? Introduction of new concepts such as product liability. We are not manufacturers, we are sales products. So this really doesn't apply to us, but it applies to us. I will come into after a few slides. Unfair contracts, it's not a contract. So when a contract is established between a USG providing company and a contract of 5 years of services and they fail to give service, it's a breach of contract, but that is not with us. Our is not a contract, our is a service. Unfair trade practices, again, nothing much to explain so far as our profession is considered. Central Consumer Protection Authority, this is something new concept they have. It is an authority formed by the government, central government as well as at the state levels, which have a right to investigate into the matter. I will come to the next slide about details about this. Mediation by authority, this is again something new. Consumer Protection Act allows mediation, and that is allowed in our profession also. So suppose the party complains to the court will ask, are you ready to settle the matter? Now in criminal cases, there is nothing like that, settling the matter. If there is a cognizable case, it is not settled. But in torts and civil cases, there is something like out of the court settlement. Out of the court or settlement now doesn't mean that you go out and talk about yourself. The settlement has to be in front of the court. Similarly, this mediation has to be with the director of the court, consumer court. The two parties can come to an agreement. They can decide on the compensation. They can present the agreement through mediator to the court, and the court will dismiss the case. That's it. This is new that is brought. This applies to our profession also. Addition of offences and enhancement of punishment. This is something serious. So far as consumer protection, I will come to that, but I am not going to frighten you by what serious punishments are there. But this has not come to the notice of the consumer. I can't say come to the notice, but the law has limited this enhancement of punishment to adulteration. And this adulteration doesn't apply to our profession, so we are escaping these punishments. The punishments go up to fine of 20 lakh, 50 lakh, 1 crore and imprisonment to 10 years and all these things, but they don't apply to us, believe me, so don't be afraid of it. Complaint can be filed anywhere in India. That is one disadvantage you are facing. Previously, complaint was to be filed in the district where the negligences occurred or the district of the residence of the patient. So these are only two options, but now if any person, since Article 370 has been abrogated, my patient can file a case against me in Jammu and Kashmir also. E-filing of the complaint is made available. Though the fees have been enhanced for complaints, they are depending on the slabs of the compensation or the services rendered, but e-filing, the patient can file. Previously they used to file on plain paper, now they can e-file it. That's the, again, provision made in. That is a change in new Consumer Protection Act. Redressal mechanism, anyone can file a complaint on plain paper with negligible fees or e-complaint, and even online on e-portal. District Commission up to 50 lakhs, State Commission 50 lakhs to 2 crores, and National Commission about 2 crores. Now there is a lot of misconception amongst ourselves also, but that has been cleared. Please remember, this is the amount paid for the services and not the compensation demanded. So if the patient demands compensation of 12 crores, they don't have to go to National Commission. The case has to be filed in district court, because your bill might be 50,000. Now I don't see anybody here, or I don't see any specialty which charges a bill more than 50 crores, unless it is a very new drug in Antica and onco used in oncotherapy. Unless it is a very new drug which costs in crores of rupees. But I don't see any patient, any person who can be charging more than 50 lakh rupees in a case. So every case has to go to district forum. Now this is product and service liability in medicine. This is why I am saying product and service liability is one new area opened by the Consumer Protection Act, but how it is applicable to us. Doctors are liable in deficiency in service, so service liability is there, though not the product liability. Hospital establishment is liable for overall services and machines. This is where the product liability sits upon our neck. Liability towards faulty prescriptions or expired drugs. This is where company produces the drugs. We don't know whether it's faulty or not. Expiry date, yes, we are very scrupulous in watching the expiry date and throw the drugs away. But quality, nothing in our hands. Government says use original drug, generic. We are not sure about the quality. We go for this company, we go for that company. Company says ours is our own processing plant. We have to believe them. But you have a liability towards faulty prescription or expired drugs. Corporate hospitals face higher complaint. There is nothing more to say about it. Are doctors liable for outcome? An explicit no. Supreme Courts have decided that the desired outcome is not a negligence or deficiency in service on the part of doctors. So if patients want such and such outcome that is not there, is the doctor liable? No, doctor is not liable, provided our textbooks say that this is the possibility. Our textbooks have to say it. Are doctors liable for complications? Maybe. If the complications has arisen out of your negligence, you are liable. If the complications is a natural consequence of treatment, you may not be liable. But then you will have to put it in front of the court that this is a natural consequence or a known complication for which I cannot be. I was scrupulous, I was careful, I was not negligent in my treatment, but this has happened. As our textbook says this has happened, then you may not be liable for that. This is Central Consumer Protection Authority I was talking about, CCPA, has been provided with vast powers to inquire, investigate and take action against violations of the 2019 Act. Let me not go into the details of that. They can initiate action against celebrities who are endorsing the product. So don't be as you know, Saffola advertisement, the moment Saurav Ganguly underwent angioplasty, Saffola removed him from their advertisement. Next day he was removed from their advertisement because he was showing his heart, how fit I am, use Saffola. Okay. So CCPA may impose a penalty up to 10 lakhs for first violation, up to 50 lakhs on every subsequent violation. So far as our services are considered, CCPA doesn't come into picture unless otherwise Consumer Protection Forum or Supreme Court directs bring doctors under CCPA and then we are in trouble. Consumer Mediation Cell, as I told you, we are already a list of impaneled mediators, a list of cases handled. The Commission shall within 7 days of the receipt of such settlement report and pass suitable order recording such settlement of consumer dispute and dispose of the matter accordingly. I have already explained this to you. Offences and penalties. Coming to this. Subsequent to Kunal Saha case, a formula has been put in place to compute the compensation to be paid. That has become a problem for us. That formula, since it has been paid, put in force by the Supreme Court, we have to follow it. Court again has a discretion whether to follow it or not, but the opposite party demands it should be followed. Court will have to follow it. But of course, there is a lot of flexibility in awarding compensation, so you should not be much afraid of it. Section 88 of the Act says, whosoever fails to comply with any direction of the central authority shall be punishable with imprisonment for up to 6 months and fine up to 20 lakhs. Section 89 says, any service provider who causes false or misleading advertisement to be made which is prejudicial to the interest of the consumer shall be punished with imprisonment up to 2 years and a fine up to 10 lakhs. I have not seen anybody filing a suit against Madhav Bagh. It has to happen somehow one or the other day. And then these penalty will come into force. They say we will clear your coronaries without any operation. Well, they claim this is a misleading advertisement. There is no counter evidence to prove that they can do or they can't do. So, and we are sitting tight on what they do is forget them, they are quacks. Coming to the grey areas in relation to medical practice. Now, this is something which you must understand. So, as I told you, I am not going to burden you with the sections and provisions and all these things, but certain things which you might stimulate you to think, what is this Consumer Act after all? Ambiguity in defining medical negligence, lack of distinction between medical errors, inherent risks, and negligence, avoidable mistakes creates confusion. In whose minds? In court's mind, not in our mind. If you are unable to prove that it was a medical error, the error of judgment, it was a medical error which could happen with anybody's hands, then the court will assume that it was negligence. And that's the gray area which we must take care. And that's where, believe me, medical legal consultants like us, now there are so many in all over Maharashtra, so many people, Alka is there, those who are working in the medical legal community, Suyaka can guide to a certain extent, because she hears so many cases every day in out, and there are so many people who can guide you. But this ambiguity is very difficult, and court has to be convinced that that was an error of judgment and not a deliberate negligence which has caused harm to the patient. Territorial jurisdiction, case can be filed anywhere in the world. It has created a lot of problems for doctors, though no problem for consumer. Provision for mediation for all cases except those with grievous hurt. Now, I am not bringing this into our discussion today. When we operate a person, in legal sense, we are causing a grievous hurt to the patient. When we take an incision, we cause a grievous hurt to the patient. Then why it is not punishable under law? Because we have taken an informed consent. That's it. The consent absolves us from injuring the patient. In technical terms, though for curing the patient, we are injuring the patient, it is injury in legal sense, but we are exempt from it because we have taken it under consent. It is called as, I forgot the maxim. What is that maxim? Injuria non-fit injuria. Damage caused with consent. Boxing, you can take an example of boxing. Boxers are hitting each other. If on a street I hit somebody, it's a crime. But boxer is hitting with full strength, that's not a crime because they have consented to that. No mention, but again, just to highlight which is likely to come to medical practice, because this, at present, the punishments are very severe punishments are meant for adulteration, and the section says adulteration, that's why we are exempted. We are not doing adulteration, but if they found that adulteration, the punishments are really very severe. I am not going to mention them. No mention of monetary punishment to complainant for filing frivolous complaint. Previously, it was a fine of 10,000. Now the new Consumer Act says no punishment for the frivolous complaint. Then what do? You go for civil actions, suit. So that provision is bad luck for us, it has been removed. Appeal allowed to higher courts, sorry, that spelling mistake, only for substantial question in law in national commission. This is a good reply for us. Just I was telling one of our colleagues who is facing a case in Supreme Court that you apply for dismissal of the case because the new act provides unless there is a substantial question in law. Now, what is substantial question is will be decided by national forum. If there is a gross violation of a right, then it comes a substantial question in law, and then only Supreme Court will come into will entertain that case, not otherwise. This is to reduce the burden of Supreme Court because every case which is dismissed or upheld by National Consumer Forum, it goes to the Supreme Court. Everybody wants injustice to me, so Supreme Court is the last resort, but that has been curtailed. Unless there is a, like as you say, the main jurisdiction of Supreme Court is the question of constitution. It will entertain cases of violation of constitution only. Similarly, if there is a substantial question in law, then only Supreme Court will entertain the case. Misleading advertisements will not be governed by CCPA. Let me not go into details, but misleading advertisements are coming up from our field, and if we keep on doing this, CCPA is going to go behind us. Like any other 26, 27 agencies, CCPA is going to be behind us if our profession continues to give misleading advertisement. Unfair trade practices will now attract 10 lakh compensation. आपल्या ह्याच्यात unfair trade practices define करणं फार, it's very difficult to prove that I am doing unfair trade practice. Trade is a trade, ours is a service. So this distinction still remains, but if we continue to do what is happening today in our profession, this clause is going to hurt us. Product liability clause may hold doctors liable for defective equipment of drugs supplied by third party. This is again dangerous to us. ECG machine not working, monitor not working, oxygen cylinder faulty, boils apparatus not giving proper percentages. Who is responsible? If we don't have annual maintenance contract with the machines, if the machines are not certified, we are liable. This is a dangerous provision. Scope of telemedicine is not addressed fully by the Act. Only time will come and Supreme Court will decide what is the scope of telemedicine. Neither the law, neither the rules, nor we can address this drawbacks of telemedicine, what is going to happen. So, coming to the last few slides, I hope I am not extending my time. Precautions for medical professions, they have been repeated time and again by people like us in every forum. Practically for every conference it is mandatory to have at least one session of medical where these things are repeated again and again. So nothing new in it. Ensure informed consent, documentation, documentation and documentation. 3 times. Follow standard treatment and protocols, no experimentation. I am not going to explain, they are self-explanatory. Thorough counseling and transparency, this is one important I would like to, transparency. Transparency is very important in our practice. Don't be afraid patient, you will lose the patients. No patient is your patient. Patient doesn't belong to you. Don't be in a illusion that my patient is illusion, total illusion. It is hallucination. So know my patient. So be transparent. If the patient wants to leave you after your explanation, so be it. Next patient will come to you. किंवा शेजारच्याने न सांगितलेलं पेशंट तुमच्याकडे येईल. मी लोकम ठेवताना पडते ना, लोकम ठेव, why you keep locum? If you are going away for 10 days, you keep a locum doesn't come in time, the patient is inconvenienced. Close your hospital, put a lock to it. When somebody else's patient at the hospital is locked, that patient will come to you. So you are, by the end of the year, compensated very well, nothing to worry about. Thorough counseling, important, communication is very important. Be clear to the patient, tell everything to the patient. Don't be afraid of a patient to run away, let the patient run away. Patient is as his or her own peril if the patient runs away. Avoid over-promising outcomes. Second, in hurry of second opinion, it should be or expert opinion. Either way, patient wishes, I want to take opinion from this X and X doctor, write a letter to the doctor, take opinion from them. If the patient remains with that doctor, don't blame that doctor or patient. Probably you were deficient in counseling that the patient went their way. So treat yourself rather than blaming the doctor or the patient. Okay? Second, our expertise with the patient demands, or if you feel that expert opinion or second opinion is required in this case, be free and open to get it. Communication, compassion and coordinated relations with the patients. Get professional indemnity insurance as the last part you can say. Why now? What now? Why now and what next? Why this is happening now? This is the last slide. So I'm quite clear, let me be clear, quite clear. Patients have become aware of their rights and legality of negligence. Most important thing. Our expectation from medical professionals, over expectations from medical profession. I want the cure now. I always envy Ayurvedic practitioners. What they do? Once the patient comes to them, they make a serious space like this. They will hear everything. They are very, very, very patient listeners, believe me. They will hear homeopathic and Ayurvedic. They will listen carefully everything. And they will say, very serious face, you have come very late to me. It will take at least 3 months. So, he dispenses some pudyas, which are costing 500, 600, 700 a day. Don't be jealous about what they earn. We also earn equally well. But then the patient is convinced that it's going to be 3 months for me. But when the patient comes to us, we say, Tula bara karto, the patient expects now. And that's what has happened. Lack of transparency and diminishing trust in medical professionals. And it just only highlights the trust in medical professionals all over the world. Trust in medical profession is declining very fast. More so, trust in the hospitals. In a 2018 survey made in India, survey was carried out in India, 92% of the patients did not believe in doctors. Can you believe it? So you are not trusting me also. But 92% of the patients don't believe in doctors. This trust deficit is very high, very high. We have to reduce it anyway. Google and WhatsApp University, unsolicited advices and medical jousting, nothing much to explain, ever powerful social media, virality, within seconds, everywhere. CPI 29 simplifies filing and redressal. That is again, this is why these things are happening now and now. What next? Every patient a potential litigant? I personally don't believe so. Don't treat patient like that. Every patient is not your litigant against you. Everybody calculate how many patients you have seen in last few years, decades, or maybe decades. How many patients have abused you? How many patients have gone against you in courts? Not even 1 in thousands, 1 in 10,000, not even 1 in 10,000. So don't treat every patient with suspicion and every patient is a litigant. Rather than that, treat the patient carefully. I always tell particularly the junior colleagues, don't lose your sleep, overnight sleep, over how to increase footfalls on your doorstep. Rather than try to hold on the patients which have come to you and be good with them. That's it. That is going to increase your practice. Decreasing trust in doctors and hospitals, I already explained. Increasing litigations, they are going to be there. Increasing quantum of compensation, nothing more to say. SOGS has put a gold standard for compensation. We are just helpless in front of it. What are the best practices? Communication, counseling and transparency. Ethical, protocolized standard treatment. Transparent billing, again very important. Proper post-treatment advice and warnings. Detailed record keeping, very important. Shared decision-making approach. Many of my junior colleagues, those who have come very recently to Solapur, many of them have started good practice. That's a welcome thing. They have started good practice. Very, very, very welcome thing. Shared decision-making approach. Conclusion, CPI is here to stay forever. Doctors can't escape from it. CPI 2019 empowers patients but protects doctors who follow best practices. Remember this corollary. It protects patients but empowers patients but protects doctors who follow good practices. Proper communication is vital to prevent disputes. Streamlined, protocolized, transparent and ethical practice is the key. Legal awareness in both doctors and patients helps prevent disputes. Documentation is the best defense. Dear friends, enough of it. I don't know how many of you have slept. I can say almost everybody is awake. But I always admire this middle person who is looking awake, but he is not awake, he is amused. Because after every medico-legal lecture, there are more questions than answers. Thank you very much for your patient listening. Damnum sine injuria. Damage with consent. Damnum sine injuria. No damage but injury. Damnum sine injuria. Violent and non-fit injuria.
It's a damage.
Violent and non-fit injuria.
Damnum sine injuria, there is damage but without injury. Without infringement of legal rights of the patient.
Right.
And the reverse way.
Violent and non-fit injuria. Voluntarily caused injury.
There is no damage but infringement of legal rights.
Yes. And what I was talking about box is voluntary non-fit injuria. Yes, please.
If I am treating a patient free, not charging her, does it, and something goes wrong?
Very good point brought out.
One more thing.
No.
Suppose, do I need to, as a precaution, do I need to take a consent that I am treating her free? Because subsequently she may deny. She may say, I have told you I will pay later. Or something like that. So will it be valid or without that consent?
Yeah, I'll answer. If you are doing it 100% free, Consumer Protection Act doesn't apply to you. But even out of 100 patients, even if you are charging one patient, you come under the purview of 100% patients free. You are doing 100% charity. 100% charity.
Other patients we are charging.
They are charging, then you are come under purview.
This patient, because I know
Doesn't matter, you are charging anyway, you are giving services at a cost. See, even if you are charging, I am very clear, if you are charging out of 100, you are doing 99 patients free and charging 1 rupee for one patient, you come under purview of Consumer Protection Act. All for all the patients. For all patients. Secondly, I am treating you free, so there is no medical litigation against me. Consent has no legal value.
One institution in India, I think, some Sai Institute, I don't know exactly.
Yes.
Then nothing is charged to a single patient. Secondly, if you are charging what sir was saying, even a single patient, your institution will come under CPA because other patients, court may say that you have taken this amount from another patient, very rich patient.
Even if we,
In that angle also.
no Alka, even if we are not compensating for a bill from other patient, but you are charging somebody.
Somebody charging, rest of the patient, not charging one patient, but rest of the patient you are charging, you come under that. And secondly, even if you are not charging, but a patient is getting money from some Rajiv Gandhi Yojana, certain schemes are there. So indirectly government is paying the charge to you, though you are not charging, still you will come under the CPA.
Yes, that is again point she has brought up very well. Even if you are getting free cashless and all these things, still you are charged. You have paid, not from your pocket, from somebody else's pocket. Government institutes, when they started charging OPD charges for case paper, they come under the purview of the Act. Yes, they do come.
Sir, what about role?
That's what I told you. Government hospitals are charging certain fees. Now, if a third para is delivering in the hospital, that patient has to pay delivery bill.
Sir, if government hospitals are free.
They are not 100% free. They will come under CPA. They will come under CPA. Yes. I told you, even if a single rupee charged anywhere, Consumer Protection Act applies. You are sure they are not charging? PMJ Yojana? Hey, Pradhan Mantri Yojana? Who pays the money? Government gives money in lieu of patient's services. They are not free.
They don't charge for ANC cases. They take 10 rupee fee for gynec cases.
See,
Whereas in this
See,
hospital there is totally no fee for the patient.
see, I am very clear. Out of 100 patients, even if you charge one patient, you are under Consumer Protection Act.
Sir,
Mike, please.
Suppose you are working there as a trainee in government hospital and something goes wrong.
You are working as a trainee. That is something different applies. There is a master and servant relationship. It's a master and servant relationship, and then the master pays for the wrongdoings. Vicarious liability. It is called vicarious liability, and it is a master-servant relationship. Same applies to the professor. Ultimately, it's the government that is responsible.
So in government institutions, they don't take the insurance to the indemnity, I mean.
See, this is a very delicate question whether they take insurance or not. And most of the times it has been observed that when it goes to against the government अक्षरशः त्या माणसाला वाऱ्यावर सोडून देतं. But that it is the duty of that person to fight against the government. Government cannot do actually. But there are so many slips between cup and lip. We just can't answer everything.
sir, what is the role of digital marketing, YouTubing, and face of patient and testimonials revealed on social media? What is the take on this?
I told you, the future is there. If CCPA or one of the Supreme Court or Consumer Protection National Forum says that is unfair trade practice, it will be unfair trade practice. But a legislation or some judgment has to come that medical services if these practices are done, they are unfair trade practices. Somebody has to say it. As of today, nobody has said it. Thank you very much.
I thank all the I thank all the speakers of today morning. They have all made their topic quite clear. Can I go for question answers or no?
Thank you so much. Now I request Dr. Kirpekar ma'am to felicitate Dr. Suyoga Panath ma'am. I request Dr. Sujata Kulkarni ma'am to please join the felicitation, and Dr. Ketki ma'am. Dr. Suyoga Panath ma'am. Thank you so much ma'am for very insightful lecture. Nisha ma'am, please join. Now I request Dr. Nisha Kotwal ma'am to please felicitate Dr. Alka Kute ma'am. Thank you very much ma'am for a wonderful lecture. Now I request Dr. Kirpekar ma'am to please felicitate Dr. Girish Kumtekar sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. Sujata ma'am to please felicitate Dr. Kirpekar ma'am. Thank you ma'am for chairing this beautiful session. Dr. Sujata ma'am to felicitate Dr. Nisha Kotwal ma'am.
Now I invite our speakers, Dr. Alka Kute madam, Dr. Suyoga Panath madam, Dr. Girish Kumtekar sir and Dr. Sachin Kulkarni sir to come on the dais for our inauguration CME. Also, I invite our office bearers, Dr. Sujata ma'am, Dr. Ketki, Dr. Snehal to join them. To begin this auspicious occasion,
May I request our esteemed dignitaries and guests to kindly come forward and grace the stage. With great warmth and honor, we welcome you all to this special inauguration ceremony. Your presence today adds immense value to our celebration. Importance of lamp lighting. Let us all rise and witness the lighting of ceremonial lamp, a symbol of knowledge and compassion that unites us as healthcare professionals. Now I invite our respected dignitaries to come forward and light the ceremonial lamp, seeking blessings for success, enlightenment and new beginnings. Thank you all the dignitaries for gracing the occasion and lighting the lamp. Your presence and blessings have illuminated this event and set a hopeful tone for the journey ahead. Now I invite our President Dr. Sujata ma'am, who is most enthusiastic, loving and always happy, searching for new ideas always.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, senior members of our society and my dear friends. It's my pleasure and privilege to welcome you all for today's CME, which is on MTP and medico-legal. We are really fortunate to have Chairperson from FOXY MTP Committee, Dr. Alka Kuthe Madam, and Chairperson AMOGS, Dr. Suyoga Parnat from Medico-Legal Committee. Of course, our backbone, Dr. Girish Kumtekar sir, and we are fortunate to have Dr. Sachin Kulkarni sir with us, which was really very nice of him to come to Solapur. Thank you, sir. So we all know that medical awareness is no longer an option. It is essential. Whether it's about maintaining of records or display of boards or a Consumer Protection Act, and how to take consent, we should know it all. It is rightly said that documentation, it is the silent witness that will speak loudest in the court. Facing litigations like intrauterine death, stillbirth, death on the table, to mention a few, our legal literacy will help you. As we are dealing with a very young woman, Any mishaps are bound to bring a strong emotional reaction by the relatives. It can be an attack on a doctor or the hospital. We should be clinically sound and medico-legally safe. We have made the CME very interesting by including a moot court, where practically we will demonstrate how the court happenings occur. Then a panel discussion on a scarred uterus with MTP, because there are always dilemma whether to go for a medical management or surgical management, and of course lectures by esteemed speakers which will enlighten us. So let's continue the journey of learning, unlearning and relearning, and sharpen our knowledge to make practice safe, ethical and legally sound. My heartfelt thanks to all the speakers, the participants of the moot court, the participants of the panel discussion, esteemed speakers and all audience for your time. Thank you so much.
Now, thank you to all of you for joining this ceremony. Now, I invite all of you for enjoying the delicious lunch.
We have 30 minutes for the lunch, then we are...
Is it okay if we do a lecture of Dr. Sachin Kulkarni sir if everyone is not hungry? Yes. So we will call our chairpersons for the next speaker, and we will take Dr. Sachin Kulkarni sir just before lunch. Please be seated for just 2 minutes. We'll just start the next session.
Now we are starting with our next session. I would like to invite Dr. Ajit Kulkarni sir and Dr. Anjali Jamma ma'am to chair this session. Dr. Ajit Kulkarni sir, he is a senior renowned gynecologist who has worked at Utkarsh Hospital, Vasanthar Hospital, City Hospital, and in SMC he has done many lab sterilization camps. He has highest record of 169 cases in a day at Akkalkot PLC. We welcome you, sir. Dr. Anjali Jamma ma'am. Ma'am is consultant gynecologist at Jamma Hospital and Laparoscopic Surgery Center. She is a pioneer in cosmetic gynecology. In the past, she is past president of SOGS in 2022-23. We welcome you, ma'am, and over to you.
Good afternoon, one and all. Thank you for your kind introduction. Okay. Now we will move on to a very interesting session, that is moot court. What is moot court and why?
So, some more time we need to wait to have a glimpse of moot court. And before that, let us have an enlightening and very interesting lecture by a very eminent obstetrician and gynecologist from Kolhapur, who needs absolutely no introduction. Just like the sun doesn't need any introduction, Dr. Sachin Kulkarni also doesn't need any introduction. He has been here on several occasions and has enlightened us on different topics and given us very practical tips, especially to residents also and even the practicing gynecologists on different aspects. Just to maintain the protocol, I am mentioning a few words about his introduction. He is consultant at Sunanda IVF Center at Kolhapur, and he is head of department Fertility and Reproductive Medicine Department at Jahangir Hospital, Pune. He is teacher at Reproductive Medicine course at Dubai. Means he has even across the different countries. He is consultant New Life Fertility Center, Addis Ababa, and regularly conducts fellowship programs in IVF and reproductive medicine. So anybody who is interested in pursuing IVF and reproductive medicine, Dr. Sachin Kulkarni will be here to guide. So with these very few words of introduction, let me have the great pleasure to invite Dr. Sachin Kulkarni sir on the stage.
Is it able to? Okay. Thank you so much for your kind introduction. The preferred introduction would have been just a student of reproductive medicine. I'm still learning, and moment you read more and more, you feel you know nothing, because the newer concepts really enlighten us more and more. Well, thank you so much, Solapur Obs and Gyne Society. My apologies for my voice, and I just suffered a recent laryngitis. I'm recovering from that. But couldn't say no to Solapur Obs Gyne Society, couldn't say no to my dear friend Sachin Birazdar also when he requested to come down here. Because my association with Sachin is for a real long time, and so is an association with Solapur Obs Gyne Society. It's always very friendly and feels very family to come down to Solapur and to interact with all of you here. Well, today my job is pretty simple. I'm just going to introduce you a new drug, and job is very simple because not much evidence is published on this drug and very few papers are there. And so we are going to look into understanding this drug and how we can fit it into our practice. But this drug is very good for patient friendliness, I feel, and secondly, this is going to make a new avenue for many young gynecologists and IVF practitioners to put it in practice and come out with quick studies of maybe few cases, but those studies will be really publishable, and I'm sure Sachin, you will take interest in those kinds of stuff which we'll be presenting here. Sachin Birazdar and Alembic has supported completely my hospitality and the logistics to Solapur. Thank you so much, Sachin, for that. Elagolex is an oral antagonist tablet. So trust me for this, that antagonist was introduced prior to agonist. The antagonists which came in the market then were injectables, and these antagonists used to have a lot of local histamine release and lot of local irritation and erythema, and that's why they were not patient friendly. By that time, papers on agonists by Richard Fleming really started getting very popular. And then we started using long protocol more, though the antagonist came in the market before the long protocol was ever introduced. Slowly, around time of 1995 to 2005 was a time where the ganalitic study group or orgalutron study group came out with a lot of publications onto antagonists, and that became usable. And they really did very thorough dose finding studies of using 0.125, 0.25, 0.5, 1.25, etc., and we came down to a dose of 0.25 of cetrorelix or ganirelix in our IVF practice. Oral drug Elagolex was first described in 2006, and US FDA gave an approval for its usage in about 2018. Orlissa is the first international brand came in the market. The international brand is Orlissa. Herein with our company you have Unibilix, which has been introduced here. I think the most practical part of this drug is going to save us one injection. It's going to be a simple oral treatment available as for antagonist action. I'm not going to elaborate on how antagonists act. It is just a competitive inhibitor of GnRH receptor. The moment you give Elagolex tablet, in how much time will it act? The pharmacokinetically, it will start acting within an hour. In 4 hours, your LH level would have dropped by about 42%. And the recovery will be little earlier than an injectable antagonist. The injectable antagonist, the recovery of LH may start around 16 hours, and by the 24 hours it will recover to maybe 50% of the original level, or maybe less than 50%. And that's why we give every day an antagonist injection to keep the LH low. With elagolix, the recovery could be little early. Does that mean you need to give elagolix more frequently? Trust me, not. I'll come to this part of the story as we go on. The most approved prescription of elagolix is for endometriosis associated pain like dysmenorrhea, chronic pelvic pain or non-menstrual pain also, and also for dyschezia, dyspareunia. So all kinds of endometriosis related pain can be managed by giving elagolix. It's available at 150 and 200 milligram tablet. You should start with the least dose possible. You can, studies in IVF are as low as 50 milligram, but commonly available tablet is over 150 milligram and 200 strength is available. You can start with 150 milligram a day. You can go up to 300 milligram once a day can be given. So you can give divided dose, even 200 milligram twice a day in some cases. It is also indicated for patients of heavy menstrual bleeding because of fibroid uterus. I always feel strongly beyond endometriosis, fibroid is one disorder which requires a very good evidence-based medical treatment, and we don't have much because the disease load in our community is very, very high. If you look at the asymptomatic fibroids, about 10 to 15% of Indian women would be suffering from it. When you go to Ethiopia, when I go there, when I see in the African continent, 57% of women beyond 35 years will have fibroids, and they will have multiple fibroids. You can't put such a large population, even in India, a 10% of population through surgery as the only remedy for fibroid uterus. So we need a very good medical treatment which will least interfere with the general health of a lady, but give a very good symptomatic relief with fibroid related symptoms and also decrease the size of the fibroid. So I think elagolix with ulipristal, I'm not telling you to use it together, but ulipristal and elagolix will be two such choices. We as a gynecologist, as we master our myomectomy skills and laparoscopic suturing, we should also master our skills in giving ulipristal properly or elagolix so that our fibroid patients are happier. If you see women who are having fibroids or heavy menstrual bleeding beyond 35 years, I commonly ask her, as Dr. Kumtekar was just saying, shared decision making. That is an absolute square which we follow in infertility. It's always a shared decision making. So I ask my patient frankly, are you a type who gets scared of the fibroid diagnosis and want to get rid of it? Or you're a type that you're okay with the fibroid but you're shit scared of a surgery around it? You tell me what's your type. Then she says, well, I'm shit scared of the surgery. It's okay, then I go for medical treatment. So it's always a shared decision making. And all other words, sir, would be, for this would be a cafeteria approach. Like हम पंजाबी भी सर्व करेंगे, South Indian भी सर्व करेंगे, Chinese भी सर्व करेंगे, और दोनों मिलके decide करेंगे what is right for you. So practicing a cafeteria approach will give you more opportunities to give medical treatment. And the moment you give medical treatment, see the effect of it, and then you feel so happy about it. Let me quote an example. You have a 38, 39-year-old lady comes to you with a 6 centimeter fibroid, and she has had only one episode of menorrhagia, just one episode of menorrhagia. That may not be related to the fibroid, could be some anovulatory menorrhagia episode. The moment she is diagnosed with fibroid, the whole clout is created and she is advised go for surgery, and that too hysterectomy by 50% gynecologists, 50% will say myomectomy. And the lady doesn't want a hysterectomy, neither she wants a surgical procedure. I would be very ovarian reserve oriented even in this particular lady, though she has completed a family. If I look at her antral follicle count, she could be having 1 or 2 AFC. And if she has an AMH very low, FSH is already going up, will that fibroid ever increase in size? Less likely. So I would prefer a medical treatment, give elagolix for a period of 4 months, or may give ulipristal for a period of 4 months, give a waiting period, and for all you know, everything will just disappear. She will be symptom free later and she won't even bother you. Her questions of will the fibroid increase, rather than scaring her, it may, or giving her a scare of sarcoma. Look into your practice. How many patients of fibroid sarcomas have you seen compared to the fibroids you see in your practice? Hardly any sarcomas. So why scare her? Give her a medical option. The moment you use it for 3-4 clients, I'm sure your confidence in using medical treatment will be very happy. So the dose, as I told you, it can be given for a pretty long time. I have not used it for 24 months, which has not been in the market. I always was, when I used to go to Dubai, I used to have a lot of Bangladeshi students, and they used to use Elagolix. It was introduced in Bangladesh maybe 6-7 years back. I used to always envy them. So I really wanted Indian market to introduce Elagolix, so that gives us one more patient-friendly avenue to use it up. So I have never used it. I've used it for 3-4 months, and it works well. I'll come to that. The complication common is the bone mineral density loss, but if you use it beyond 6 months, it would have that issue. And we understand in Indian population, we could be having osteomalacia or osteoporosis pretty common. Ideal way would be to look at the bone mineral densitometry study, and if the level is less than 1.5 standard deviation below, don't give it for beyond 6 months. You can give for 3 to 6 months, but don't give it beyond 6 months, because there is 0.3% BMD loss. But using it for 3 to 6 months is pretty safe. Should you use an add-back therapy? I think add-back therapy is very theoretical from my point of view, because I have never given even agonist injections for 1 year and 2 years in my practice. But for girls who suffer from precocious puberty, but there you don't need add-back therapy, because they're growing girls and they don't need an estrogen. Rather, they don't want an estrogen because you want their height to go up. So we're not worried about an add-back therapy in that particular clientele. Otherwise, I don't give add-back therapies, because our use is only limited for 3 months or 4 months. So these are the reasons for ovulation suppression they have used. But I'll come to this little later when this slide is. Yeah, this is one article. I would like all of you to read this when you want to start using Elagolix. It's a very nice elaborate article and aptly titled as a clinician's guide of treatment of endometriosis. They have looked at the studies which are published onto Elagolix and endometriosis and really give very practical tips to everybody how to use it up. Let me go through a few slides of this. So whom will you choose? The drug of choice for endometriosis related pain has been combined oral contraceptive pill, Dynogest, and now comes Elagolix. So with combined oral contraceptive pills, it was a thing of yesteryears, maybe a decade back I would say. In last decade we have taken over by Dynogest. We hardly have used OC pills. The problem with OC pills is it has to be used continuously. You can't be using in breaks. The moment you use in breaks, the endometriosis keeps there as it is. Lesion disappearance is not seen with COC pills. Dynogest induces apoptosis. So there will be lesion coming down. Elagolix will cause apoptosis because estrogen will go to down, very to its nadir. So there will be regression in the lesions of endometriosis. But COC pill, no. Unfortunately, COC pill has ethinyl estradiol, maybe 20-30 microgram. But even that ethinyl estradiol is much more powerful than estradiol valerate or estradiol hemihydrate what we use. So the ethinyl estradiol molecule itself is very strong in the OC pill, and that may not allow a lesion disappearance. So OC pills have really faded away from our practice. And it has been taken over by Dynogest, and now we have a choice of Elagolix. And the differential this would come to one core thing, would be, will the lady who is on Dynogest be okay having irregular spotting in between? There are communities in India, I'm not putting a blame game here, there are communities in India who are very sensitive about menstrual onsets and menstrual irregularities. Like they won't go to temple, they won't do a puja. There are some families I still witness in today's era, they won't go to kitchen. For those families that are in a joint family status, having this irregular spotting makes them feel very vulnerable to being spotted or stigmatized that you are having menses very frequently, and they themselves, it's very deep rooted, so very difficult for them to take them out of that. If you are successful to take them out of that theory, that's wonderful. So Dynogest may not do well in that particular girl, well Elagolix will do. Elagolix will not introduce irregular bleeding. It will either cause amenorrhea or it will cause very low bleeding in the menstrual cycle. So that's a big advantage of using Elagolix over Dynogest. If you want to use Dynogest still, then you will have to give a GnRH agonist first. So you can do an Elagolix for 1 month, Dynogest for 1 month together, come out of Elagolix and continue Dynogest. Because we want to have better of both worlds. We want Elagolix so that no intermenstrual bleeding. No endometrial hyperplasia. Dynogest irregular bleeding is because of two reasons. One is some of them cause endometrial hyperplasias, and some of them the dose is inadequate to suppress the ovulation enough, so they would have this intermenstrual bleeding. So if you give GnRH agonist leuprolide depot first and then start Dynogest, only one dose of leuprolide depot, these symptoms are less. But you can combine with elagolix also. Elagolix for 1 month, Dynogest, then elagolix can stop and Dynogest can continue. The advantage of Dynogest over elagolix for a long-term use is there. For a long-term use, Dynogest produces less BMD loss, well, elagolix for a long. So we want to use it beyond 6 months, okay? Then you be very, very sensitive of the BMD part of it. Otherwise, like in my practice, I don't use GnRH agonist injection also beyond 3 or 4 months, because I get very conscious about what illness I will do to the ill effects I will do to the BMD, because we don't have a very certain measurable parameters for that. So whom will you use elagolix to? An established endometriosis case. Established case does not mean laparoscopy, it simply means a sonography. At sonography, you would diagnose smallest of the endometrioma. If you have a good machine and you are awake, I'm sure you will even diagnose deep infiltrative endometriosis, like rectal nodules will be diagnosed. And a simple PV examination will tell you the shorty tender uterocycle nodule indicating a deep infiltrative endometriosis. Only the peritoneal deposits are not diagnosable unless you do laparoscopy. But if the patient is having severe congestive dysmenorrhea, not responding to NSAID alone, or not responding to one cycle of COC, now that can be a candidate. You can assume, ASRM says, you can assume that to be suffering from endometriosis. There is no need to do any invasive test, and you can go ahead and treat it up. Otherwise, rectovaginal nodule, and if no response to even GnRH depot, this is one indication you will not use elagolix. The client gives you a history, well, I took GnRH depot injection in the past for 2 cycles, there was no symptom relief. Now you can't be giving the same drug in oral format saying that this will act better. So this is one contraindication you will not be using elagolix to. So which client will you select preferably? Select preferably a progesterone resistant patient, like somebody of an heavy menstrual bleeding who is not responded to your norethistron for 2 cycles. Somebody who is not responding to Dynogest, or you have given any other progesterone like medroxyprogesterone acetate, they are not responding symptom wise, then elagolix is one drug can be introduced very safely. Or if she has faced significant abnormal bleeding episodes with Dynogest, as I mentioned earlier, elagolix will become a better drug to use it in that format. So these are the candidates which that clinical guideline tells us to use. I've just went through the same thing, but this is what they say, that these are the candidates who are suitable for elagolix treatment. If you have endometriosis recurrence after surgery, again, this is one client who will be very resistant, will not be interested. Thank you so much. So nice of you. Thank you. She won't be interested in surgery. Not only she, neither you are interested in doing a surgery, because you will be hampering her ovarian reserve drastically. So I think this will be another patient who to get them symptom free, you can use elagolix therapy till the time a certain decision making is done towards what is her symptom and how you're going to take care of the symptoms in a long-term region. So I've just tried to compare the BMD effects, and now this is not my intelligence, this is Perplexity AI. I didn't have much time, so I just put to the AI what is the BMD effects of different drugs, and I got a nice table made. And elagolix, well, it is, less than 1% will have it, less severe than GnRH agonist injections. Dynogest hardly has a BMD loss. And letrozole, it's commonly, a lot of people are saying use letrozole for endometriosis or adenomyosis. So I do use letrozole in my practice when I combine with norethistron and letrozole for a period of 20 days for women who have heavy menstrual bleeding of a very recent origin, not long-term sufferer, or even having adenomyosis. I feel I need to give treatment for 2-3 months because AFC is very low. If she's controlled, she may just get controlled and move forward. But again, when you use a letrozole for a long time, continuously, it is associated with bone mineral BMD loss. So this we are not very commonly aware about, neither do we test it. So elagolix would be better than letrozole, I would say. Diagnosis has that problem of irregular bleeding that can be managed with elagolix. What about drug interactions? Well, we can't give midazolam, rosuvastatin, little high lip. So when you give obesity, and many a times you'll be giving this drug for somebody who has completed a family suffering from heavy menstrual bleeding or adenomyosis or an endometrioma, they're sitting at 38 years of age, you don't want to operate on that. You can give her medical treatment over a period, she'll just regress a bit and she'll become symptom free because anyway she's going towards a low ovarian reserve pattern. So rosuvastatin, if she's on obesity, she's taking that doses need to be adjusted. Again, digoxin, I have not mentioned, digoxin dose also needs to be adjusted. Somebody suffering from heart failure using digoxin, be aware about it. No to rifampicin. Hepatic impairment and severe osteoporosis is a contraindication. So you ask these histories to them. Bone mineral BMD till 1.5 standard deviation below normal is okay for starting elagolix. You should not worry much on that. And when it comes to symptom relief, look at the symptom relief. You have a very good symptom relief. They have used 150 and 200 milligram doses here, and this is the placebo wing. You have a very reasonable symptom relief. Now, we have commonly in our practice, we will see patients of endometrioma or deep infiltrative. Very uncommonly, we will see somebody with colorectal endometriosis. So there is a nice systematic review published on colorectal endometriosis, because even that is going to be recurrent. Even whatever you do, the recurrence is going to be common. So they did a comparative study of rectal resection versus long-term medical treatment, and satisfaction rate in the long-term medical treatment was far better. There was 78% satisfaction rate, while surgical satisfaction rate was only 65%. So I feel in spite of a lot of YouTubers telling you to do rectal resections, think about this, educate your client that initially if the patient is okay, tolerating slow withdrawal of the symptoms, then over a period of 6 months or more, nicely the symptoms would come down for most of them. What side effects? So mild hot flushes could be noted, but only 1% really discontinue the drug for that. Now this doesn't happen with Dynogest. With Dynogest, you give for 3-4 months, and if she has irregular spotting 2 or 3 times, she will announce, please withdraw this drug, I am getting very uncomfortable. You know, so this will not happen. Typically that symptom will not happen with this. After 6 months, the mean BMD decrease could be beyond 0.3%. A partial recovery will be observed even after stoppage of elagolix tablet. And now comes the interesting part. These are a very few papers which are published on use of elagolix in infertility practice. Now, when we always wanted elagolix to be introduced because I could say 1 injection a day. Because commonly in my practice, my protocols involve Gonalef and Menopur together. With Gonalef, because I believe in having good amount of LH activity through the IVF cycle. So I don't use Gonalef alone. So we are using 2 injections a day. And now with antagonists, you have 3rd injection coming in. So 3 injections a day for 8 days. And the last day is 3 injections dose. And again taking Leupride and dual trigger, HCG. So it takes 5 injections in the last day. I feel there's too much of injections. So getting elagolix therein will make my IVF cycle very patient friendly. Look at, we have a large amount of innate IVF cycles going on. But look at egg donors. They'll be very comfortable popping a tablet in. Look at social egg freezing. Onco-fertility reasons, they'll be very happy popping a tablet in rather than taking multiple injections. Okay, so it's always fair to reduce injection burden in IVF. You know, every IVF client, before you embark onto IVF, they'll ask you, "Kiti injection denar, kiti tras will." That is the commonest question. So in our practice, since the introduction of elagolix, it has taken over my antagonist completely, and all my embryo transfers are natural cycle embryo transfers, so it has taken over all injectable progesterone completely in my practice. Unless you have an adenomyosis or endometriosis or a ovarian failure patient who is going for a programmed cycle embryo transfer. You can use, this is the dose you can use in IVF. It's not 442, it's 42%. It's a typo error. Reduction in LH levels. Safely use agonist alone. You can, what trigger? You can use agonist trigger also with antagonists, like any other antagonist. It's just that it is better because it is oral or dual trigger. Any trigger is fair. So this is one paper published in Endocrine Society Journal of Elagolix. They said it's less invasive, cheaper option than injectable for ovulation suppression and IVF. It's a very nice paper. And in our practice, if you go by, low ovarian reserve patient with advanced age is the core of our practice. The SART, the Society of Assisted Reproductive Technology, in 2021 analyzed the US data, and they said 57% of all the women taking IVF in US are either low ovarian reserve or advanced maternal age, advanced age. So I'm sure the same is in India as well, maybe 5 to 10% higher. Because unfortunately, in India, our ovarian reserve losses much faster. We don't know the reason. It could be fertilizers, it could be pollution, but I feel more than that, we are a developing country and we are into stress for one reason or the other. The other day, Kumtekar sir bought an BMW and I was in stress. This happens very commonly in India. For no reason at all, you go in stress. And that chronic stress, again and again, for some reason or the other, could be getting the ovarian reserves low. Okay, I need to find a gynecologist with a great ovarian reserve. Okay, the two papers I like to quote here. There's a beautiful study done way back in 2015 in Bangalore, where they did 22,000 women. It was a study done by Indian Express. 22,000 women they looked into, asked them just the history of their menopausal age. And 12% of the women had menopause at 40 years of age. See the burden of low ovarian reserve in India. Okay, so all those women about 12 years early will start having low reserve. 12 years early, when 28, who gets married before 28 anyway? The second was this was a study done by Manish Banker and the Valencia group, because they are in Novo IVF, so they have the Spanish collaboration, and they did a study of, it's called SWAN studies. It is studies of women across nations. SWAN studies it is called. You go on the website, nice beautiful studies of comparative women are published there. And the SWAN study said the Indian woman ovary is 7 years older than a Spanish woman. Okay, so these are we don't know the reason exact, but this is the fact that our burden of low ovarian reserve is very high. Because of this reason, we need to convince our client for 2 or 3 cycles of IVF. If you're convincing 2 or 3 cycles of IVF, 1, you have to make it cheaper. 2, you have to make it more friendlier. So elagolix is going to give you both the things. It will make it cheaper because one antagonist injection equal to the whole treatment cost of elagolix in the IVF cycle. So you're going to save over 5,000-6,000 rupees there. On top of that, it is patient friendly. Again, since many women beyond 36-37 years undergo IVF, and now PGTA has become a norm at our place, that for everybody beyond 37, they all go for PGTA with trophectoderm biopsy, and thalassemics and many more reasons. Since the education status in the country has increased, they go for PGTM also. All these patients will demand multiple cycles to have a good amount of euploid embryo to transfer. So again, and nowadays I feel my PGTA less than 35 has also gone up, because there are most of the women in the families, they say, I want just one baby. And when you want to transfer one blastocyst, my pregnancy rate doesn't go beyond 25%. If I put 2, it touches 49%. But if I can put a euploid blast 1, the pregnancy rate would be around 50-60%. So then again, even they are younger, our PGTA things are going up. And PGTA is a destiny. You don't know which embryo will be euploid and which will be aneuploid. So it makes us convince them to go for more protocols. Now, can I vary a bit from elagolix here? Okay, this is not boasting, please don't misunderstand me, but this is a novel protocol, we call it. We are doing a study on that. We almost completed about 150 cases. We are not yet sent for publication. The statistical activity is not even started. So it is in a very miniature thing. But let me tell you how we do it. So we select all women of Posidon 3 here. So they are young but very low ovarian reserve, or Posidon 4. These are the women we select here. And we give intradermal recombinant FSH, not subcutaneous, intradermal. And we give 900 IU on one day. First day we give 900 IU and fertile tablet, clomiphene 100 milligram, because intradermal FSH does not give LH activity. And we need LH because they are women who are low reserve. You need LH activity. So fertile gives you LH because it will tell the hypothalamus to secrete GnRH and the LH goes up. After 4 days, we see the follicles. If the follicles are recruited, we may give just 600 IU intradermal every 3rd day for 2 or 3 days. The follicle is ready, 16-17 millimeter, give a trigger and take it out. So the whole cycle is crammed up in a very small cost. using the best injection like RFSH, and I can do multiple cycles. And all these are random starts. We don't go by day 2. It's always a random start we go with, or it is always with the estrogen pre-treatment. So we create a LH pool and then we start off with this kind of music. I've done about 150 rough cycles. Let's see if I'm able to put it for even somebody accepts is also a good thing. Otherwise just a jugaad protocol. It will go as a jugaad protocol, whatever. So more cycles are needed to achieve live birth, and if you want to do it more, you have to do it cheaper and flexier, and this will be elagolix will have its place there. So this is the protocol which has been described when you use a minimal stimulation using elagolix. So you will be giving clomiphene, letrozole and a small amount of gonadotrophins till 5 days. And then instead of adding antagonist, you will just stop clomiphene, letrozole, continue gonadotrophins and add elagolix tablet. And then you go with the protocol. And this will be very simple, much cheaper than doing. So the ethos of this, let me tell you why I don't follow this and I follow the novel. Let me just tell you that. Because all my patients of novel protocol have a high FSH value, an FSH of 12, 18, 16. So just giving low dose gonadotrophins and clomiphene letrozole alone cannot heighten my FSH. We have a routine practice of doing FSH levels on day 6 and day 12. We plot a trajectory and our aim is to achieve an FSH level of 20 at least at the end of the trajectory, because that is an optimum stimulation. That's your optimum stimulation. So when the FSH is already 18, my minimal stimulation is not going to work. So I have to go very full throttle, and that's where 900 IU intradermal works. Why intradermal? It has a slower absorption. I'm not able to do, there have been dose finding studies have been published, but I'm not able to do myself because every day I have to do an FSH level, which is not practical for me. Then see, this is a comparative study. They used cetrotide and elagolix. And they have looked at the live birth and euploidy rate. Look at the euploidy rate and blastocyst rate. It's all the same. So your elagolix, have faith in that. It is not going to decrease your blastulation rate, neither it is going to affect your euploidy rate. So you can be safely using this particular thing in antagonist cycles. You can use elagolix at every level in IVF cycle, and this I like the most. A lot of us practice giving agonist before you start IVF, so that your FSH and LH is kept to its nadir and the follicles will accumulate and you have a better synchronization. So use elagolix instead, tablet to be popped in. Do it for about 7-8 days prior. By the time she comes to you on day 2, she will have a synchronization. So elagolix can be used here. In this particular study, they use it for 28 days, but I would just use it for 8-10 days. Enough. It's called agonist stop protocol. And good papers by Raula, Oribito, Israel are published on agonist stop protocol. That's their favorite there in Israel. Then use again stop elagolix, start a stimulation, then start elagolix again as routine antagonist. Give your trigger. This patient could be PCOS or this patient could be hyper-responder. Then you want to avoid her OHSS. One is you are given agonist injection. To prevent OHSS, again you can put elagolix after OPU is done. Or this patient could be a breast cancer patient who wants to have her E2 levels going down as soon as the pickup is over. You can use elagolix there to put the E2 level slow. So elagolix can fit in any of the formats of an IVF cycle. This is one study which we are waiting for a result to come up. I don't think it would make much of a difference. It's called a pregnant study. A 2022 trial, they have just published the trial protocol. I don't think the results are out, or maybe my search is inadequate. I could not find the results published. This is a protocol where they're giving 28-30 days of elagolix before you start IVF cycle. Basically, they have borrowed it from long agonist protocol. There was a time when we used to give long agonist, two depots, ultra long protocol we would say it, and then start stimulation. So, but that protocol is not good because you are harming the ovarian reserve and telling the ovary, now come on, wake up. The ovary which is harmed for 2 months can't be woken up. I think something similar will be end result of this, and this is just a prejudice, biased opinion which I have. So it's something similar to agonist stop protocol. You can use this in our IVF cycle. In agonist stop protocol, you typically start loop-roller injection, 0.1 milligram a day. Don't do it until the menses. Once menses come, you stop it and start with your stimulation. After 5-6 days of stimulation, when you have a recruitment, add antagonist and stimulation continues and then trigger. Same, only Lupride you replace by Elagolix, and stimulation again by Elagolix, and it fits in and absolutely safe in all your IVF protocols. So I think Elagolix has a bigger role more than endometriosis in our patient in our IVF cycles, because it's going to make our cycles more friendlier and cheaper. What about IUI cycles? You will face IUI cycles where there is asymmetry which cannot be avoided. You're not going to do anything to synchronize the follicles. So by the time you come to a trigger day, you will have a follicle of 20 millimeter and 3 follicles of 16 millimeter. If you give trigger, you lose the 21, you lose the 16 ones. If you don't give trigger, the 20 will have its own innate trigger and you just stand to lose everything. There could be chance of premature luteinization is also high. So you have a choice here now. You just add Elagolix tablet and continue HMG stimulation till the time all follicles reach 18-20 millimeter, what your criteria are set in, and then give a trigger. But then the problem is, if the follicles are 3 or more or 4 follicles, and a younger patient, you stand a risk of OHSS with your HCG trigger. So we have modified that trigger. Now this is another study. I must very proudly say that we put in almost beyond 200 cases, sent it for our ASHRAE presentation, got a phenomenal rejection. So I've received my first rejection, proudly I must say. But probably I need to refine the study and put it again for an acceptance. I'm sure one day it will see. So what we are doing in our group is, whenever we see 3 or more follicles, we are not giving HCG. We give agonist trigger. Agonist trigger is quite a no-no in IUI actually. Because if you give agonist, there is severe luteolysis and you will stand to lose all follicles. So, but we give agonist, we give Lupride 4 ml to 4 milligram. It does not cost beyond 600 or 800 bucks. The same as HCG cost. But we give 1.5 ml, 1.5 ml and 1 ml at 12-hourly injection. So what are we doing physiologically? We're taking the LH up, but we are not allowing it to come down for some time. What is a natural LH surge? Going up, plateau and coming down. That exactly simulation we are doing. But how do we know we are doing right? So on day 8 of the first injection, we do serum progesterone level. And we do luteal support only with dufaston. Why? Because dufaston does not get measured as progesterone. So my progesterone level on day 8 is only from these follicles. So if I am able to maintain a good progesterone level beyond 10 nanograms, it is good. And we have been able to maintain a very good progesterone level proportional to the number of follicles there. So this is, and no OHSs, I have not reported any OHSs. I have given it for something like 8 follicles and 10 follicles also. Because what happens is, suppose you have 8 follicles and you want to cancel the cycle. We are all private practitioners. Patients have spent about 10,000 rupees to reach those 8 follicles. And they said, Doctor, tumhara kalda kasa nahi evda dose dila. Very difficult to cancel the cycle. And you have to cancel the cycle because you risk OHSs otherwise. So I think this is one way of going it. But will I reduce the risk of pregnancy-induced OHSs? No, I can't reduce the risk of pregnancy-induced OHSs. That I have to accept it. So Elagolix short-term for 3 months, beyond 35 years, yes. In decision-making also, ladies could be in preparatory process for, they could be going treadmills and stress tests or echos and different investigations before their surgery. Or they would just want to postpone the decision of surgery for the holiday period or post-Diwali or post some ceremonies in the family. You can give this as a good treatment. It will definitely lessen the bleeding, and even some women can become amenorrheic. Lipid changes could be seen in few. If you are really sensitive, you can do a metabolic profile. It's already bad lipid is there, then you educate them on the diet and lifestyle as well. So this is another paper of fibroids. As I said, very few references are published, and this is one of them I got on fibroids. That definitely decreases heavy menstrual bleeding, and not only that, it also decreases the fibroid size. So what future usage we could be looking at? This is just a speculation, or you can say this is daydreaming by me. So we could be looking at hysteroscopic myomectomy. Somebody like me, who not confident of doing a 4 centimeter FIGO 0 or FIGO 1 myoma hysteroscopically. I would say thoda reduce hoga 2.5 with, I'll be happier. So I will put them onto Elagolix for 2-3 months, reduce it and then do it. Recurrence of endometriosis. It could be used as a preventive measure post-surgery, or it could be used as a treatment of a recurrence which is there. OHSS, definitely for prevention of OHSS, this will be a good way to go, because you can decrease your LH levels and your stimulation of the follicles will go down. It should be a routine use in all anti-IVF cycles. Adenomyosis patients who are refusing surgery, they can safely go on Elagolix, and for follicle synchronization as agonist stop protocol. I feel this could be the usage in future. This is one avenue where youngsters can collect their data and even publish case reports, it will be publishable because elagolic studies are not there much in the market. Well, thank you so much all of you for a patient hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. This is not looking but otherwise. Thank you very much for very enlightening and very informative, very enlightening talk on a new drug, which at least is new for me and for many of us who are hearing about this for the first time. And it's probably going to give a good ray of hope to many patients with fibroids and endometriosis, and even for IVF, lots of advantages you have mentioned, and it is really going to be of great help to many in the coming years. Of course, we will like to have some more information in the coming days, and we will look forward to your different studies, and which are going to throw a lot of light on many aspects of this wonderful drug. So once again, on behalf of Solapur Ophthalmic Society, we are all thankful to you for your wonderful presentation. And any time for questions, if anybody, I'm sure there will be many who would like to have some yes. It's request from all to please be here so that we can they can discuss with you on certain aspects. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. I would request the chairperson to please felicitate Dr. Sachin Kulkarni, sir.
Good afternoon, one and all. After delicious lunch, we will move on to very interesting session, moot court. What is moot court and why we held it? Moot court is a simulated legal exercise where law students argue hypothetical cases in mock appellate court setting. Basically, it was for law students for hands-on experience, but after CPA, it is equally important in our profession also. It serves skill development, practical exposure, critical thinking, and oral advocacy. It makes us aware importance of proper documentation and courtroom etiquettes. It helps to bridge gap between the theoretical learning and court session practice, to analyze complex legal issues and adopt for judicial questionnaire. Our mooters will not let you sleep after delicious lunch. Over to you, mooters.
Hello. After the delicious lunch, I welcome you all, and I am sure तुमचे नक्कीच झोप उडणार ह्या मुटकोट नंतर. सो मामला अदालत में है, and just to start with the session, we all know that we are living in the medico-legal era and ignorance of law is no excuse. we as obstetricians, we face the highest number of litigations. In the 21st century, the science of obstetrics has undergone phenomenal development with proper understanding of process of pregnancy and childbirth. In view of these developments, expectations of patients, as sir said, कि आत्ताच्या आत्ता ट्रीटमेंट हवी, and relatives and authorities also, they have exponentially increased. The health and the legal system has undergone a sea change. Neither science nor humans can be perfect in everything and at all times. We as doctors, we are humans too and are bound to make mistakes. But mishaps can occur, and obstetrics mishaps are viewed very seriously. It's becoming more and more complicated due to the high number of high-risk pregnancies, the advanced stage of marriage and late pregnancies, increased number of multifetal pregnancies because of ART, and epidemic of systemic diseases like hypertension, diabetes, obesity, hypothyroidism in pregnancy. And apart from that, the lifestyle of Gen Z. Practicing obstetrics is like tarevarchi kasrat. Every patient wants 100% guarantee no matter what the risk, and Google doctor is consulted for decision making. Rising interference of relatives and political persons in patients' management, rising number of litigations, exorbitant compensations given by courts, and stringent laws for hospitals with unjustified punishments. When there is a crisis, doctor Bhagwan hota hai, and if there is a mishap, doctor Shaitan hota hai. So today we have on board a case of litigation against an obstetrician. It is an obstetric mishap which can occur in our day-to-day practice. Litigations were filed by the patient and allegations were raised against the doctor. We have experts, Dr. Alka Kuthe madam and Dr. Girish Kumtekar sir as the expert lawyers, and expert jury shall hear from both the sides and deliver the judgment. Let me introduce Judge Dr. Neetu Jaikar, complainant patient Dr. Snehal Pawar, mother-in-law of patient Dr. Suvarna Basudkar, defendant doctor, that is the treating doctor, Dr. Sunita Devgaonkar, expert doctor, Dr. Sulbha Jhambre, counsel for the patient, Dr. Alka Kuthe, counsel for the doctor, Dr. Girish Kumtekar sir, and I am the moderator. So, I welcome Dr. Girish Kumtekar sir as Advocate Wagmare, Dr. Alka Kuthe madam as Advocate Tirmare, and our Honorable Judge Dr. Neetu Jaikar as Gayatri Devi. We have complainant Maya as the patient, Chandrabhaga Bai as the mother-in-law, we have Dr. Podduke, Dr. Sunita Haziro, and expert doctor Dr. Sulbha as Dr. Bhage. All the cases are fictitious and prepared for discussion only on the medical legal aspect. Any similarity with a patient in your practice is purely coincidental and is not subject to litigation, and the organizers shall not be held responsible for the content of the discussion. So let me give you the case details. Third gravida patient with previous to LSCS, two living children, 2 females, one is 3-year-old and the other one is 10 months old. Approach for MTP to Dr. Podduke with 2.5 months amenorrhea on Saturday morning. Note the details. On Saturday morning, her UPT was positive, but she was not willing for TL as there was a marriage at her home. Her hemoglobin was 9 gram%, urine report was normal, and her blood group was BRH negative. MTP was planned on Sunday morning. Consent was taken. Dr. Khote was called for anesthesia. During the procedure, it was a difficult cervical dilatation. Intraoperatively, the patient started bleeding, had hypotension, so blood was sent for cross-matching. RH negative blood was not readily available in the nearby blood bank. Meanwhile, expert Dr. Bhage was called for help, but she was held up in the traffic jam due to flyover construction. But the patient continued to bleed, so laparotomy and further hysterectomy was performed to control the bleeding after informing and taking consent of the mother-in-law. The operation was completed, but the patient had to be shifted to higher center for ICU management. And after recovery, after few days, patient was shifted to recovery room. Now the husband complained that he had to rush to different blood banks, but only one bottle of B negative blood was available, and that too in only one blood bank. Blood bank was not ready to issue blood without any donor. By the time he reached the hospital with the blood bag, the doctor had already removed the uterus, and when asked them how they went ahead with the surgery without his consent, no one was answering properly, and the nurse told that all has been done after taking consent of patient's mother-in-law. So hospital later on charged a bill of 3 lakhs and ICU charges of 4.5 lakhs. Now the allegations are as follows. Doctor was not competent to do MTP, cut the wrong vessel which caused bleeding, did not arrange enough blood for patient surgery, no high risk consent was taken, sonography and MRI was not done, did hysterectomy without consent of the husband, OT notes were incomplete, and the patient also complained that we had read many surgeries on the internet where uterus could have been saved. Still, doctor went ahead with the hysterectomy. Patient was given general anesthesia and put to sleep as to hide what went wrong with the surgery. ICU was not available and patient was shifted to another center. So, compensation of 20 lakhs was demanded for permanently losing uterus and forfeiting a chance to have a second baby. So, this is a misprint here, it's 20 lakhs. So, Honorable Court, the court proceedings will be on. So, तारीख पे तारीख, but मिलती रही, but इंसाफ नहीं मिला मिलॉर्ड. So, please. Thank you.
एडवोकेट तीर मारे हाजिर हो, एडवोकेट वाघ मारे हाजिर हो.
Yes, Milord. Can I start the statement? Hello. Am I audible? Follow my decision. So thank you very much. We'll start the court proceeding. Honorable sir, here is my patient who came to Dr. Khote for just single MTP, and she has been conducted hysterectomy because of the malpractice or because of the हावरटपणा म्हणून आपण त्याला डॉक्टर मॅडमचा ती सरळ सर्वांची शुभाकामना. So please give me permission to ask my client what happened with her. Okay? इथे मी त्या समोर येतेस का? येते.
नमस्ते मॅडम.
पुढे खाली येऊ शकता का?
माझं नाव माया कुरकुरे मॅडम.
माया प्रेमळ नाव आहे माझ्या पेशंटचं. ॲक्च्युली तुझं काय गर्भपात करायला गेली होतीस तू?
होय मॅडम.
मग गर्भपात करण्याकरता डॉक्टर पोटदुखेंकरता गेली असं तुझं म्हणणं आहे. पुढे नेमकं काय घडलं? तू केव्हा गेली होतीस?
माझं हे 3रं बाळ होतं मॅडम. मग मला आधी 2 पोरी आहेत. एक 5 वर्षाची आहे आणि एक 3 वर्षाची आहे. आणि दोन्ही सीझर झाली होती. आता हे 3ऱ्या बारीनं 2 महिने झालं होतं, पण 2 महिने झाल्यावर लईच उलट्या व्हायला लागल्या. म्हणजे काय खाल्लेलं बी पचत नव्हतं. जे बी खाईल पाणी बी पिलं तरी उलटी होत होती. रोजच उलट्या होत होत्या आणि काय काम बी करता येत नव्हतं. होय की नाही हो सासूबाई? मग सासूबाई आमचं मालक सगळेच म्हणायला लागले खाली करू म्हणून, कारण बाळ खाली करू. हां,
म्हणून आम्ही आमच्या मॅडमकडे भेटायला गेलो होतो. आणि जेव्हा भेटायला गेलो तेव्हा शनिवारी गेलो होतो मॅडम. हां आणि शनिवारी सकाळीच गेले होते मॅडम. मी आणि आमचा मालक गेलो होतो. आणि सकाळी गेल्यावरती मग मॅडमला सांगितलं आमच्या घरी सोमवारी लग्न होतं मॅडम. सोमवारी दिराचं लग्न होतं माझ्या. तर मग शनिवारी गेल्यावरती आम्ही सांगितलं आमच्या मॅडमला की आमचं खाली करायचं आहे, खाली करायचं. मग गोळ्या घ्यायला म्हणून गेलो होतो. तर मॅडम म्हटल्या की आता गोळ्या काय घ्यायला यायच्या नाहीत, 2.5 महिन्याचं झालं आहे बाळ. तर मॅडमनी आम्हाला आधी रक्ताच्या तपासण्या आणि सोनोग्राफी लिहून दिली. हो, रक्ताच्या तपासण्या करून आम्ही गेलो, पण सोनोग्राफीला जाईपर्यंत ते सेंटरच बंद झालं होतं.
अच्छा.
हां. मग आम्ही रविवारी सकाळी सांगितल्याप्रमाणे ॲडमिट झालो. सकाळी 7 वाजताच गेलो होतो उपाशी पोटी.
7 वाजता उपाशी पोटी काही
न खाता गेले होते.
बरं, मग पुढे काय झालं?
मग ॲडमिट झालो 8 वाजता. 9 वाजता मग आमच्या सह्या हे घेतलं, सगळं तयारी केली. 9 वाजता घेतलं मला आतमध्ये.
बरं.
मग आतमध्ये मला भूल दिली.
सर 9 वाजता ऑपरेशन करता आतमध्ये गेलं, पॉईंट टू बी नोटेड.
मला त्याच्यानंतर तर मग भूल दिल्यावर काय माहीत नाही मॅडम. मग आमचे जेव्हा मला रात्री जेव्हा शुद्ध आली तेव्हा तर मी ICU मध्येच होती बघा. तर माझ्या मग बाजूला आमच्या सासूबाई बसल्या होत्या, नवरा होता तिथं. लय रडत होती बघा सासूबाई आमचे. तर मग मला काहीच माहिती नाही त्या दिवशी काय झालं आणि काय नाही. फक्त काय तर मोठं ऑपरेशन झालं एवढंच समजलं बघा.
मोठं ऑपरेशन झालं.
हां. परत नंतर मला घरी गेल्यावर सांगितलं सासूबाईंनी नवऱ्यानी की माझं पिशवी काढली आहे म्हणून.
अच्छा. पिशवी काढली सांगितलं?
पिशवी काढली म्हणून सांगितली मॅडम.
केव्हा सांगितलं तुला?
मला जेव्हा घरी गेली तेव्हा सांगितलं मला.
अच्छा. तो पण तुला काहीच माहित नव्हतं?
काय नव्हतं माहिती. फक्त
पॉईंट टू बी नोटेड मॅडम, जज मॅडम, गर्भपाता गेलेली बाईला गर्भ खाली करायला गेली होती ती आणि तिची पिशवीच खाली करून टाकली.
मला त्याच्यामुळे आधी तर काहीच माहिती नव्हतं. पिशवी तर मी आम्हाला तर हे बाळ पाहिजे होतं बघा मॅडम. पण 2.5 महिन्याला लईच उलट्या व्हायला लागल्या म्हणून मग शेवटी हा निर्णय घेतला. काम बी होत नव्हतं, घरात सगळ्यांची चापदा होत होती. आणि असंच आम्ही पिशवी धुवायची म्हणून गेलो आणि डायरेक्ट पिशवी काढूनच घरी आली की.
बघा मायाची किती ट्रॅजेडिक अवस्था झाली असेल मॅडम. गर्भपात करायला गेलेली मुलगी, तिला आणखीन मूल हवं होतं आणि पुढे ती पिशवी खाली करून घरी गेली. त्यामुळे तिला आता बाळ देखील होणार नाही. ठीक आहे, पुढचं सासूबाई आले तुझ्यासोबत?
आले.
या बस, या सासूबाई समोर येता.
नमस्ते वकिलीनबाई.
नमस्ते.
नमस्ते
अशा तुमच्या मायाने सांगितलं, शपथ पण घेतली गीतेवर हात ठेवून. आता तुम्हाला पण
मला काय शपथ घ्यायची ग, मी नेहमीच खरं बोलते, तरी मी आबा तोबा करते.
अरे पण कोर्टाची पद्धत आहे.
ठीक आहे.
नमस्कार करतात.
हे बघा, ही माया माझी ना एकुलती एक सून आहे.
अच्छा.
माझ्या पम्याची बायको.
पम्या?
पम्या म्हणजे माझं पोरग.
अच्छा.
2 महिने झालं अन्नाचा घास खायला.
आता बसू द्या ना तिला, पुन्हा
भाकरीचा तुकडा तोंडात जाईन, नुसतं बिस्किट खायला लागली, बिस्कुट खायला लागली नुसतं. 2 महिने झाले
त्यांना बिस्किट आपण
बघा चेहरा किती सुकलाय बघ.
हो, ते सगळं माहित आहे म्हणून तर तुम्ही केस टाकली. पण पुढे काय नेमकं बोला ना, काय झालं?
तिला काय झालं, 2.5 महिन्याची पोटुशी होती ती. पोटुशी होती.
गरबार. ओके.
सारखं उलट्या करायला, इतकं उलट्या.
हसायला काय झालं सासूबाई?
हसायला नाही, मला ते ठसका लागला हो एकदम.
अच्छा.
तिचं उलट्याचं नाव ऐकलं की ठसका लागायला लागला.
अच्छा, म्हणून
इतकं उलट्या करायला लागली. साधं स्वयंपाक घराचं दार जरी उघडलं की ते वॅक करायची, लहानीच जायची, बडा 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 उलट्या करायची. मग ते बघवे ना गेलं.
विटनेस इज कंझ्युमिंग टाइम ऑफ.
सासूबाई उलट्या तर होतात, तुम्हाला झाल्या म्हणताना?
उलट्या खूप झाल्या.
पुढे काय झालं?
पुढे काय झालं, मी ते उलट्या कशानं व्हायला म्हणून मी तिला विचारलं, पदूर कधी आला तुला?
तुमचं माहित झालं.
पदूर कधी, पदूर चुकला का म्हणलं. तर नाही पदूर परवाच आलं, पण थोडंच पदूर गेला म्हणली.
पदूर
म्हणजे पाळी थोडंच गेलं म्हणली.
पाळी
मग थोडंच गेली आणि उलट्या पण करायली. आता काय करू? पम्याला म्हणलं जा रे ते म्युन्सिपाल्टीच्या दवाखान्यात नेऊन दाखव. पम्या म्हणते म्युन्सिपाल्टीचं नाव काढले की आयो तिनं घाबरायला लागली, नको म्हणला.
अच्छा.
म्हणलं आता काय करू, इथं पदर बी आली म्हणती, उलट्या बी करायला आली, दुसरं काय आहे का काय वाटलं मला. मग शेजारच्या वहिनीला बोलवलं. वहिनी म्हणली अगं जा ते स्टेशनापाशी कुलकर्णी मॅडमचा बनशंकरी दवाखाना आहे, तिथं जाऊन दाखव म्हणली. पण बाई माझं गुडगा लई दुखतंय
कुलकर्णीकडून पोटदुखीकडे कशा गेल्या?
नाही मग ते गुडघा दुखायला पम्या कामाला जातोय, 7 रस्त्याला ते वडापाव मध्ये त्यांनी कामाला आहे. सकाळी 8ला गेलं की संध्याकाळी 9लाच येत होतो घरी. मग कोण, मग मी एकटी, हिची आई पण तिकडे राजस्थानात वाळवंटात राहते, मग मी एकटीच करणार आहे सगळं. म्हणून तिला म्हणलं जवळच्या त्या आधीचे दोन्ही बाळांपण तिचे झाले होते ते पोटफाडी मॅडम आहे.
पोटफाडी?
हो, तिला आमच्याकडे लय फेमस आहे आमच्या गल्लीत. पोटफाडीच म्हणतात तिला. लय हुशार आहे बघा. पहिला 1 मिनिटात पोट फाडती, 2ऱ्या मिनिटात बाळ काढती आणि 3ऱ्या मिनिटात पोट शिवती.
अरे
हो, इतकी फेमस आहे ते. पण हे लई आहे म्हणून आम्ही जरा टाळत होतो. पण घेऊन गेलं पम्याला, म्हणलं जा रे बाबा दाखवून ये. मग ते शनिवारी दोघं गेले, दाखवून आले आणि रविवारी सकाळी बोलवले, गाय म्हणले 8 वाजता बोलवले, काय न खाता ये म्हणले.
बरोबर, पुढे काय झालं?
ठीक आहे जावा. मग रविवार उजाडला. रविवारी त्यांनी दोघं गेले. माझ्या घरात बी गाय व्याली एक, आणि ते वासरू बाहेर आलं आणि डोळेच उघड ना वासरू. घागरभर पाणी टाकलं तरी ते हे
तुम्ही पेशंटचं मायाचं सांगा, ते वाचून काय झालं कोर्टात नाही विचारतात.
दोघं गेले दवाखान्यात. काहीतरी गिरणीचा भोंगा वाजला बघा. आमच्याकडे गिरणीचा भोंगा 11 वाजता वाजतो.
अच्छा, गिरणीचा भोंगा रविवारी पण वाजतो?
रविवारी पण. गिरणी सारखं सुट्टी नाही त्या
चांगली गिरणी तुमची.
सुट्टी नाहीये गिरणीला. 11 वाजता भोंगा वाजला की मग थोड्या वेळानं पम्याचा फोन आला, अगं आय तू जा लवकर दवाखान्यात. दवाखान्यात जा. ते मायडीला काहीतरी, आम्ही तिला लाडानं मायडीच म्हणतो. मायडीला काहीतरी रगत लागणार आहे.
तुम्ही सुनबाईला मायडी म्हणता लाडाच्या?
राहते. मग रगत लागणार आहे म्हणून मी रगत आणायला चाललो. तू भेगी जा म्हणला. म्हणलं आता काय, माझा घाम सुटला, हातपाय लटलटायला लागले, आधीच माझे गुडघे गेलेले. मी शेजारच्या मग ते वहिनीला म्हणलं, वहिनी चला हो सोबत. तर तिने म्हणते मी पारुशी आहे. दुसऱ्या फुलाबाईला म्हणलं चल ग, तिने म्हणते माझी चूल पेटायची.
अरे
जाऊ दे म्हणलं. आता एकटेच निघाले. वाटेत रिक्षेवाला दादा दिसला.
समोर मेन रोड
रिक्षेवाला दादा दिसला. त्याला म्हणलं जरा दवाखान्यात सोर रे त्या पोटफाड्या बाईच्या, 1 नोट लागेल म्हणला. मग माझ्याकडे तर 10-20 रुपये घे रे, सोड नाही म्हणला. तसंच चालत गेले बघा. दम लागला, घाम सुटला. असं जाऊन पदरपासून पसायले की एक पांढरं फ्रॉक घातलेली सिस्टर का काय नर्स म्हणते ती आली. तोंडाला हिरवी पट्टी लावली होती.
पुढे
सही करा म्हणली. एक कागद आणला आणि याच्यावर सही करा म्हणून मागं लागली.
अच्छा, पॉइंट टू बी नोटेड मॅडम.
मला काय सांगितलं पण नाही, नुसतं सही करा म्हणली. म्हणलं आता मला सही येत नाही. मग तिने एक निळा शाईचा डब्बा आणला, त्याला माझा हात धरला, अंगठा असं बुडवला आणि त्या कागदावर अंगठा केला. कशासाठी करते ते तुला मोठी बाई आल्यावर सांगेल म्हणली.
आणि तुझा कोण पम्या कुठे गेला?
रक्त आणायला गेलता. हो, रक्त मिळत नव्हतं लवकर.
पॉइंट टू बी नोटेड मॅडम.
बँकेत फिरला.
पम्याला रक्त आणायला पाठवलं आणि बिचारा गुडघा दुखत असताना तिची सही घेतली, तेही तिला समजलं नाही कशावर सही घेतली. बरोबर आहे ना?
हा बरोबर. मग थोड्या वेळानं दुसरी एक आली नर्स अजून, आणि तिने काय म्हणली, आता मोठं ऑपरेशन चालू आहे, ऍडव्हान्स भर.
अरे
अगं बाई, माझं पोरगं वडापाव मध्ये काम करतंय, तर ऍडव्हान्स कुठलं भरू. माझी एक बोरमाळ होती, माझ्या मायनं मला लग्नात दिलेली होती. ती पटकीनं काढून ठेवली आणि पम्या आला की पम्याला घेऊन जा बाबा आणि पैसे तिथं भर म्हणलं.
बरं, मग पुढे काय झालं?
सगळं झालं. मग थोड्या वेळानं हे झालं. मग लगी गागल घातलेली एक डॉक्टरनी, बघते डॉक्टरनीच होती ती. पळत आली. लगभग बहुतेक ती पांजरापळ चौकातली सोलबा मॅडम होती.
अच्छा.
आणि तिने असं पळत गेली आत. काय गेली काहीच कळालं नाही. मी आपल्या पम्याची वाट बघत, बाईची वाट, ही पोरगी कधी बाहेर येते ते वाट बघत होते. पण कोण काही सांगायला. मग थोड्या वेळानं ती पोटफाडे बाई आली आणि मग तिने
पोटदुखी
आम्ही आमच्या गल्लीत तिला पोटफाडीच म्हणते. पोटदुखी तुमचं नाव असेल.
ठीक. पुढे
तिने म्हणली तू असं झालंय, तुझ्या पोरीची पिशवी, सुनेची पिशवी काढली, रक्त लई चाललं होतं अंगावर.
अच्छा.
मग पम्याला मी लगेच फोन करून, पम्या असलं खेळ कसला काय सांगू.
अच्छा.
लईच खूप कसला काय माझ्यावर.
अरे पण आता नका रडू. झालं तुमचं रडणं एकदा.
वंशाला दिवा नाही काय नाही, तू कशाला पिशवी काढू.
वंशाला दिवा आहे ना जोडपुरी.
पण ते पोरग पाहिजे होतं ना. हो, हे पम्याचा बाप काय, पम्या 1-1.5 महिन्याचा असतानाच मला सोडून गेला. शेजारच्या छाईला घेऊन पळाला.
अच्छा, बरं. ते आपण
कोणच मला नाही. त्या पोराला मी त्याच्या फुलासारखं करून
बरोबर. ते आपण
वंश नको का सांगा.
ते आपण नंतर बघूया. ओके.
मग माझं म्हणणं एवढंच आहे की पोटफाडे बाई आजकाल लईच म्हणजे महाग झाली आहे, ह्याला तर लई करायला
आणखी तुम्हाला काही सांगायचं आहे?
नाही, मला एवढंच म्हणायचं की मला चांगलं काहीतरी मोबदला मिळवून द्या आणि पोटफाडे बाईला चांगलं कलम लाव.
बरोबर. बघितलं आमच्या सासूबाईंनी त्या पेशंटची गर्भपिशवी काढली, तिच्या सुनेची. किती वेदना आहे त्या दोघींना पण, तिला मानसिक वेदना आहे, तिला शारीरिक वेदना आहे. तर याच्यावर काहीतरी करायला पाहिजे. आय रिक्वेस्ट यू एलिगेशन्स, आय रिक्वेस्ट यू प्लीज गिव्ह जस्टिस टू माय रादर Maya, and we have asked for compensation of 20 lakhs, sir. So my prayer to you, sir, please award compensation of 20 lakhs, कारण तिला फिजिकल मेंटल सगळ्या प्रकारच्या जखमा झाल्या आहे आणि या जखमा फार लांबवरच्या आहे. तर माझी तुम्हाला प्रार्थना आहे की तिला 20 lakhचं कम्पेन्सेशन आपण द्यावं. धन्यवाद. इट्स माय साईड, मी लॉर्ड.
ऑनरेबल जज, आपण करुणभरी कहाणी ऐकलीत, कुणाचंही हृदय हेलावून जाईल या प्रकरणी. पण सत्यता कुठेतरी पडताळून पाहायला पाहिजे. त्यामुळे माझी विनंती आहे की आमच्या क्लायंट डॉक्टर पोटदुखे यांचे आपण म्हणणं ऐकून घ्यावं, त्यानंतर आम्ही काय ते आमचे पॉईंट्स.
गीतेवर शपथ घेऊ द्या की त्यांना, ते काही बोलते तसे पोटफाडे नाव आहे त्यांचं.
शपथ घ्या.
मी डॉक्टर पोटदुखे गीतावरती शपथ घेऊन म्हणते की मी जे काय म्हणणार आहे हे सत्य म्हणणार आहे. मी डॉक्टर पोटदुखे, माझे MBBS, DGO, DNB, FRCOG बरेच कॉन्फरन्सेस मी अटेंड केलेली आहे. नुसतेच मी इंटेन्सिव्ह हिस्ट्रोलॅप्रोस्कोपिकचे ट्रेनिंग घेऊन आलेली आहे आणि गेले 20 वर्ष झाला मी प्रॅक्टिस करते आहे पोटदुखे नर्सिंग होममध्ये. माया कुरकुरे पेशंट हे माझ्याकडे शनिवारी सकाळी आले होते गर्भपात करण्यासाठी.
सगळं वकिलांना काही बोलू द्या की.
तुमच्याकडे आले, स्वतःहून आले होते?
हां, स्वतःहून आले होते ते. नाही, पाठवलेलं नव्हतं. तिचं दोन्ही डिलिव्हरी अगोदरचे माझ्याकडेच झाले होते. मग ह्या वेळेला पण ती माझ्याकडेच गर्भपात करण्यासाठी आली होती. जुनी पेशंट आहे आणि तिला माझ्यावरती विश्वास होता, त्या विश्वासातूनच ती माझ्याकडे आली होती.
आणि तुमच्या आधी दोन्ही डिलिव्हरी करण्याचा तुमच्यावर पूर्ण विश्वास होता आणि तुम्ही जे सांगितलं त्याप्रमाणे तुम्ही चांगला वेल क्वालिफाईड डॉक्टर आहात.
हां,
पॉईंट टू बी नोटेड. मॅडम,
मग ते हिस्ट्री घेतल्यावरती मला असं कळलं की तिला हे प्रेग्नेन्सीसुद्धा कंटिन्यू करायचं होतं. पण गेले 1 महिना झाल्यापासून तिला भरपूर उलटी वगैरे होत होते. त्याच्यामुळे आणि त्यांच्या घरी पण फंक्शन होतं, त्याच्यामुळे त्यांनी गर्भपात करण्याचा निर्णय घेतला. मग मी नंतर त्यांना काही ब्लड टेस्ट आणि सोनोग्राफी लिहून दिला. तर संध्याकाळी जेव्हा ते आले ते फक्त ब्लड टेस्ट रिपोर्ट घेऊन आले, सोनोग्राफी हे केलं नव्हतं. त्यांचं म्हणणं होतं की सगळे सेंटर बंद झाले होते. मग तरी मी त्यांना म्हटले ठीक आहे, ब्लड टेस्टमध्ये तिचं हेमोग्लोबिन 9 होतं आणि रक्तगट हे B नेगेटिव्ह होतं. मी तिला ठीक आहे म्हणून प्रोसिजर करूयात म्हणून मंडे ॲडमिट व्हायला सांगितलं तिला सकाळी. पण तिला
तुम्ही तपासून बघितलं होतं ना तिला? तपासून होण्यासारखी होती म्हणून
होण्यासारखं होतं. HB 9 होतं म्हणजे
तिचं होण्यासारखी होती म्हणून तिला बोलवलं.
बाकी सगळे तिचं ब्लड टेस्ट पण विदिन नॉर्मल लिमिट्स होत्या. आणि मग मी तिला मंडे ॲडमिट व्हायला सांगितलं होतं कारण हे एक इलेक्टिव्ह प्रोसिजर होतं. पण त्यांचं खूपच म्हणणं होतं की त्यांच्या घरी फंक्शन आहे म्हणून त्यांना संडेच पाहिजे होता ॲट एनी कॉस्ट. ते माझ्यावरती इतकं रिक्वेस्ट करत होते आणि हे माझे जुने पेशंट असल्यामुळे मी थोडा त्यांच्या रिक्वेस्टला कन्सिडर करून इलेक्टिव्ह केसला संडे केलं. मी त्यांना म्हणलं पण होतं की संडे माझ्याकडे स्टाफ कमी असतात आणि हे इलेक्टिव्ह सर्जरी आहे, तरीसुद्धा फक्त आणि फक्त पेशंटच्या इंटरेस्टसाठी मी रेडी झाले संडे करायला. आणि संडे पेशंट 8 वाजता आले उपाशीपोटी.
अदरवाईज तुम्ही
मी संडेला फक्त इमर्जन्सी ऑपरेट करत असते. फक्त आणि फक्त पेशंटच्या रिक्वेस्ट आणि त्यांच्याकडनं थोडंसं प्रेशरमुळे मी संडे ऑपरेशन केलं. संडे 8 वाजता पेशंट आले उपाशीपोटी माझ्याकडे आणि 9 वाजता आम्ही त्यांना OTमध्ये घेतलं. आमचे एनेस्थेटिस्ट डॉक्टर खोटे 9:30ला आले आणि साधारणतः 9:30ला आम्ही प्रोसिजर चालू केलं. आणि 10:15पर्यंत पेशंटला खूप जास्ती ब्लिडिंग व्हायला लागलं प्रोसिजरमध्ये. त्याच्यानंतर मी माझ्या स्टाफला बाहेर पाठवलं की हजबंडला फॉर्म भरून देऊन हजबंडला ब्लड आणायला पाठवायला. आणि मीनवाईल मी माझे सिनियर कन्सल्टंट डॉक्टर बागे मॅडमला पण फोन केला ह्या केसबद्दल की असं कॉम्प्लिकेशन्स आले, मॅडम तुम्ही प्लीज या. मग मॅडमने मला फोनवरती सल्ला दिला की तू लॅप्रोटोमी कर आणि मग स्टेप वाईज डिव्हॅस्क्युलायझेशन करून मग मला कळव, म्हणजे तोपर्यंत मी पोचते ते, असा मला निरोप भेटला. आणि मग मीनवेल लॅप्रोटॉमीला तयारी घेईपर्यंत मी बाहेर गेले.
सर आपल्या मॅडमला जरा टू द पॉइंट प्लीज बोलायला लावा. त्यांचा वेळ आम्हाला त्यांचं शौर्यकथा ऐकायच्या नाही आहे.
त्यांनी काय केलं ऍक्च्युअली ते सांगायला पाहिजे ना. माझे क्वेश्चन की सांगताय त्या सिक्वेन्स सांगताय तो ऐकून घ्यायलाच पाहिजे आपण.
मग मी जेव्हा बाहेर गेले हस्बंड तरी ब्लड आणायला गेले होते आणि मला हे पण सांगायचं मॅडम मी हस्बंडला ऑर्डर गेलं नव्हतं बाहेर ब्लड आणायला आणि मी त्यांना अगोदरच सांगितलं होतं की संडेच्या दिवशी माझ्याकडे स्टाफ कमी असणार आहे. जे काही स्टाफ आहे ते मला माझ्या इमर्जन्सी केसमध्ये लागणार आहे.
कोर्टाचा वेळ जातो पुन्हा पुन्हा तेच सांगताय
मॅडम.
नाही मॅडम माझं काय म्हणणं आहे त्या जे सांगतात त्यांनी ज्या ज्या प्रिकॉशन घेतल्या ते सांगतायत. थोडक्यात सांगा मॅडम आपण लक्षात येईलच घेऊया.
त्याच्यासाठी मी त्यांना ब्लड आणायला पाठवलं होतं आणि जेव्हा मी बाहेर गेले फक्त पेशंटचे सासूबाई होते. मग मी त्यांना प्रोसिजर व्यवस्थित समजून सांगितलं की पेशंटला रक्तस्राव खूप होतोय म्हणून मला त्यांना ऑपरेशन करावं लागणार आहे. आत नेमका प्रॉब्लेम काय घडला आहे ते बघून मग ते जर दुरुस्त करता आलं नाही तर एक वेळेला पिशवी काढण्याचं पण गरज लागणार आहे. हे मी व्यवस्थित त्यांना सांगून त्यांच्या अंगठा घेतलं होतं. त्याच्यानंतर मी प्रोसिजरला स्टार्ट केलं मॅम. सांगूनच मी कन्सेंट घेतलेलं मॅम.
पॉइंट टू बी नोटेड.
जेव्हा मी लॅप्रोटॉमी केलं
आणि मग सही घेतली होती.
जेव्हा मी ऑपरेशन चालू केलं मी आपलं ह्याच्याप्रमाणे स्टेप बाय डिव्हॅस्क्युलेशन केलं आणि परत मी मॅडमला फोन केला. जे ट्रॅफिकमध्ये अडकले होते त्यांना यायला उशीर झाला पण मी त्यांचा वाट न बघता पेशंटचा जीव वाचवण्यासाठी जेव्हा ब्लडिंग नाही थांबला तर मग मी हिस्टेक्टमी केलं मॅडम. हिस्टेक्टमी संपल्यावरती मॅडम आल्या त्यांनी सगळं चेक केलं आणि मग फायनली मी ऑपरेशन संपवलं. नंतर आमच्या ॲनेस्थेटिस्टचं असं म्हणणं होतं की पेशंटचं BP अजून पण लो आहे पेशंटला ICU केअरच लागणार आहे. तसं मग म्हणणं झाल्यावरती मी स्वतः पेशंटला ICU जेव्हा शिफ्ट केलं मी स्वतः ॲम्ब्युलन्समध्ये गेले होते मॅडम पेशंटबरोबर आणि नंतर 4 ते 5 दिवसांनी पेशंट सुखरूप घरी गेले मॅम. लास्टमध्ये मला मॅडम एवढंच म्हणायचं आहे जरी मी पेशंटच्या इंटरेस्टमध्ये संडे इलेक्टिव्ह केसेस मी केलं तरी सुद्धा मी वेळेवरती कॉम्प्लिकेशन आयडेंटिफाय करून योग्य ते उपचार करून पेशंटचा जीव वाचवला आहे आणि त्यासाठी ती आज सुखरूप तिच्या फॅमिलीबरोबर आहे. हे माझं म्हणणं कोर्टने कन्सिडर करावं.
तुम्ही मॅडमना बोलवलं होतं ना आपण त्यांनाही काही त्यांच्या बाजूने सांगा. मी त्यांना काही त्यांची बाजू मांडण्यासाठी बोलवू इच्छितो.
हसायचं नाही या कोर्टामध्ये.
साधारण
तुम्ही एक्सपर्ट विटनेस म्हणून आलेला आहात.
आपण जागेवर बसू शकता मॅडम.
तू बस.
सर्वप्रथम त्यांनी मला साधारण 10:30 वाजता फोन केला की असं तिनं MTP चालू केलेली आहे परंतु ब्लिडिंग खूप होत आहे तर मॅडम तुम्ही इमर्जन्सीसाठी या. आणि तुम्हाला माहिती आहे की मी खूप सिनियर गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट आहे आता सोलापूरमध्ये आणि गेले 35-40 वर्ष मी काम करते आणि माझ्याकडे भरपूर ऑब्स्टेटिक वर्क असल्यामुळे मला ऑब्स्टेटिक इमर्जन्सीज हँडल करायची सवयही आहे भरपूर. तर तिची अशी अपेक्षा होती की लवकरात लवकर मी येऊन तिला मदत करावी किंवा इंटरनेट इलियाक लायगेशन केलं तर हे ब्लिडिंग थांबेल असं तिलाही वाटलं होतं आणि मलाही ते तसं तिच्या फोनच्या सगळ्या तिनं जे काही मला कळवलं त्यावरनं असं वाटलं की काहीतरी आता ह्याची गरज पडणार आहे. मी निघाले
काय परिस्थिती तुम्हाला समजावून सांगितलं होतं.
अगदी फोनवर व्यवस्थित तिनं मला कल्पना दिली की असं झालं मॅडम म्हणजे जितक्या लवकरात लवकर तुम्हाला येता येईल तेवढं या. आणि ऑब्स्टेटिक
ऑब्जेक्शन मिलावड वकील काही तुम्हाला चुकीची बातमी देऊ इच्छितात आहे. आमच्या मॅडम ऑपरेशन करत होत्या. एकदा त्या म्हणाल्या की बाहेर आल्या सगळं समजावून सांगितलं म्हणजे तुम्ही पेशंटला आतमध्ये एकटं सोडलं की काय. आता दुसरं म्हणतात की फोनवर सांगितलं. ॲक्च्युली त्या पूर्ण स्क्रब होत्या. आम्हाला जे काही लिहिलं आहे कागदावर त्या वॉश होत्या पेशंटला ऑपरेट करत होत्या आणि फोनवर सांगितलं त्यांनी कसं काय सांगितलं त्याचा ट्रॅफिकमध्ये जाम झाला. हे सगळं कोर्टाची दिशाभूल होते सर.
आमच्या मॅडमने सांगितलं की लॅप्रोटॉमीची ट्रॉली तयार होईपर्यंत मी बघून त्यांच्याशी बोलले हे सांगितलं त्यांनी.
मग त्याप्रमाणे आता इमर्जन्सी ऑब्स्टेटिक काय असते हे आम्हाला सांगायची गरजच नाही. त्यामुळे मी अगदी लवकरात लवकर बाहेर पडले निघाले. अगदी पड्डीशीन जितक्या लवकर पोचता येईल एवढी माझी गडबड चालू होती. पण काय करणार तुम्हाला आता सोलापूरचा ट्रॅफिक माहिती आहे काय येतो. शिवाजीची मिरवणूक आली की मध्येच आणि जे त्या पांढरापळ चौकात इतकी मिरवणूक की गाडी बाहेर काढणं शक्य नव्हतं. कुठेही जाणं खूप प्रयत्न केला. पोलिसांना रिक्वेस्ट केली की खूप इमर्जन्सी आहे पण काही शक्य झालं नाही. मग बाय द टाईम मी जिथपर्यंत आधी धावत पडत हॉस्पिटलला पोचले थिएटरला जेव्हा पोचले त्यावेळेला माझ्या लक्षात आलं की खूप उशीर झाल्यामुळे पेशंटला त्रास होता म्हणून आतमध्ये हिस्टेक्टॉमी चालू झाली आहे. आणि आय थिंक दॅट वॉज व्हेरी राईट डिसिजन की मी याला मला उशीर झाल्यामुळे तिनं त्या ऑलरेडी हिस्टेक्टॉमी चालू केली होती. मी वॉश झाले तिला हिस्टेक्टॉमीलाही मदत केली आणि नंतर आम्हाला असं वाटलं की तिनं बराच ब्लड लॉस झालेला आहे. आता तिला ICU जर आपण ठेवलं तर योग्यप्रमाणे पोस्ट ऑपरेटिव्ह केअर घेतली जाईल. त्यामुळे दोघींचा असा निर्णय होता की आपण ICUला हा पेशंट शिफ्ट करा.
म्हणजे तुम्ही पोचल्यावर तिने प्रोसिजर चालू केलं होतं, पण ते योग्य तऱ्हेने चालू होतं.
अगदी
आणि तिथे गेल्यावर तुम्ही पेशंटची परिस्थिती बघितल्यावर ॲज अन एक्सपर्ट तुम्हाला त्यांचा निर्णय योग्य वाटला.
अगदी बरोबर.
ट्राईंग टू बी नोटेड.
थँक्यू.
ॲडव्होकेट टीवाय आणि ॲडव्होकेट वाघमारे तुम्हाला काही तुमच्या क्लायंटविषयी अर्धवट करायचे असतील.
ऑनरेबल जज महोदय, तुम्ही आत्ता मायाच्या साईडचं आणि सोबतच पोटदुखे पोटफाडे मॅडमच्या साईडचं सगळं ऐकलं आहे. आता मला असं म्हणायचं, कोर्टासमोर मला हे पुन्हा निवेदन करायचं आहे की आमच्याकडून एवढे सारे ॲलिगेशन्स आलेले आहे आणि सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं मला तर वाटतं की मॅडमला MTP कशी करायची हे देखील ज्ञान दिसत नाही आहे. कारण त्यांनी ॲक्च्युली गर्भपाताकरता बोलवलं आणि पेशंटला इतका रक्तस्राव झाला आणि त्यांना कळेना की कशामुळे झालं. म्हणजे एखादी काय त्याची नस काहीतरी म्हणतात, ब्लड वेसल तुटली, काही गर्भपिशवीत काही प्रॉब्लेम आला. त्यामुळे मला असं
नस तुटली वगैरे यांची इमॅजिनेशन आहे. ॲक्च्युअल काय झालं त्यांना सगळंच समजावून सांगितलेलं आहे की रक्तस्राव कुठून होतात, नस तुटली, MTP.
अरे पण मला तेच सांगायचं कोर्टाला की त्यांना गर्भच दिसला नाही पोटातला, अल्ट्रासाऊंड पण त्यांनी केलं नाही. त्याला गर्भ आहे, ब्लिडिंग आहे की काय, ते स्कार प्रेग्नन्सी आहे की त्यांनी काहीतरी मोठं भगजाड पाडलं आहे, हे त्यांना काहीच कळत नव्हतं आणि विनाकारण त्या आपल्या डॉक्टरांच्या मागे लागल्या. त्यांना बोलायला आणि वेळ गेला पुन्हा त्याच्यामध्ये.
क्लायंट पूर्ण सुशिक्षित आहे, 20 वर्षाचा अनुभव आहे, शेकडोनी
पण पेशंट तुमची क्लायंट
कळत नव्हतं म्हणणं असं त्यांचा
तुमची
अपमान आहे.
क्लायंटची सासूबाई तर अशिक्षित आहे ना, तिला तर काय सही घेतली आणि ते म्हणाले तुम्ही काय पहिले तर धावत रक्त आणा म्हणाले.
समजावून सांगितलं होतं म्हणून.
महोदया मॅडम मला हे सांगायचं की रक्त जर तुम्हाला माहित होतं आणायचं होतं तर आधी रक्त काणी सांगितलं आणायला. असं वेळेवर काय रक्त म्हणजे काय भाजीपाला आहे का पटकन रक्त मिळतं ते. या मॅडमनी रक्ताची सोय आधीच करायला पाहिजे होती. म्हणून त्यांना म्हणजे गर्भपात देखील कळत नाही कसा करायचा आणि त्याला सोय काय करायची हे देखील या मॅडमला कळत नाही. त्याचा ब्लड कशा वेळ आणायला
कळत म्हणणे अत्यंत चुकीचा आरोप आहे. छोट्या ऑपरेशनसाठी प्रत्येक छोट्या ऑपरेशनसाठी रक्ताची व्यवस्था केली जात नाही.
अरे मग मॅडम यांचं आमच्या मायाचे 2 सीझर झाले, तिला 2 मुली आहे आणि एक मुलगा तिला हवा होता, 2 मुली आहे, तिला 2 सीझर झाले. अशा व्यक्तीला रक्त लागू शकतं, खरं तर मॅडमला कळायला हवं होतं. त्यांनी आधीच रक्त वेळेवर ज्या गरीब बिचाऱ्या नवऱ्याला पाठवलं, तो बिचारा नवरा या ब्लड बँकेतून त्या ब्लड बँकेत त्यातून त्या असं 4-5 ब्लड बँकेत जातोय रक्त. आणि मॅडम हे समज सांगायचं राहिलं तिचं रक्त BRH निगेटिव्ह आहे. असं BRH निगेटिव्ह रक्त आमचे डॉक्टर सांगतात की मिळत नाही पटकन. आणि अशा वेळी त्या माणसाला एका एवढीशा बॉटल करता कितीतरी पैसे मोजावे लागले. ती माया विचारी घरचं सोनं बिनं काय ते करून त्यांनी पैसे जमवले आणि मग तर रक्ताची बॉटल आणली. तर हे डॉक्टर मॅडमला कळायला होतं. पॉईंट टू बी नोटेड मॅडम, शी शुड हॅव आस्क्ड टू अरेंज ब्लड वेन देअर वर 2 प्रिव्हियस LSCs आणि माहीत होतं की एखादा रक्त जाऊ शकतं अंगावर. दिस पॉईंट टू बी नोटेड. पुढचं आमचं म्हणणं आहे की आमचे डॉक्टर्स खूप सारे डॉक्टर आम्हाला बोलवतात भाषणाकरता. तर आम्हाला असं लक्षात येतं की काहीतरी सोनोग्राफी मशीनचा हे डॉक्टर लोक फायदा घेतात. जर या पेशंटला 9-10 आठवडे सांगते माया आमची तिला गर्भपात करायचा होता तर तिला सोनोग्राफी करायला सांगायला पाहिजे. ती सोनोग्राफीच्या मॅडमला दिसलं असतं की काय ते गर्भाचा तो काय पिशवीचा स्कार म्हणतात ते बरोबर आहे की काही आतमध्ये प्रॉब्लेम आहे. आणि बिना सोनोग्राफी केवळ त्यांना असं वाटलं की रविवारी जर आपण केलं नाही हा पेशंट डॉक्टर गोडबोलेकडे जाईल किंवा डॉक्टर आमच्या त्या जांभळे मॅडमकडे जाईल म्हणून त्यांनी रविवारी गर्भपात केला. ते देखील सोनोग्राफी न करता. पॉईंट टू बी नोटेड मॅडम, वाय सोनोग्राफी वॉज नॉट डन.
या पॉईंटला ऑब्जेक्शन आहे. इकडे तिकडे जाईल म्हणून आमच्या क्लायंटला काळजी नव्हती. आमचे क्लायंट सिनियर प्रॅक्टिशनर आहेत, त्यांना पेशंटची इकडे जायची काळजी करायची.
पण रविवारी जेव्हा तुम्हाला माहिती आहे रक्त मिळणार नाही, रविवारी तुम्हाला माहिती आहे सोनोग्राफी होणार नाही, कशाला रविवारी या मॅडमनी तिचा गर्भपात करायला हो म्हटलं. शेवटी गर्भपिशवीच काढून टाकली ना. मग त्यांना नक्कीच गर्भपिशवी काढायची होती रविवारी प्लॅन करून.
हे अत्यंत दुर्दैवी आरोप आहेत. मी 2 गोष्टी आपल्या नजरेस आणून इच्छितो. आमचे डॉक्टर अतिशय कॉम्पिटंट आहेत, त्यांनी पूर्वानुभव आहे. दुसरं त्यांचं जे ॲलिगेशन आहे की अरेंज ब्लड केलं नाही तर प्रत्येक छोट्या ऑपरेशनसाठी ब्लड अरेंज करायची गरज नसते. कारण आमच्या डॉक्टर कॉम्पिटंट होत्या, त्यांना कॉन्फिडन्स होता की आपण हे छोटं प्रोसिजर पटकन करू शकू.
आणि मला
हाय रिस्क कन्सेंट घेतली नाही त्यांचं जे ॲलिगेशन आहे. मॅडम ही केस हाय रिस्क नव्हतीच.
मॅडम आमचं ॲलिगेशन पुढचं नेमकं तेच आहे की जर या मॅडमला माहिती होतं छोटंसं ऑपरेशन आहे, छोटंसं ऑपरेशन, तर मोठं ऑपरेशन कसं काय झालं? इकडे म्हणतात छोटंसं ऑपरेशन, असं आम्हाला कळतं की गर्भपात वगैरे जो प्रकार आहे तेही त्या पेशंटचं 2 सीझर झालेले आहे. हे छोटं ऑपरेशन कधीच होऊ शकत नाही, त्याला काहीतरी ब्राईंड प्रोसिजर हे लोक म्हणतात. अशावेळी यांनी कन्सेंट न घेता, सही न घेता कुठली पिशवी, विशेषतः ज्याला काय प्रजनन अवयव म्हणतात, रिप्रोडक्टिव्ह ऑर्गन, की जे काढल्यानंतर पुढे त्या पेशंटला दिवस येणार नाही, तिला मुलगा होणार नाही. अशावेळी यांनी काहीही सही न घेता पेशंटची, गरीब बिचारी पेशंट टेबलवर झोपली होती, नवरा गेला आता ब्लड आणायला, कारण यांना ब्लड देखील आणता आलं नाही पेशंट करता. अशा वेळी त्या अनाडी आमची चंद्रभागाबाई यांना काही समजत नाही, ती सिस्टर बाहेर येते आणि बरोबर सही घेते आणि चालली जाऊन थोड्या वेळी ती सांगते की गर्भपिशवी काढली. हा कुठल्या प्रकारे बिना सही घेता गर्भपिशवी काढणं? ऑब्जेक्शन, पॉईंट टू बी नोटेड मॅडम, की गर्भपिशवी बिना सही करता यांनी काढलेली आहे.
मॅडम याच्याबद्दल मला एक सांगायचं आहे की आमच्या वकील स्नेहांचं मेडिकल विषयीचं अज्ञान यातनं पूर्ण प्रकट होतं आहे. कुठली केस हाय रिस्क असते, कुठल्या केसला काय करायचं हे डॉक्टरचाच पूर्ण निर्णय असतो आणि डॉक्टर अनुभवानुसार ते करत असतो. आमच्या पेशंटला का केलं नाही म्हणून हे ठरवू शकत नाहीत. आणि जी काय हिस्टेक्टॉमी घेतली, सोनोग्राफी, MTPसाठी सोनोग्राफीची गरज नसते आणि त्यांनी पेशंटच्या आग्रहास्तव रविवारी त्यांनी स्वतःचं काम सोडून, स्वतःचा खाजगी आयुष्य सोडून, खाजगी आयुष्य सोडून, आमचं ऐकून घ्या आता, खाजगी आयुष्य सोडून स्वतः रविवारसाठी वेळ काढला आणि त्याला त्यांचं कार्य होतं म्हणून रविवारी सर्व्हिस दिली. त्याचं सोडून आता तुम्ही हे करतायत. कॉम्प्लिकेशन झालं. कॉम्प्लिकेशन का आता आमच्या अज्ञानी वकिलांसाहेबांना माहीत नाही आहे. कॉम्प्लिकेशन कधी होऊ शकतं आणि जे कॉम्प्लिकेशन झालं ते नॉन कॉम्प्लिकेशन आहे आणि त्यासाठी जी ट्रीटमेंट दिली ती अत्यंत योग्य ट्रीटमेंट दिली, एक्सपर्ट एव्हिडन्स नुसतं सांगितलेलं आहे. त्यांच्या मेडिकलच्या अज्ञानामुळं त्यांनी केलं चुकीचं असं म्हणू शकत नाही.
ऑब्जेक्शन, टोटल ऑब्जेक्शन. बघा हे काय म्हणतात की काय छोटंसं प्रोसिजर होतं, साधं ऑपरेशन होतं. मला असं कळतं की इथे 2 सीझर झाले आहेत तिचे आणि 10 आठवड्याचा गर्भ आहे. अशावेळी ते हाय रिस्क कन्सेंट काय कुठे दिसत नाही इथे घेतलेली. सेकंड ऑब्जेक्शन माझं असं आहे की काय ते पोट काय ते चिरा पडला, बगदाड पडलं, आणखीन काय काय गर्भपिशवीत झालं. आणि मी तर म्हणते त्यांनी रविवारी मुद्दाम केलं, यांना भरपूर वेळ आता गर्भपिशवीच त्यांना काढायची होती आणि पेशंट बरी यांना मिळाली होती. 2 गर्भपात झाला करायचं आणि 2 पुढचं म्हणजे अरे पण
कुठलाही डॉक्टर पेशंटचं नुकसान असं बघत नाही.
मॅडम इथे पेपर दाखवतात, इथे कुठेही मेन्शन नाही केलं OT नोट्समध्ये की पेशंटच्या गर्भपिशवीला इजा होण्याची शक्यता किंवा झाली आहे यांच्या हातून, असं कुठेही यांनी लिहिलं नाही. भगदाड पडलं की छिद्र पडलं, परफॉरेशन. इथे साध्या OT नोट्स आहे, अंडरशॉट जे MTP वॉज डन, पोस्ट ऑपरेटिव्ह अनइव्हंटफुल. अरे मॅडम या नोट्स काय दाखवत्या की पेशंटला काही झालंच नाही. काही तर मेन्शन करायला पाहिजे होते इथे की पेशंटला काही कॉम्प्लिकेशन झाली आहे, ब्लिडिंग झालं आहे, छिद्र पडलं आहे किंवा यांना काही डाऊट वाटतं काही झालं असेल. कुठेही काही OT नोट्स आर इनकम्प्लीट आणि डॉक्युमेंट्स खूप महत्त्वाचे असते ज्याच्या तुम्ही पटवून सांगता. आणि सर म्हणतात छोटंसं ऑपरेशन होतं म्हणून.
आपल्या निदर्शनात एक आणूची इच्छा होती. त्यावेळी ज्यावेळी सगळं होत होतं त्यावेळी पेशंटचा जीव वाचवण्याच्या मागं डॉक्टर लागलेल्या होत्या. त्यांना लिहू का जीव वाचवा, त्याच्यातला त्या जीव वाचवणं महत्त्वाचं होतं. दुसरी गोष्ट, आमच्या डॉक्टरांना पेपर कंप्लीट करायचे आहे, त्यांच्या माणसांनी पेपर हिसकावून नेले. आम्ही कसे कंप्लीट करणार? आमच्या नोट्स कशा पूर्ण अहो सरळ आले, पेशंटचा नवरा आला रागाने हिसकावून घेऊन गेला पेपर, आमचे डॉक्टर कसे पूर्ण करणार?
अहो जेव्हा ऑपरेशन पूर्ण होत आलं होतं, गर्भपिशवी ऑलरेडी काढली होती, तेव्हा कन्सेंटचा प्रश्न होता. अशाही पेपरचे जे ज्यांना भरायचे होते म्हणून शक्यता
पूर्ण करणार त्यांच्या क्लायंट.
अरे साधी गोष्ट
तर मी पूर्ण कसे करणार?
साधी गोष्ट मॅडम, तुम्हाला एकच सांगते, माझी
वर्त होतं, नवऱ्याने तिथं दंगा करून त्यांनी पेपर हिसकावून नेले.
मॅडम ऑब्जेक्शन मिलॉर्ड, इट्स नॉट अ केस. ऍक्च्युअली the defendant law is misguiding the court. The thing happened that already पेशंटची गर्भपिशवी काढली होती आणि ज्या पेशंटच्या सासूबाईंना काही कळत नाही त्यांची ऑलरेडी सही घेतली होती, तिला समजून पण नव्हतं सांगितलं. अशावेळी डॉक्टर महोदयाची कोणती स्टाफ आली होती आणि आता थोड्या वेळापूर्वी डॉक्टर महोदयांनी सांगितलं की त्या स्वतः बाहेर आल्या म्हणून. म्हणजे किती खोटं सांगतात कोर्टाला, याचं उदाहरण आहे.
डॉक्टर
बाहेर होते म्हणजे तुम्ही आतमध्ये पेशंटला एकटं सोडलंय, बिचारा पेशंटला स्टाफच्या भरोशावरती. डॉक्टर अॅनेस्थेटिस्ट आणि ऑब्स्टेटिशियन. मॅडम मला असं वाटतं की अॅनेस्थेटिशियनला अर्ध ऑब्स्टेटिशियनच व्हावं लागेल अशामुळे. तर अशावेळी मला असं वाटतं की बाहेरून सांगणं जे काही होतं ते यांनी काही केलं नाही आहे, कुठल्याही प्रकारचं कम्युनिकेशन झालं नाही. आणि सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं ॲलिगेशन माझं हे आहे की जर गर्भपिशवी यांना काढायची होती किंवा असं म्हणूया की आपण पेशंट करता काढली, समजून घेऊया एखादी गोष्ट, पण पेशंटला ऑलरेडी झोपेच होती पेशंट, तिला जनरल अॅनेस्थेशिया दिला होता आणि मला असं वाटतं तो अॅनेस्थेशिया, तर मी अॅनेस्थेशियाबद्दल मला काही माहीत नाही मॅडम, पण पेशंट झोपली होती याचा फायदा घेऊन बाहेर सासूबाई बसल्या त्या त्याचा फायदा घेऊन ज्यांना काही समजत नाही, नवऱ्याने ब्लड आणायला पाठवलं की तो येणारच ती त्याला थोडंफार समजत होतं आणि अशा यांनी चान्स घेऊन गर्भपिशवी काढली आणि त्यानंतर गर्भपिशवी काढल्यानंतर बाहेरून नवरा तोपर्यंत येऊन पोचला. आता बिचारायला वाईटही वाटलं की गर्भपिशवी का काढली, कारण आता पुढे मूल होणार नाही.
मॅडम आता
अशा वेळी
कोर्टाचा वेळ वाया घालवता, पुन्हा त्याच गोष्टी
मॅडम
पुन्हा त्याच गोष्टी सांगून तुम्हाला सिंपल
मॅडम पहिला पुढचा पॉईंट
दिशाभूल करतायत.
मॅडम पुढचं पॉईंट आहे, मॅडम पुढचं पॉईंट ऐकून घ्या. सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं मला जे सांगायचं होतं सगळे समय हे देऊन की अशा पेशंटला आपण ऑलरेडी भरपूर खर्च लागला होता, माहीत होतं गर्भपिशवी काढली होती, अशा वेळी पेशंटला 4-5 दवाखाना हिंडायला लावला. कशा करता म्हणे ते ICUत ठेवावं लागतं आणि ते ICUत ठेवल्यानंतर पुन्हा आमच्या गरीब बिचाऱ्या पेशंटला एवढे सारे बिल द्यावं लागलं आणि इतकं सारे बिल गरीब पेशंट ऑलरेडी त्यांनी गर्भपाताचं बिल भरपूर घेतलं, त्यानंतर ICUला त्यांनी 10 दिवस ठेवलं, त्याचं बिल वेगळं आहे. म्हणजे जे यांनी 10,000चा खर्च सांगितला होता तो जवळपास 80,000चा खर्च आला. इतका खर्च आमची गरीब बिचारी पेशंटचा नवरा कसं करणार? त्यामुळे मलाच वाटतं यांच्या डोक्यात जे होतं की गर्भपिशवी काढायची आणि मग ICUला शिफ्ट करायचं, जेणेकरून जास्तीत जास्त पैसे मिळतील आणि बिचारा त्या सासूबाईला सोन्याचा दागिना गहाण ठेवला होता.
मॅडम बिचारा म्हणून त्या केसमधली सत्यस्थिती बाहेर येत नसते. पेशंटचा जीव वाचवण्यासाठी जे काय डॉक्टरांनी केलं ते त्यांच्या मेडिकल सायन्समध्ये बसून केलं, जीव वाचवण्यासाठी केलं. ICUमध्ये शिरलो कारण पेशंटला चांगली केअर मिळावी त्यांची प्रामाणिक इच्छा होती आणि त्यामुळे शेवटी आणि पेशंटचा जीव वाचला हे महत्त्वाचं तुम्ही लक्षात घ्या. कॉम्प्लिकेशनही मेडिकल फील्डमध्ये नेहमीच होत असतात. केवळ यांना माहीत नव्हतं असं म्हणून त्यांना माहीत नाही असं होत नाही. त्यांनी जे करायचं ते योग्यच केलं. प्रश्न राहिला ICUमध्ये का पाठवलं? पेशंटचा जीव वाचवण्यासाठी, आणि पेशंटचा जीव वाचला तुमच्या समोर आहे. मग ते डॉक्टरचे कष्ट उगीचच वाया गेले का ते? ह्याच्यावर आपल्याला योग्य निर्णय करा. माझं तर म्हणणं यांची सर्व म्हणणं केवळ भावनेचा आधार घेऊन खोटपणाचा चाललेला आहे.
ऑब्जेक्शन मिलॉर्ड, ऑब्जेक्शन मिलॉर्ड.
माझं म्हणणं तुम्ही आता ऐकून घ्यायला पाहिजे. मॅडम त्यांनी हां माझं क्लोजिंग स्टेटमेंट देतोय की यांनी केलेले आरोप अत्यंत तथ्यहीन आणि कुठल्याही फॅक्ट्सवर मेडिकल फॅक्ट्सवर आधारित नसून ते सगळे डिसमिस करून आमच्या डॉक्टरांना योग्य ते न्याय द्यावा, कारण त्यांनी जे केलं ते पेशंटला वाचवण्यासाठी केलं.
ऑब्जेक्शन मिलॉर्ड, माझी तुम्हाला एक प्रार्थना आहे. इट्स माय प्रेयर टू यू बिकॉज द लर्नेड लॉयर इज जस्ट मिसरीडिंग यू बाय टेलिंग द फॅक्ट्स विच नेव्हर हॅपन्ड. ही इज टेलिंग द फॅक्ट्स विच नेव्हर हॅपन्ड. इतकं जर साधं काम असतं मॅडम तर आम्ही कोर्टात देखील गेलो नसतो. उलट त्यांनी बिल जेव्हा मागितलं की कन्सेशन द्या बिलामध्ये, त्यांनी कन्सेशन देखील दिले नाही बिलामध्ये. पण यामध्ये या पेशंट गरीब बिचाऱ्या पेशंटला इतके पैसे द्यायला लागले. तर माझी तुम्हाला प्रार्थना आहे की आपण 20 lakhs कम्पेन्सेशन आमच्या पेशंटला देण्याचं आहोत. दॅट्स ऑल मिलॉर्ड.
After listening to arguments from both the parties, this court has come to this conclusion that there is no criminal negligence from the treating doctor as far as place, person and MTP law is concerned. There is no negligence on the capacity of the treating doctor and the expert doctor who was called. But there are deficiencies in the services. So the initial investigation, that is USG, was not done. High risk consent was not taken. It was not an emergency case, though it was posted on the emergency day. That is one of the deficiency. Not anticipating measures, no anticipatory measures were taken, that is blood was not arranged, and audio video consent was not taken in case of illiterate relative. Phone consent was not taken in case of when husband was not there. Take home message should be helped by the staff members of the hospital
Take home message
to the patient when in case of emergency that was not done. Another deficiency in services is incomplete documentation. This is the one which is observed by the court. So this court allows compensation of 10 lakhs for emotional, physical and financial damage caused to the petitioner. So I declare this case as over and the court is adjourned for today.
थँक्यू, धन्यवाद. आमच्या मॅडमला 10 लाख तुम्ही दिले. कमीत कमी त्या बाईला जे सोन्याचा दागिना जो आहे तो ती आणू तरी शकते. तर धन्यवाद मिलॉर्ड. थँक्यू सो मच.
पुढची केस मलाच द्याल ना, मी मिळून देते पैसे कोणी तुमच्या ओळखी.
मॅडम चांगलं लई चांगलं केलं. माझ्या 2 नातीचं लग्न करते मी, 2 नातीचं त्याच्यामध्ये. तुम्हाला बोलवते लग्न.
तुम्ही काळजी करू नका, आपण वरच्या कोर्टात जाऊ.
आपण एक ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ घेऊ आणि नंतर मी टेक होम मेसेज देते शेवटचा. सांग पहिले ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ घेऊन घेऊ या ना जजमध्ये. ऑलवेज दिस इज राईट फॉर द पेशंट टू गो टू. पण पेशंट $10 लाख मिळाले ना आम्हाला. मी टेक होम मेसेजेसमध्ये काही हे करते, पण आम्हाला आश्चर्य आमचे डॉक्टर सारख्या हसत होत्या, त्यामुळे त्यांना असं त्यांच्या वकिलामध्ये खूप खात्री होती काही ना काही तर आपल्याला याच्याकडून मिळेल. एनिवे थोडंसं फार कमी वेळात आम्ही मूडकोट बसवलेला आहे. मला तर वाटतं की थोडं सासूबाई खूपच खुशीत दिसतात ते 10 लाख मिळाल्याने. सासूबाई आणि एक्सपर्ट डॉक्टर खूप खुशी दिसतात आहे. एक्सपर्टला वाटतं की आपण 10 लाख वाचवले आणि सासूबाईंना वाटतं की 10 लाख मिळून दिले. तर बोथ आर हॅपी. सो आय थिंक दे विल नॉट गो टू हायर कोर्ट बिकॉज एक्सपर्ट पण हॅपी आहे आणि सासूबाई पण हॅपी आहेत. तो प्रॉब्ली मी एक 2च मिनिटात टेक होम मेसेज देते. ॲक्च्युली आम्ही हे जे मूड कोर्ट बसवलं ते अतिशय अल्प वेळात बसवलं आणि जे काही फोनवरती एकदा व्हिडिओ कॉलमध्ये समजलं तेवढंच. पण काही काही ठिकाणी आम्ही ॲक्च्युली प्रॅक्टिस करून डायलॉग्स मग करतो. कधी कधी मग ते डायलॉग्स वेळ पण घेतात, ते लक्षात येत होतं माझ्या. पण समटाईम्स विदाउट प्रॅक्टिस वी कांट जस्ट से की नाही कुठे थांबायचं कुठे. पण त्या मनाने आमचे सगळे एकदम एक्सपर्ट होते ॲक्टर्स आणि त्यांनी जी काही स्क्रिप्ट त्याला न्याय दिला असं मला वाटतं. विशेषतः गरीब बिचारा स्नेहाला आम्ही युट्रस काढेपर्यंत नेलं, पण ते शेवटी नाटकाचा पार्ट होता. याच्यात 4-5च टेक होम मेसेज आहे. सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं म्हणजे हे आपण डिस्ट्रिक्ट कन्झ्युमरची केस दाखवलेली आहे आणि कन्झ्युमर केसमध्ये जनरली कोणाला बोलवत नाही असे विटनेस बॉक्समध्ये. आजकाल ते क्वेश्चन आन्सर असतं, त्याच्यातून तुम्हाला सांगायचं असतं. पण आपल्याला हे नाटकीय रूपांतर दाखवायचं होतं आणि ॲक्च्युली कसं कोर्टामध्ये म्हणजे काय पेशंटच्या साईडचे वकील कुठपर्यंत काय बोलू शकतात याचा एक मी नमुना दाखवला. म्हणून मी जनरली मी डॉक्टरांना मदत करत असते, पण मी नाटकामध्ये पेशंटची साईड घेते. कशा करता की पेशंटचे लोक कुठे एक्स्ट्रीमपर्यंत जाऊ शकतात पेशंटचे वकील हे मला सांगायचं असतं आणि त्याला काही उपाय नसतो. दे कॅन ॲलिज एनिथिंग. त्यांना कोणी बांधून नाही ठेवत की तुम्ही असं म्हणू नका तसं म्हणू नका, कारण त्यांना पैसे हवे असतात, त्यांना डॉक्टरचं नाव खराबायचं असतं आणि डॉक्टरांना मेंटल स्ट्रेस पण द्यायचा असतो. सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं त्या लोकांना त्यांना असं वाटतं की जो मेंटल ट्रॉमा त्यांना दिला तो मेंटल ट्रॉमा डॉक्टरांना किंवा त्यांच्या अनुयायांना मिळावा विथ द सेम इंटेन्शन. कधी कधी पैसेही त्यांना हे वाटत नाही, पण जितके जमतील तितके पैसे घेऊन घ्यावे अशा इंटेन्शनने देखील ते कोर्टात जातात. आणि सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं म्हणजे ॲडव्होकेट बिहाइंड द ॲम्ब्युलन्स. तुम्हाला सगळी फ्रेज माहीत आहे. ॲडव्होकेट तत्पर असतात. तुम्ही केस द्या मला, 10 लाख तुमचे, 10 लाख माझे. जर जिंकले तर, हरले तर काहीच देऊ नका. तर असे डॉक्टर आपल्या भारतात अवेलेबल आहे, ग्रेट ॲडव्होकेट्स. त्यामुळे देखील खूप साऱ्या कन्झ्युमर कोर्टात केसेस वाढलेल्या आहे. टेक होम मेसेज पास आहे. सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं म्हणजे डॉक्युमेंटेशन भर झालं पाहिजे. या ठिकाणी डॉक्टरनी पेशंटचं चांगलंच केलं होतं, तिचा जीव वाचला होता. कारण एक्सपर्ट डॉक्टर यायला जो काही प्रॉब्लेम आला, काही लग्नाची वरात असते, कधी कुठल्या मिरवणुका असतात, काहीच न कुठल्या कारणाने ट्रॅफिक जाम असतो. त्यामुळे मोठ्या शहरात काय कुठल्याही शहरामध्ये डॉक्टरांना यायला वेळ लागू शकतो. पण त्या वेळामध्ये जर हिने गर्भपिशवी काढली नसती, एक्सपर्ट डॉक्टर येऊन राहिले म्हणून, आणि पेशंट जर धोधवून जर ती हायपरटेन्शनमध्ये गेली असती किंवा पुढे तिचे काही प्रॉब्लेम आले असते तर बाकी डॉक्टर निग्लिजंट झाली असती. पण तिने वेळीच डिसिजन घेतली की आता डॉक्टरांना यायला वेळ लागतो, पेशंटचा जीव महत्त्वाचा आहे. त्यामुळे हिस्टेक्टॉमी केली आणि शी वॉज कॉम्पिटंट इनफ टू डू हिस्टेक्टॉमी. दॅट्स अ पॉझिटिव्ह पॉईंट ऑफ द प्रायमरी डॉक्टर. पण सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं या केसमध्ये काय चुकलं जे आपल्याला दिसलं की हाय रिस्क कन्सेंट घेतली नव्हती. प्रिव्हियस टू LSCS विदाउट सोनोग्राफी कशाला करतो हे सांगायची गरज नाही. पण विदाउट सोनोग्राफी यू आर गोईंग फॉर MTP ऑन संडे, वॅकेशन डे, ज्या दिवशी आपला स्टाफ पुष्कळसा कमी असतो, ज्या दिवशी एक्सपर्ट डॉक्टर कधीतरी आउट स्टेशनला गेले असतात, कधी कधी ब्लड बँक पण बंद असतात. त्यामुळे अशा ठिकाणी पेशंटने किती जरी हट्ट केला
एखादा पेशंट आपला गेला तर चालेल, नको पेशंट आपल्याला, पण आपल्याला सेफ्टी ऑफ दी प्रॅक्टिस पाहिजे. तर अशा वेळी मी रविवारी करू शकणार नाही. इट्स अ प्लॅन प्रोसिजर. रविवार फक्त मी इमर्जन्सी पेशंट कसा ठेवला आहे हे डॉक्टरांनी निक्षून सांगायला पाहिजे. रविवारी केल्याने हे जे प्रॉब्लेम्स आले वॅकेशन डेला केल्यामुळे बरेचसे प्रॉब्लेम त्याच्यामुळे वाढलेले. दुसरं म्हणजे हाय रिस्क कन्सेंट इज मस्ट. MTP कन्सेंट घेतली, काय फॉर्म C भरला तर MTP ॲक्ट काही व्हायलेट झाला नाही, पण हाय रिस्क कन्सेंट वेगळी घ्यायला पाहिजे की अशा पेशंटला 2 गर्भपात देखील किती आहे 9 to 10 weeks. तर इतका काही छोटा गर्भ नाही आहे. कधी कधी अक्रिटा आपल्याला माहिती आहे कोरियनिक टिश्यू अक्रिटा राहू शकते, अधरण राहू शकते, कधी कधी स्कार प्रेग्नन्सी राहू शकते, कधी कधी डायलेटेशनला फोर्सफुल डायलेटेशन होतं. त्यामुळे व्हॉट वी सस्पेक्ट परफॉरेशन, या सगळ्या इनहेरंट कॉम्प्लिकेशन ब्राइंड प्रोसिजरमध्ये असतात. हे सगळं लिहून न घाबरवता, पेशंटला घाबरून नाही द्यायचं की पेशंट तुमचा दवाखाना सोडून दुसरीकडे जाईल. त्याला प्रिव्हिलेज असतो काही सांगायचा, तेवढं आपलं सांगणं आवश्यक आहे जेणेकरून त्याची हाय रिस्क कन्सेंट जर आपण घेतली तर पुढे सांगता येतं की आम्ही हाय रिस्क कन्सेंट घेतली होती. नुसतं तोंडाने बोलून फायदा नाही. याच्यात आमच्या वकिलांनी सांगितलं, खूप सगळं सांगितलं, डॉक्युमेंटेशन काहीच नव्हतं. सो दे शुड बी एक्सप्रेस हाय रिस्क कन्सेंट साइन बाय 2 विटनेसेस. विटनेसेस कॅन बी पेशंट साईड, कारण आपल्या साईडचे विटनेस कधी घ्यायचे नसतात, सासूबाई किंवा नवरा जे कोणी असतील ते. ठीक आहे, हे झालं हाय रिस्क कन्सेंट. त्यानंतर ब्लड शुड बी अरेंज वेन यू थिंक दॅट पेशंटचं हिमोग्लोबिन 9 ग्रॅम आहे. You suspect that there can be bleeding because of previous to LSCS, there can be certain inherent complications associated with MTP. So, अशा वेळेस the doctor should have and be RH negative blood. It's a precious blood. So, असं म्हणणार नाही आपण की नाही काही गरज नव्हती, सगळं साधं होतं. It's any MTP case, RH negative patient, we have to arrange blood. At least call the blood bank. जरूर पडल्यास आम्हाला ब्लड द्याल का तुम्ही क्रॉस मॅच करून ठेवा. पण या ठिकाणी पेशंटचं ब्लड अरेंज केलं नव्हतं, माहीत होतं की प्रिव्हियस टू LSCS आहे आणि 9 to 10 weeks आहे, हिमोग्लोबिन फक्त 9 ग्रॅम आहे. या गोष्टीमध्ये ब्लड शुड हॅव बीन अरेंज सो दॅट वेळेवरती त्या नवऱ्याला पाठवावं लागलं. सेकंड थिंग, इट्स अ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ द हॉस्पिटल टू अरेंज ब्लड, नॉट पेशंट्स रिलेटिव्ह. त्यातल्या जर असं करता येतं की सेंड समबडी फ्रॉम युअर हॉस्पिटल हू नोज द डिफरंट लोकेशन्स ऑफ ब्लड बँक. हस्बंडला थोडी माहीत असतं किती ब्लड बँक आहे, कुठे ब्लड बँक आहे. कधी कधी आपला रॅपो चांगला असतो ब्लड बँकशी. सो वी कॅन टेल की अरे बाबा तू यांच्यासोबत जा, पटकन RH निगेटिव्ह ब्लड घेऊन ये. डॉक्टरांच्या पेशंटच्या हस्बंडला सगळे लोक काही एवढं एंटरटेन करणार नाही, कारण त्याला बाकीच्याही पेशंटला द्यावं लागतं. सो ब्लड शुड बी अरेंज अँड इट्स अ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ दी हॉस्पिटल टू अरेंज ब्लड. चौथं म्हणजे हिस्टेक्टॉमी युट्रस इज अ व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट ऑर्गन, रिप्रोडक्टिव्ह ऑर्गन आपण काढणार आहे. ती इन्फॉर्म कन्सेंट जेव्हा आपण घेतो, जेव्हा पेशंट टेबलवर असतो, तर नातलगांना समजून सांगणं काय करतो हे, कारण आपण त्यांची कन्सेंट घेत नाही, वी आर जस्ट इन्फॉर्मिंग. कन्सेंट ही फक्त पेशंटचीच घेतली जाते. पण इन दिस पेशंट डॉक्टर हॅज डन ऑपरेशन टू सेव्ह द लाईफ ऑफ द पेशंट. सो कन्सेंट इज ॲज नॉट रिक्वायर्ड. पण बाकीचे जे नातलग बाहेर उभे त्यांना तुम्ही सांगून व्यवस्थित समजावून, याकरता ट्रीटिंग डॉक्टरला किंवा प्रायमरी डॉक्टरला बाहेरून सांगायची गरज नाही. ऑन द कॉन्ट्ररी, प्रायमरी डॉक्टर जर बाहेर येतो आहे तर पेशंटची केअर ऑब्स्टेटिक्स इज ऑब्स्टेटिक्स, ॲनेस्थेशिया इज ॲनेस्थेशिया. सो शी शुड सेम समबडी एल्स की पेशंटच्या आईला समजून सांग, सासूला समजून सांग. सो ऑल दिस थिंग्स आर इम्पॉर्टंट. आणि सगळ्यात शेवटचा आणि लास्ट बट वन पार्ट, तुमच्या OTमध्ये कुठेच काही नोट्स नाही की परफॉरेशन, क्वेरी स्कार प्रेग्नन्सी, वॉट एव्हर यू एक्सपेक्ट इन दिस स्कार, नथिंग वॉज मेन्शन इन द OT पेपर. तर आपल्या लोकांना सवय असते की काहीच लिहायचं नाही डॉक्युमेंट. ऑन द कॉन्ट्ररी, यू बी बिकम ट्रान्सपरंट अँड ऑनेस्ट युअर प्रॅक्टिस की हे सगळे इनहेरंट प्रॉब्लेम्स आहे. प्रिव्हियस टू LSCSला परफॉरेशन होऊ शकतं बिकॉज ऑफ फोर्सफुल डायलेटेशन, व्हॉट एव्हर डायलेटेशन प्रोसेस, सिम्पल डायलेटेशन प्रोसेस, कारण ऑलरेडी फायब्रोस ऑस असतं. पण हे सगळं तुम्ही हाय रिस्क कन्सेंटमध्ये घ्यायला पाहिजे. आणि त्याच्यानंतर OT नोट्समध्ये लिहा, तुम्ही समजून सांगा. पेशंटचे नातं बरेचदा ऐकतात, त्यांनाही कळतं की आपण संडेला मॅडमला आग्रह करून करायला लावतो आहे आणि ह्या सगळ्या कॉम्प्लिकेशन इनहेरंट आहे. दे ऑल्सो लिसन टू यू. बट तुम्ही जर असं काहीच सांगितलं नाही, पेपरवरती सह्या घेतल्या नाही, आणि सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं म्हणजे तुमच्या OT नोट्स ज्या महत्त्वाच्या नोट्स आहेत त्याच्या जर तुम्ही काही मेन्शन केलं नाही तर कोर्टाला पुन्हा सस्पेशन वाटतं की तुम्ही कोणत्या मिनिंगने केलेलं आहे. लास्ट व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट, एम्पॅथी मीन्स इफ त्याच्या जागी तुमचं जर कोणी नातलग असतात त्याचं जर असं केलं असतं तुम्ही काय एक्सपेक्ट केलं असतं. सो ऑलवेज सम फी शुड बी ॲडजस्टेड. ठीक आहे, बिल 20 लाखाचं बिल 80,000चं आहे ना, 40,000 घ्या, 50,000 घ्या, 60,000 घ्या, नो लॉस नो प्रॉफिटवर घ्या. सो दॅट विल शो दॅट यू हॅव शोन एम्पॅथी टू द पेशंट, टू द इकॉनॉमी ऑफ द पेशंट. अँड मेनी टाइम्स पेशंट्स डोंट गो टू कन्झ्युमर कोर्ट. जर आपण त्यांना एम्पॅथी दाखवली, थोडं बिलमध्ये ॲडजस्ट केलं. पण या केसमध्ये आपल्याला नाटकीय रूपांतर दाखवायचं होतं, म्हणून डॉक्टरांना आपण बिल पण ॲडजस्ट त्यांनी केलं नाही असं दाखवलं. एम्पॅथीचा कुठे प्रश्नच आला नाही आहे. त्यामुळे या अशा गोष्टी जर आपण लक्ष दिला तर मला वाटतं नंबर ऑफ लिटिगेशन्स पण कमी होतील, आणि लिटिगेशन जरी झालं तरी कोर्टाला दिसेल की डॉक्टर वॉज व्हेरी मच प्रुडंट in doing whatever he or she has done, provided everything is mentioned on the paper, high risk consent taken, etc. etc. So thank you very much for the listening, and thank you my artists for performing their roles so nicely in a very short period of time. विशेषतः सासूबाईंना तर अवॉर्डच द्यायला पाहिजे. त्यांनी इतकी छान पटवून सांगितली केस की वकिलांना फारच म्हणजे कन्व्हिन्स करणं अगदी सोपं झालं पेशंटच्या वकिलांना. थँक्यू सो मच. हेस एक क्वेश्चन यू कॅन. Yes, yes.
The patient comes in a, suppose there is a PPH patient who is being referred from other hospital to one hospital, and our blood is negative blood group. Your place has only 2 blood banks and they don't have that blood.
Here there is a different case. Patient is not your primary patient. Patient has been referred by somebody else. So it was the responsibility of somebody else who has referred to you.
So
because
your primary patient comes in a bleeding phase in emergency.
Generally the court says ki first resuscitate the patient. IV fluid सुरू करा, जे काही तुम्हाला ट्रीटमेंट द्यायची मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट जे आपण MBBS लेवलला शिकलो असतो ती ट्रीटमेंट आपण द्यायची. ॲट द सेम टाईम ब्लड बँकला ऑलरेडी कॉल केलेला आहे. मेनी टाइम्स आय हॅव सीन डॉक्टर असिस्टंट डॉक्टर अकंपनिंग द पेशंट विथ ब्लड पॅक की आपण लावून देऊया, कारण कन्सेंट सगळी घेतली असते ऑलरेडी. पेशंटचा जीव वाचवणं महत्त्वाचं असतं. पण बाय द टाईम दे रीच टू द टर्शियरी केअर सेंटर ऑर द डिफरंट डॉक्टर, ब्लड इज रेडी विथ द पेशंट. मग त्या डॉक्टरची जबाबदारी इन्व्हर्ट येणार नाही, कारण इट इज अ रेफर्ड पेशंट. ही कॅन से द पेशंट वॉज रेफर्ड टू मी इन सच अ कंडिशन अँड आय हॅव सेंड कॉल टू ब्लड बँक नाऊ, बट दॅट इज नॉट अ प्रायमरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बिकॉज ही ऑर शी इज ॲट टर्शियरी केअर. किंवा दुसरे डॉक्टर आहे, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी प्रायमरी कोणाची होते, पहिल्या डॉक्टरची येते. पण दुसऱ्या डॉक्टरने जसा पेशंट आला तसं ब्लड बँकेला कॉल दिला, सॅम्पल पाठवलं, दॅट इज ऑल्सो इम्पॉर्टंट. व्हॉट मोर ही कॅन डू.
Many times the primary doctor is practicing in rural places where blood banks are not available.
Then in such cases it should not be operated at such a remote place when we know that patient is high risk, previous to LSS patient आहे, तिला हिस्टेक्टॉमी लागू शकते. Not to do the patient, better ask the patient to go to tertiary care किंवा bigger hospital where infrastructure is developed to do the operation. ज्या ठिकाणी आपण इतकं ब्लड बँक नाही माहिती आहे आपल्याला.
फॅक्ट ही अशी आहे मॅडम की बऱ्याचशा तालुका प्लेसेसला, लहान तालुका प्लेसेस किंवा तर मोठी शहरं जिथं एखाद दुसरं ऑपरेटिव्ह प्रोसिजर करणारा एखादा गायनेकॉलॉजिस्ट असतो, आणि आपल्याला माहीत आहे PPH वगैरे कोणत्याही पेशंटमध्ये विदाऊट एनी रिस्क होऊ शकतं. आणि बऱ्याच वेळेला ऐन जर कॉम्प्लिकेशन्स झाले, आता प्रत्येक नॉर्मल डिलिव्हरी फॉर एव्हरी पेशंट अंडरगोईंग नॉर्मल डिलिव्हरी.
मला पॉईंट कळला तुमचं सर की प्रत्येक वेळा आपण ब्लड अरेंज करत नाही, कारण रिमोट एरियामध्ये ब्लड बँक नाही आहे, आणि कॉम्प्लिकेशन वी कांट फोर्सी नीच. इव्हन नॉर्मल फिजिओलॉजी साधा पेशंट ज्याला आपण व्हजायनल डिलिव्हरी म्हणतो, त्याच्या देखील कोणत्याही पेशंटला काही हाय रिस्क नसताना देखील काही होऊ शकतं. इट इज अंडरस्टूड. पण कोर्टालाही कळतं ना, कोर्टाचे जे जज आहे ते पण पुष्कळ डॉक्टरांना एक्सपर्टला विचारतात.
रेअर ब्लड ग्रुप असताना
तुम्हाला म्हणायचं काय सर, नेमकी म्हणायचं काय?
अजून आपल्याकडे पाहिजे तेवढी अवेलेबिलिटी नसताना,
बरोबर आहे, तर जज विल नॉट जज,
तरी त्याच्यामध्ये ब्लड ग्रुपचं त्या ब्लड असेलच याची खात्री कोणी देत नसताना ही निव्वळ डॉक्टरांची रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी असणं.
सर याच्यावर लँडमार्क जजमेंट्स आहे. ज्या ठिकाणी ब्लडची अवेलेबिलिटी नाही, त्यांच्याकडे पॅक्सेल पण नाही, काहीच नाही आहे, डीप फ्रीज पण नाही, अशा ठिकाणी असे पेशंट करू नये. रेफर द पेशंट टू हायर सेंटर. दुसरी गोष्ट, आणखीन कोणते पेशंट जे साधे पेशंट होते त्यांना देखील ब्लड लागलं, तुम्हाला एक्सपेक्टेड नव्हतं, जिथे ब्लड बँक पण नाही, सरळ पेशंटला रिससिटेट करा, रिंगर लॅक्टेट फास्ट लावा, आणखी तुम्ही जे काही देऊ शकता पेशंटचं ब्लड प्रेशर मेंटेन करायला, पल्स मेंटेन करायला.
आपल्याकडचंच हे असं वाक्य आहे की कोणतीच पेशंट लो रिस्क नसते ऑब्स्टेटिक्समध्ये.
हे ठीक आहे ना, आपण मग असं सर म्हणतो ना, प्रत्येक पेशंटला तुम्ही लिटिगंट म्हणून नका ट्रीट करू. सेम थिंग, प्रत्येक पेशंट हाय रिस्क राहू शकते, म्हणून आपण सगळे पेशंट रेफर करू का टर्शियरी केअरला? त्याच्यात आपण वी हॅव टू सिलेक्ट द पेशंट.
परिस्थितीमध्ये
नाही सर, तुमचा पॉईंट, डॉक्टरची रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी तुम्हाला पॉईंट नाही कळा. त्या रेफरिंग डॉक्टरची रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, जर तिथे ब्लड बँक असेल तर तिथे जर सोयच नाही तर त्यांनी तिथे असे ऑपरेशन करू नये. ज्याला ब्लड लागू शकतं त्यांनी मोठ्या सेंटरला रेफर करायचं. साध्या केसमध्ये जर ब्लड लागलं अनएक्सपेक्टेड, इट वॉज नॉट एक्सपेक्टेड दॅट समथिंग विल हॅपन, अशा वेळी कोर्ट पण म्हणत नाही की तुम्ही ब्लड का नाही अरेंज केलं, पण इट इज ऑलवेज द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ हॉस्पिटल अँड द डॉक्टर टू अरेंज द ब्लड. If you want to send somebody like husband किंवा कोणालाही, you always send some staff with the doctor or with the husband or relative. He or she should, because he doesn't know where are the blood banks. He doesn't know the rapport between you and the blood bank. On the contrary, पेशंटचा डॉक्टरचा स्टाफ जर कोणी गेला जो नेहमी त्या ब्लड बँकेतून रक्त आणत असतो, ही विल टेल की नाही डॉक्टर पोटदुखेना रक्त लगेच हवं आहे, प्लीज सर अरेंज करा. हा जर नुसता हजबंड एकटा जाऊन आला, probably he will not issue because he has got some पोटमारे doctors appeal for blood. So it depends upon your rapport and that will be created by doctor, not the patient's husband. So that time some relative can accompany with the husband की यांना ब्लड पाहिजे लवकर द्या, पोटदुखे मॅडमनी लगेच मागितलंय. He will get blood earlier.
ब्लड खरंच त्याचं अवेलेबल नसेल,
सर अवेलेबल नसेल ना तर कोर्ट पण काही म्हणणार नाही. तुम्ही
त्या डॉक्टरचं पेशंट बरोबर डॉक्टरचं दुर्दैव असं म्हणावं लागेल.
सर दुर्दैवाचं काही नसतं, जज इतके हे नसतात, जजला पण कळतं तिथे ब्लड बँक नाही. अशा तुम्ही जे दुसरं फ्लुइड लावता, प्लाझ्मा लावता, प्लाझ्मा पण अवेल नाही. प्लाझ्मा असतात ना आपल्याकडे तयार, यू कॅन ॲडवाइज गेट फ्रॉम द मार्केट ऑल्सो. आणि सेकंडली रिंगर लॅक्टेट फास्ट जे आपण सगळं समजतं आपल्याला, नॉर ॲड्रेनालिन ड्रीप जे आपण शिकलो आहे ते करून पेशंटला पाठवा तुम्ही. प्रत्येक ब्लड असतं असं नाही, ब्लड बँक पण नसते. पण अगेन इट इज द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ द डॉक्टर and the staff and the hospital to arrange the blood wherever blood banks are there. Where there are no blood banks, refer the patient to higher center. Unexpectedly blood लागतं तर कोर्ट म्हणजे तुमच्याकडे जे आहे ते करा, जे आहे ते करा. म्हणजे जे आयव्ही फ्लुइड्स आहे ते लावा, ब्लड प्रेशर मेंटेन करायला जे आपण नॉरॲड्रेनालिनची ड्रीप लावतो सगळं करा तुम्ही, आणि ते करून तुम्ही पेशंटला रेफर करा विथ समबडी एल्स who can जो मॉनिटर करू शकतो. किंवा
Sorry to disturb.
I think we will end here. We can talk in the during expert time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you all the mooters for your extraordinary real court drama. And, our Sasubai was really extraordinary. She should have been actor rather than a doctor. Thank you all the mooters. And we will move on to the next session, that is panel discussion. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, chairpersons. Thank you all the moot court participants. Before we move on to the panel discussion, I would like to request Sujata madam to please felicitate all the moot court participants. Dr. Zamre madam, Dr. Basutkar madam. Dr. Neetu, Dr. Sunita.
I would like to request Dr. Sujata ma'am to please felicitate Dr. Anjali Jamma ma'am and Dr. Ajit Kulkarni sir. Thank you so much ma'am and sir for chairing this session. Thank you ma'am. Now we are moving to our panel discussion of MTP on scarred uterus, followed by Ask the Expert. I would like to request Dr. Pratibha Baldava madam to moderate this session. Our Dr. Pratibha Baldava ma'am, she is working at SS Baldava Hospital. She is a gold medalist at DFP, fellow of American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology. She has won many national award for the paper presentation, many paper presentation. She is a Wonder Amoxian Award at 2023 she has won. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay.
I would like to request Dr. Asha Ghudke madam, who is a HOD at Women's Hospital. We welcome you, ma'am, in SOGS. Dr. Vijay Sathe sir, he is an assistant professor at VM Medical College, Solapur. I request Dr. Kinshu Kade madam. She is a consultant at Sunrise Hospital and also at Kade Nursing Home at Mohol. Dr. Rohini Deshpande madam. Dr. Sulba Zamre madam. As we all know, she is a very senior gynecologist at Zamre Nursing Home. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay. I welcome all of you to the panel discussion of today, which is a very interesting topic, MTP on a scarred uterus, a case-based panel discussion. Throughout this session, we'll explore evidence-based approaches, prevention strategies, and management protocols designed to optimize patient outcomes while monitoring complications. Our panel will share valuable insights drawn from both clinical experience and current research. I will also have asked the expert comments later on after the cases are discussed. So let us not waste any more time and go straight to case 1. I will describe the patient profile and medical history. Our index case was a 32-year-old patient, Gravida 3, Para 1, Living 1 and Abortion 1. She presented at 8 weeks and requested for termination of pregnancy. Her obstetric history was significant that she had one previous lower segment cesarean section done 3 years ago due to fetal distress, followed by one spontaneous abortion which was managed medically last year. So I would want to ask, how would you go about managing this case? What method of MTP would you use, medical or surgical, and why? Anybody would okay, Zamre madam.
8 weeks pregnancy, previous
Yes.
cesarean section done 3 years back.
Yes.
And she doesn't want the pregnancy. I think I'll prefer a surgical technique by termination with the suction evacuation.
Why not medical? Why?
Because anyway the pregnancy is around 8 week size and she had a previous section also. I'll prefer the patient, and this patient also, I don't know where she stays, whether she'll come for follow-up or proper, I don't know. Therefore, this is a procedure which can be done once she comes there, and then I will prefer to do a suction evacuation in this patient.
But this patient is not willing to get admitted and she wants medical abortion. Then how would you go about doing a medical abortion for her? What preparations would you do before giving her the medical abortion pills?
First of all, I had to counsel the patient. I had to talk to her that she had a previous section.
Yes.
And therefore there can be a conflict like previous case which we have discussed. Second thing, again the preliminary investigation which we do like CBC, blood group and all that. And then do a ultrasonography, know the integrity as well as the proper thickness of the scar.
Yes.
That we will see. And then it will be, medical termination can be definitely done because it is an 8 weeks pregnancy. And then how to follow up and all that I will explain to her.
What is the cutoff for giving medical abortion pills? That arises a very important question. What is the cutoff up to which we can give medical abortion pills?
Medical abortion pills, MTP by MMA method up to 63 days.
9 weeks. Up to 9 weeks, yes. So we can do safely we can give medical abortion pills for up to 9 weeks. So that is right. Again, as madam pointed out, a thorough ultrasound before giving the MTP pills is very, very important, because not only to know the integrity of the uterine scar, but also to rule out that it's not a scar ectopic or it's an ectopic in itself.
So that is a very important thing, a thorough ultrasound, a thorough history again, whether the previous cesarean section was not a classical one, it was a transverse only, and how many years back was it done, all that history, and whether the scar healed well. She did not have any complications after the cesarean, means there was no gaping or everything. All those history has to be important. And basic investigations, as we said, is important. So here we again highlight the two important points, that thorough ultrasound and thorough history taking is important, plus informed consent, high risk consent, that even before giving the medical abortion pills, we'll take a written consent. So can somebody highlight, can you please tell me what are the consent forms which we will take before giving the medical abortion pills?
Form C.
Form C, only Form C or plus?
Opinion form.
Form I. Form C and Form I. Okay, so according to the MTP law, when we are giving medical abortion pills, we will take Form C and Form I when we are giving medical abortion pills up to 12 weeks. But what if I just change the history and if I say that she is not 8 weeks, she is around 13 weeks. So then what consent forms will I need to take? Yes, so don't get confused. Earlier the MTP law was saying that up to 20 weeks, as per the amendment law, up to 20 weeks it's the same form, Form C and Form I. But suppose if now she has an anomalous baby and you find that the anomaly is at around 19 weeks that is found and she wants MTP, then what forms will be required?
Same form.
Up to 24 weeks, again there is a Form E that is required.
About 20 weeks.
About 20.
Form 1.
Form 1, okay.
They
Form
will say
1.
I, because it is not I, it's Form 1, 2, 3, ऐसा है ना?
Okay.
Form 1 actually.
It's Form C and Form 1.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I have those forms at the end of this thing. We can just have a look at them so that we don't get confused. Okay. Okay, we'll see them later. Okay, let's just discuss. So as we said,
One month. Form 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I do.
okay, so that is how we discuss. So medical versus surgical approaches, we have just known the pros and cons of each. Medical is important because it is less invasive and easy for the outpatient, for the patient to follow up. 90 to 95% we know that it will lead to complete abortion, but as madam clearly said, there is a high risk of heavy bleeding and lower risk of infection, but there is an unpredictable time of completion. So we don't know if the patient doesn't follow up, we may lose her. But the advantage of the surgical approach is that it is a controlled environment and we know that 99% it will be complete abortion, but there is a high risk of mechanical trauma to the scar and it requires skilled provider and appropriate facilities. Plus there is a potential of visualizing the scar if we are doing it under an ultrasound guided procedure. Okay, these are the various associations and organizations which have put forth these guidelines. According to the RCOG, we need to take caution while we are doing MTP for more than one cesarean section and increase vigilance after 9 weeks. According to the ACOG, medical methods are acceptable with appropriate monitoring and it is preferred that after 12 weeks we better do a surgical method. While FIGO also says that individualized approach based on scar assessment and surgical methods are preferred after 9 weeks. WHO also says the same thing, that increased monitoring after 10 weeks. So basically we are safe in doing a medical abortion up to 9 weeks, but after 9 weeks it's better to do a surgical approach. Okay, now we come to the second case. A 28-year-old lady from rural India. She is gravida 3 para 2 living 2, has previous 1 male child and a female child with previous 2 LSES, presents at 16 weeks of lactational amenorrhea and wants to get her menses. But you put an ultrasound probe and you see that there is a 12 weeks of a live fetus. She does not want to continue pregnancy. How will you proceed? Dr. Kinshu, how will you counsel the patient and how will you proceed?
We'll evaluate the patient first with her clinical history
and her basic labs, a repeat ultrasound to look for whether it is a cesarean scar pregnancy or not. And yeah, after evaluation, then we can counsel them about medical method of termination, surgical method of termination, since she is only 12 weeks, preferably under ultrasound guidance, but still explain the complications related to the surgical management in such case, which is perforation of the uterus.
Yes, here important is monitoring during MTP. As she said, ultrasound guided surgical evacuation would be preferable because she is previous LSCS, so risk of perforation is very, very high. So better to do it as a ultrasound guided surgical procedure. And post MTP counseling and contraception, because you know she's come with lactation amenorrhea. Others again she will wait, thinking that it's lactation amenorrhea, and so better to advise some contraception along with this, either a copper T or maybe DMPA, and then to prevent such mishaps in future.
Pratibha, one more time, old days when we started our practice, we used to have a laminaria tent.
Yes.
And we used to put a laminate tent the day before, like night, and then do a suction. It was very, very easy to perform because we are avoiding the difficult dilatation of the cervix in a previous cesarean section, especially.
Okay.
It was very helpful.
Yes. Just like laminated, now we have misoprostol, so we just put a 200 misoprostol.
Yes,
But
that also is very useful.
yes, but I would like to add here, since if the patient is just, she is only previous one cesarean, but if she is previous 2 or previous 3, whatever, then we can decrease the dose of misoprostol, because even a 200 misoprostol can increase the risk of uterine rupture. So decreasing the dose of misoprostol will also help and help in cervical dilatation. So good. So let us just understand the risk. MTP in scarred uterine can cause uterine rupture, which is a risk of 0.2 to 0.8%. It increases the risk of hemorrhage because there is an increased risk due to scar vascularity. Again, abnormal placentation, because even the chorionic tissue can get implanted in the scar tissue, previous scar uterus, and increases the risk of accreta spectrum. There is increased risk of incomplete abortion, and because of decreased medical efficacy at the scar site. See, misoprostol acts mainly on the uterus because it's a muscular tissue, but the scar site is a fibrous tissue, and so it does not contract properly, and therefore even by giving misoprostol or mifepristone, there is increased risk of incomplete abortion with medical abortion as well. Also, there is increased risk of delayed complications like late scar dehiscence. So, we have to be very, very careful when we are doing MTP in a previously scarred uterus. Okay, so this is again the same thing in a format. Now we come to case 3. A 34-year-old lady with previous one LSCS and a known case of hypertension and diabetes mellitus has a fetus diagnosed with large ventricular septal defect, aortic stenosis, and a poorly contractile left ventricle at 21 weeks of gestation. She wants to terminate the pregnancy. How will you proceed? Yes?
That is a series of 21 weeks of gestation and previous one analysis. So the counseling part consists of the high risk that there is more chances of uterine rupture. If we do termination by using the Mifi and Bizo combination. So counseling, there is high chances of more chances of rupture of uterine rupture is there.
The high risk counseling should include what? First is her medical conditions, then the previous LSCS, and then 21 weeks of gestation. So it is a second trimester, as good as a second trimester MTP. So these 3 points will be first highlighted in your high risk consent. Yes?
That there may require chances of surgical management if there is incomplete evacuation, that placenta may not expel.
But this has to be surgical evacuation only. I mean, first what will you tell the patient? That is it going to be like a DNC or will you deliver the baby?
If it is medically, if it not get completely expelled, then there may be chances of surgical intervention.
So, when you go for medical method to deliver the baby, what are the drugs you use and what is the dose? What are the drugs that we use to bring about delivery of such a baby?
21 weeks we can use the mifepristone and misoprostol combination.
What dose and what timings?
On day 1 the mifepristone 200 milligram is dose given, and after the 36 to 40 the tablet misoprostol. As for routine cases we can for 24 weeks we can give the 400 microgram, but for in this previous analysis we reduced to half at 200 microgram, and interval is routine is 3 to 4 hours, but for the it is previous analysis we increase the interval to the 6 hours.
Okay, so we have to first counsel the patient that this is not like a routine surgical evacuation. It is not that the patient goes to the OT, goes a DNC and comes out. No, it is not that way. We have to bring about delivery of this fetus by giving her medical drugs. That is, she has to ingest mifepristone in front of us in our observation. She takes that dose, and after 24 to 48 hours we give 200 micrograms of misoprostol either orally or vaginally, which brings about cervical dilatation and induces labor pains. Because of these labor pains, she will abort that baby or deliver that baby. After she has delivered that baby, we go for check curettage. So this counseling has to be done to the patient properly. Secondly, because she is a very high risk patient due to her hypertension and diabetes mellitus, she needs to be counseled for her medical conditions again, that she has increased risk of infections again because of her diabetes mellitus. Plus, because of hypertension, while giving anesthesia, she has increased risk of anesthesia also. So that is there. Now again, which forms are we going to fill? Form 1, C and E. Along with E, we also fill Form 1. Form 1 is mandatory for all MTPs, whether it is any weeks of gestation, but Form C is mandatory up to 12 weeks and now up to 20 weeks, but now beyond 20 weeks, we use Form 1 and Form E. Is that very clear? Yes.
Form 1 is not compulsory.
Not it is if it is not mandatory, but
E is mandatory when it is beyond 20 weeks. How many gynecologist opinion would you take when it is beyond 20 weeks? Will you involve another gynecologist with you?
Two gynecologists.
Yes, as per the MTP law, whenever it is beyond 20 weeks, you will involve another gynecologist. So how do you take the opinion of another gynecologist?
That we can give the history and examination on the phone basis of
okay.
Take send the paper.
It is yes, madam. Please, how do we take the consent or opinion of a second gynecologist?
I will inform the whole case on the phone. I'll send the papers with the ultrasound report and the proper investigation, because she is already diabetic, she is hypertensive, whether the pre-operative medical management is done well, and then according to if he requires to see the patient is okay, otherwise I'll take her paper and take his signature.
Yes, it is always better to take the opinion of the second gynecologist on paper in writing, because yes, because it is medico-legally very, very important that when it is beyond 20 weeks, we have written notes of two gynecologists on paper, Form E which is signed by the patient and the relatives, and on Form E itself also there is the signature of the two gynecologists who are seeing the patient. So this is mandatory when it is beyond 20 weeks. Okay, what is the pre-MTP preparation that we will do? Additionally, we discussed in the previous two cases, what additional preparation will you do in this case? For this patient?
So to optimize the she's a diabetes and hypertension.
Yes.
So optimize the health before
the asepsis, the aseptic techniques have to be optimized or will have to be made at a higher end, because she is a diabetic, so there is more risk of infection, so aseptic precautions have to be heightened. Monitoring, again what monitoring during MTP and doses of tablet misoprostol we discussed. We can reduce the dose of misoprostol from 400 to 200 because she is a previous LSCS, and again post MTP counseling and contraception. So what contraception would you advise in this patient?
One is if he needs, if she needs check, then simultaneously we can counsel for copper-T. If not, then
but would you prefer copper-T in a case of diabetes mellitus?
we can do injectable contraceptives, DMPA.
Yes, injectable DMPA would be preferable, or OC pills would be preferable. Injectable, usually copper-T we would avoid because she is diabetic.
Maybe preferable as there is a steroid in injectable contraception. Patient is a diabetes, there may be chance of increased risk of diabetes.
Yes. So we would prefer non-invasive contraception. That is the point that I'm trying to dive home, that non-invasive contraceptives would be preferred since she is a diabetic. Okay, well done everybody. All are doing very well. So we just know the medication protocols for cervical dilatation, dosing, timing and monitoring. As we discussed, the point to be highlighted is 24 to 48 hours after mifepristone, we administer a reduced dose of misoprostol that can be 200 or 400 only for one time. Use vaginal or buccal route rather than the sublingual. Consider inpatient monitoring for higher risk cases. It is better that the patient is admitted in the hospital when we are giving her the misoprostol. It is not that we give her the misoprostol, tell her go home, and when you get bleeding or pain you come back. It is better that the patient is admitted in the premises. Yes, so surgical techniques, when and how to intervene. So we have, can anybody tell me what is the scar thickness at below which we would not want to do a medical abortion or a surgical abortion? Means we would directly want to go for a hysterectomy. I will say that no, I will not go for surgical or medical abortion in this case. I will directly do a hysterectomy. What is the scar thickness? 2 mm is the cutoff according to most of the studies. They say that when the scar thickness is less than 2 mm, it is better not to go for medical or surgical methods of abortion and go for direct hysterectomy whether it is when it is beyond 12 weeks. Okay, so up to 12 weeks we can go for a DNC still because lower segment is not formed.
Hello. लाईट नसला की चालतो का, लाईट असला की नाही चालत, असं काही आहे का? मे बी काही हे असेल कनेक्शनवर. ठीक आहे, जस्ट सॉरी फॉर इंटरेक्शन, कारण नंतर आपला बीडी एक्सपर्ट्स होतं की नाही माहीत नाही, आय कांट से. तो स्कार थिकनेस जरी आपण बघतो सोनोग्राफिकली, इट्स अ गुड इन्व्हेस्टिगेशन फॉर अवर डॉक्युमेंटेशन पर्पज अगेन, की आय हॅव गॉन फॉर स्कार थिकनेस अँड डिसाइडेड द फर्दर प्रोसिजर. बट nowadays whatever I listen to the experts in this field, they say it is not just thickness. It is a functional integrity of the scar that decides, of course, in labor process. Because just we don't allow for vaginal birth after C-section, not just by scar thickness. It is the functional capacity of the scar to tolerate the stretching and thinning, etc. But in MTP it may not be factor, पण तरी सुद्धा नुसत्या स्कार थिकनेसवर जाऊ नये असं मला वाटतं. बाकी पण ते सर्वायकल स्कोअर किंवा सॉफनिंग किंवा ज्याला आपण म्हणतो ते जास्त लक्षात घातलं.
It is not the absolute, but if you want to give, you have to hospitalize and give under supervision, medical management.
Okay. Graphically indicated under sonography also we can conduct under supervision.
So that is what again emphasis of the procedure being done under ultrasound guidance, proper cervical preparation, gentle aspiration so as to provide perforation, and continuous monitoring so as to know whether the patient is having any bleeding pre or post procedure. Now what happens, suppose if this patient, she has completed the process of abortion, you have done a check curettage, and after that, after 24 hours she starts bleeding profusely. What would you do? This patient, hypertensive, diabetic, she has aborted, she delivered the 21-week baby, you have shown the baby, you have handed over the baby to them, and you've done a check curettage, and patient is shifted to the ward. After 24 hours, there's a call, sister saying that patient is bleeding profusely. What will you do?
See whether there is still they're part of the placental passage, still other membranes that remain inside, and start resuscitating by starting IV fluids and the uterotonics also along with that.
Okay.
Because there is also possibility of uterus getting atonic.
Yes, there is a high risk when we are doing a second trimester MTP that the uterus will become atonic after the MTP is quite high. So we have to look for start uterotonics, give her carbetocin, pitocin, methergin. Methergin should not be given in this case because she is hypertensive. All those uterotonics should be given. Vaginal misoprostol can be inserted again, and to make the uterus contract well so as to decrease the chances of
patient of the second trimester did and same she aborted all that, and later on again the call came after 8 hours and the whole uterus was
full of clots. Yes.
and that clots is not allowing the uterus to
contract.
She was bleeding more.
Yes.
Therefore,
So then you can again take her back into the operation theatre, evacuate the clots, put a Foley's catheter if you want, because if even sometimes even the bladder is distended, she is not able to pass urine, even that prevents the uterine contractility to some extent. So empty the bladder, remove the clots, allow the uterus to contract well, start uterotonics and take care of the PPH. So second trimester abortion, again uterine bleeding is a very important complication which needs to be taken care of. So we'll just go through this fast. So comprehensive ultrasound evaluation of the scar is very important before doing the procedure. Accurate gestational age determination is very important. So only beyond 9 weeks do we go for surgical, before 9 weeks we can go for medical. Risk stratification based on scar features, consideration of surgical options for high risk cases, monitoring protocols, inpatient management for high risk cases, continuous vital sign monitoring, pain assessment between doses, low threshold for surgical intervention, medication modifications like reducing the dose of misoprostol, extended intervals between the doses, vaginal or buccal administration rather than sublingual, and total dose of misoprostol should not exceed 1200 microgram in 124 hours. The procedure safeguards are doing it under ultrasound guidance. Be gentle, prepare the cervix by putting in misoprostol before the procedure, or as madam said, laminaria tent as it was doing previously. Curved cannula usage to avoid direct scar contact, specialized provider training for complex cases. How do we do the post-procedure care? Now, in this vital sign monitoring every 15 to 30 minutes until stable, pain assessment using standard scales, quantitative assessment of bleeding, IV access maintenance for high-risk patients, clinical assessment for ongoing symptoms, ultrasound to confirm complete evaluation, evaluation of scar integrity and initial contraceptive discussion as we said. And during the discharge phase, comprehensive discharge instructions, warning signs regarding immediate attention. The patient should be counseled that if she is having abnormal vaginal discharge, excessive bleeding or foul smelling discharge, she has to come back to the hospital. Prescription for appropriate pain management, contact information for emergency concerns, and comprehensive follow-up care after 4 to 6 weeks should include complete physical examination, again ultrasound assessment of scar healing, long-term contraceptive planning and future pregnancy counseling. Now we come to the last but not the least for today. The fourth case for today is a 35-year-old lady with IVF conception and twins. They've got an anomalous baby. One baby has an anomaly, that is an Arnold-Chiari malformation, which is a typical banana lemon sign, and it is detected at 16 weeks of gestation in the first twin. The second twin, however, is anatomically absolutely normal. She wants to get rid of the anomalous baby, but badly wants to keep the healthy baby. How will you proceed? Yes.
We can counsel her that she does not need to go for medical termination of the whole pregnancy. She can opt for fetal reduction in such cases.
Yes, fetal reduction. So that is what in today's era of IVF, I want to point out that MTP and embryo reduction are not the same. Embryo reduction is different from MTP. Okay, so Dr. Kinshu, yes, you have pointed out a very important point that she can opt for embryo reduction. So now explain me, what is embryo reduction?
So embryo reduction is basically a procedure in which we basically instill potassium chloride in the baby to stop the cardiac activity of that baby, and that is called fetal reduction. We don't need to dilate the cervix and perform proper delivery type.
Okay, but she's asking ki you will means you will stop the heartbeat of the anomalous baby. What will happen to my normal baby?
So the other baby survives well.
Okay, so all that has to be counseled well. That embryo reduction is a procedure in which the baby which is anomalous, only that baby's heartbeat will be stopped by injecting potassium chloride under ultrasound guidance into the anomalous baby's heart, and the normal baby survives well, and the other anomalous baby need not be removed out of the uterine cavity also, and she can continue till term with the procedure after the procedure of embryo reduction.
Pratibha,
Yes.
Again, if the baby is a dichorionic, diamniotic, separate compartments.
Yes, yes.
It will be safe. If it is the same compartment.
If it is monoamniotic monocompartment, no, it is not
it will
possible.
be hampering to the second
Yes,
baby.
it is not possible to do the embryo reduction. Then she has to abort the whole pregnancy. Okay. Can MTP be done in this, or there is any other method? We just answered it. Do we need to fill forms for this again, C or E forms? Are they required? No, because it is not MTP, it is embryo reduction. So then what form is required for embryo reduction? Form G, yes. Form G is a form of invasive consent form which needs to be filled for embryo reduction procedures. It's a form G. What is the pre-procedure preparation that you will do in this patient?
So we take a written informed consent from the patient, explain the adverse reactions that may happen in cases of this. There may be leaking or there may be contractions.
Yes.
Explain that, take a written consent, and then evaluate, basic evaluation, clinical examination and blood workup of the patient. And after that we usually have 3 hours NBM patient, and then with the, I'm not an expert in it, but still, so we insert a needle into the thorax of the anomalous child, instill around 2 to 3 ml of KCl.
2 to 3 ml is too high. 0.5 is more than enough, usually 0.5, because the least amount of KCl that is injected, the better it is, because more the volume that you inject, more is the chances of the patient going into preterm labor or PPROM, because you are increasing the volume of the pregnancy itself. So 0.5 ml that they inject directly into the cardiac activity of the cardiac heart of the baby, and usually sometimes even if we inject more, we aspirate the equal amount of amniotic fluid back into the syringe so that we do not increase the volume of the pregnancy. And then what? After that on ultrasound we confirm that the cardiac activity has stopped, and then we wait for 5 to 10 minutes, confirm that it has stopped, then we send the patient back, keep the patient under observation for 12 to 24 hours so that there is no bleeding, no chances of abdominal pain, give her appropriate shot of antibiotics, and then discharge her, informing her and that she has to report back to the hospital if there is any untoward event. Okay. So that is what we do, monitoring during the procedure and post-procedure counseling and care. Okay. So this is what is embryo reduction. It needs proper counseling. It needs invasive consent, that is a form F and a form G has to be filled. It is not MTP and does not require form C or E to be filled. The pre and post procedure care has to be taken properly. It is a myth that fetal reduction is a universal recommendation for all multiple pregnancies. It is not so. Fetal reduction decision depends on multiple factors, considering the chorionicity, that is the number of placentae, health of the babies, and its unique medical factors. So again, we just discussed about previous 1 cesarean. Sometimes the patient may come with previous 2 cesareans or previous 3 cesareans. So again, in those cases, for patients with 3 plus previous cesarean sections requesting MTP, the panel recommends surgical approaches under ultrasound guidance as the primary management strategy. It is better not to go for medical abortions in these cases, as risk of incomplete abortion is very, very high with more than 1 or more than 2 number of previous cesarean sections. If medical management is strongly preferred, inpatient protocol with 50% dose reduction is advised, and surgical backup should be immediately available. If it is an extremely thin scar that is less than 1.5 mm thickness, the consensus favors primary surgical management with intraoperative visualization of the scar area. If medical approach is undertaken, hospitalization with continuous monitoring and significantly reduced misoprostol dose is recommended. If it's a caesarean scar pregnancy, management of the pregnancy which is implanted in caesarean scar requires specialized approaches beyond standard MTP protocols. This can be done either by a laparoscopic approach or by a vaginal approach, because a caesarean scar pregnancy will not abort by medical methods, nor can it be removed by simple DNC. What it needs is a laparoscopic approach, laparoscopic expertise, where the scar is opened up, the pregnancy is evacuated, and then the scar is sutured back so that the integrity of the scar is thickened or maintained better than the previous time. So it will need either a hysteroscopic resection or a laparoscopic evacuation of a caesarean scar pregnancy. What will you do when it's a failed medical method? This is a very important question. I will put this to the panel. Can you tell me, madam? Suppose if you have given MTP pills to a patient, a first patient that we gave 8 weeks, and she has come back after 10 days saying that she was spotting for the first 10 days and now the spotting has stopped, but she's still having some white foul discharge and she has intermittent pain. What will you do for her?
There is a foul smelling, there may be chance of infection. So first give cover up of IV antibiotics, let her stable, vitally stable, and then if there is no any signs of infection, then go for ultrasound. And is there any products of conception? If there is remaining of products of conception, then go for check.
Surgical evacuation. So usually failed medical management, we should not advise a repeat medical management again, because there are chances of going into incomplete abortion again or failing of that medical management again. So better to advise you go for a surgical evacuation, complete the procedure under ultrasound guidance and counsel the patient that she may still land up with some remnants or maybe some bleeding after that, and she has to be in close vigilance of the hospital and follow up at least for 2 to 3 times even after she gets normal menses. Okay? So that's it. Now we go to documentation and legal consideration. Pre-procedure documentation is again the ultrasound documentation. History which should be documented means all in hard copy written on our IPD sheet or OPD sheet when we are giving medical management. Informed consent process, it should again be written in the local language that the patient understands. In our case, maybe Marathi or whatever. And procedure records, that is OT notes, as we saw in the moot court, have to be complete. That when I was doing the MTP, I could feel the scar, or maybe the scar got perforated, or the scar got, and all those even minor details should be mentioned properly in the OT notes. And follow-up documentation should also be like after the patient comes taking the medical abortion, whether the abortion was complete or not, the ultrasound after the abortion showing a complete abortion should be attached to our records showing that it was a complete abortion. So follow-up documentation is also very important. So future pregnancy counseling after MTP on scarred uterus. Usually we advise around 6 to 12 months of waiting after the MTP is done. In that case, there is a 0.5 to 2% increased risk of rupture in future pregnancies, and if they wait for around 1 year to 1.5 years, the risk of rupture decreases to 0.1%. So that means after the abortion is done, they have to maintain adequate gap till they conceive for the second time. That risk decreases their risk in the future pregnancy. So contraceptive counseling is very, very important after MTP. So implementing best practices in your clinical practice. If we follow all these methods, we will have safe and litigation-free practice. Summary is scar assessment by ultrasound, reduce the misoprostol dose, extended interval between the misoprostol dosing, ultrasound guided evacuation, and 6 months wait or 1 year wait before next pregnancy. Thank you. All the panelists have done a very wonderful job by giving in their practical methods what they use in day-to-day practice. Zambre madam, would you like to add some experience of yours regarding MTP in a scarred uterus?
MTP, when before the prostaglandin came in the market, we even used to put a Foley's catheter. Like we used to keep a catheter inside, and especially borderline cases. And that time what was available was ethacridine lactate. It was wonderful drug which we had, because when the prostaglandin came in the market, we were little afraid that whether to use, whether it will have a scar rupture. And we were very comfortable with doing ethacridine. When I was a resident, we used to do intraamniotic saline, but even we have seen lot of complications with intraamniotic saline that time. But ethacridine lactate was very safe and very good drug which was available that time. Same time Lamiretant I was using very frequently, and I never patient had any incompetent os with that. Because if you have because surgically when you try to dilate a 12-week cervix, you are bound to damage some cervical
fibers. Yes.
That was wonderful. And we used to do a catheter, just put a catheter, don't do anything.
Yeah, because it was mechanical dilatation and very slow dilatation. So cervix was unharmed by doing the Foley's dilatation.
That is, otherwise
Yes.
when the prostaglandins, they are done a miracle. Absolutely, absolutely.
It's like from the manual we have come to the computer.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. So it was wonderful having all the panelists here. Thank you so much, Zamre madam. Thank you so much, Kinshu.
Thank you.
We'll hope to do this again
Thanks,
sometime.
Pratibha, for a very wonderful case presentation. The way in which you presented is something very nice.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah.
I just want to know whether second trimester after abortion, that every time you do a check curettage?
If I feel that if the placenta has come out complete, I don't do a check curettage. But if I feel that, but invariably, usually what happens is there is some or the bits remaining. So it is better to do a check curettage.
I have 2 cases where we didn't do anything. Patient went to somebody else and then
they did a check curettage.
Therefore, even
it is better to do a check curettage. It is for us that I can sleep safely at night. Yes. A check curettage is better to do.
And about the last case where we could not do embryo reduction, in that case, if patient continues with the pregnancy.
Yes.
Because I had one patient transfer from Bijapur, had one baby in encephaly, second normal baby.
Okay.
It was an IVF pregnancy. Patient just refused for reduction. Because when reduction you advise them that she can abort also.
Yes, complication.
And then she just refused and that whole pregnancy went to the full term.
Yes.
And
you deliver them by cesarean or whatever.
Not necessary that when we are not able to do, should abort patient. It's not like
not
that.
necessary. If the patient wants to continue, she can continue. Also, one more point I want to put forth that these are the anomalous babies which are life-threatening or lethal anomalies. So for this, we advise MTP, even if we find them up to 24 weeks. But if we find them after 24 weeks, we send them to the medical board, and by the court, we get orders and we abort. But if there are non-lethal anomalies, like just a curved foot, or suppose a spina bifida, which is an occult spina bifida, means only the skin defect is there, but the spine is not injured. So in these cases, like a cleft plate or cleft palate, these are not the cases where MTP should be advised. So it is the main responsibility of the gynecologist or the obstetrician who is treating the patient that this is a non-lethal anomaly and you need not abort the baby for this. After the baby comes out, it can be treated well and you will have a healthy baby. That is what should also be counseled along. So these are not the cases for which MTP should be advised.
When I went to ultrasound training with Suresh.
So then what happened of that anencephalous baby, twins they were carrying? So they went up to term. Yeah. And then we deliver them and then anencephalous baby automatically dies after it comes out and second baby she has.
She delivered fine.
Yes.
Went to Suresh for a training. That time there was a patient from Saudi for reduction for the fetal reduction. For the quadruple babies.
Oh.
And then she was advised and then again the consent was taken that you may abort. She just refused.
Yes, because these IVF, today in the era of IVF, when they want the baby so badly, if you tell them that there is a risk of abortion, they automatically say that no, we don't want to go for the procedure. They will risk carrying the...
Even not IVF, I had a few days back I had a patient, but the baby had a very bad talipus.
Talipus, yes.
Very bad, it was something like that. And she had a previous baby, it was cesarean section, first delivery. She said, nothing doing. I will continue.
Yes.
But I said, you will require a surgery. There are a lot of problems. Now we are already diagnosed at 18 weeks. But she refused and now she's going behind that baby
correcting the talipus.
There are patients.
There are patients.
Respect the word patients.
Yes. So it is basically that we have to respect the patient's wish, and for non-lethal anomalies we can counsel them to continue pregnancy and not advise MTP. But finally it is the patient's wish that we have to follow.
The patient had a cleft lip. I had one patient whose father was sitting and I could see the cleft lip operated on him. This baby also had a cleft lip. I said, why you want to terminate this pregnancy? We can get a very good plastic surgeon in city and they will make you. He said, in my childhood I have suffered so much with that and then there is a nasal twing when he was talking.
Yes.
I don't want my baby to suffer and you terminate this pregnancy. But are we justified to terminate?
In that case, no. We are still not justified to terminate because it's a non-lethal fetal anomaly.
He was just behind. No, I don't want that to suffer. Exactly that I'm saying. But in legally, are we justified to terminate? Madam?
Up to 20 weeks it is okay.
No. For non-lethal.
But when there are contraception.
That's
त्यांनी तिच्या क्लिअर कट लिहिलं आहे की सॅल्वाजेबल फिटसचं नाही करायचं. ज्यांच्यामध्ये ते डिफेक्ट असे आहे की इट विल बी ट्रॉमा इन द सेन्स की काहीतरी असं आपल्याला प्रॉब्लेम आहे की वर्षभर त्यांना त्या बाळाला बाळगावं लागेल सोबत. त्यामुळे तशा ह्याच्यामध्ये जर खूपच वाटलं करायचं तर ते बिकॉज ऑफ दॅट करतो असं नाही दाखवायचं. फेल्युअर ऑफ कॉन्ट्रासेप्शन दिस इज लाईक अंडर अम्ब्रेला. दॅट विल बी पॉसिबल ओनली अप टू 20 weeks. जर आपल्याला खूपच करायचं आहे, कारण जो वडील म्हणले की माझ्या मुलाला मला असं दुःख द्यायचं नाही, ठीक आहे, पण ते दुःख द्यायचं नाही, डॉक्टर फसायला नको. उद्याच्या पेशंटला कधी कॉम्प्लिकेशन झाली अगेन डॉक्टर विल बी हेल्ड रिस्पॉन्सिबल. वाय यू वेंट अगेन्स्ट MTP Act. MTP Act क्लिअर कट गाईडलाईन्स आहे कुठे करायचं कुठे नाही करायचं. हां, इफ ॲट ऑल वी आर व्हेरी एम्पॅथेटिक नॅचरली, कारण आपल्याला वाटतं पेशंट आपले म्हणजे आलेलं आहे, तर त्याच्या खूपच करायचं. नॉट दिस इंडिकेशन, अगेन द अम्ब्रेला इंडिकेशन अप टू 20 weeks.
Okay, thank you so much. We have had wonderful discussion.
Questions still because
yes. Okay,
topic
is very
medical management in the scarred uterus after 12 weeks, 16-20 weeks, failed medical management. She has not responded to MIFI and meso also. She has eaten all the 4 and no pains.
We can go ahead with hysterectomy.
You have to go for a surgical management.
But in 16 weeks, we are giving medicines only to dilate the cervix. It's not medical abortion. It's not medical abortion, as I said. It's medicines which we are giving to dilate the cervix to deliver the baby. So if she is not responding and not cervical, there is no cervical dilatation that is happening, then we can give them an option of hysterectomy. So
Yes, we can wait for 1 day and again sometimes we give MIFI. They will sometimes.
That we can try, but if still that fail, one option left is doing an hysterectomy.
Ma'am, can you tell about the post-suction evacuation follow-up? Is it necessary to do TVS again?
Not, but we have to call the patient. Not necessarily we'll do a TVS every time. If the patient comes after surgical treatment, patient is fine, no fever, no temperature, she's not bleeding, everything, there's no need that we have to do. No.
It's not mandatory.
It is not mandatory.
A post-surgical ultrasound is not mandatory if you are sure of your procedure and patient does not have symptoms. But we definitely call the patient for follow-up after 7 days, because when she comes, we know whether she has had any bleeding or pain or any abnormal discharge. If she doesn't have that, no need to do an ultrasound to confirm or document. But if yes, you are suspecting something, or if it's a case like a previous LSCS, you might do it and document for your safety.
Yes.
Yes. For medical abortions, I think for most of the medical abortions that we give, I think at least in my practice, I call all the patients after 7 days and do an ultrasound to check whether it is complete or no.
That is
I do.
But if suppose she continued the pregnancy, she has not aborted with giving a MIPA and meso, is it that we can continue that pregnancy?
No, this is a question of debate, I think.
Might lead to anomalies in the baby.
Yeah, because that happens and then
Yes.
we just refuse then we don't want a surgical. But whether
Hello, madam.
You can take.
I have one question, ma'am.
हॅलो, क्वेश्चन एव्हरीथिंग इफ समथिंग, काही चांगलं झालं तर काही कोणी म्हणत नाही. उद्या जर ते बाळाला काही प्रॉब्लेम आला, दो वी नो इट्स नॉट हार्मफुल मिझोप्रॉसनी असं काही होणार नाही, पण अगेन दे विल ब्लेम टू मॅडम. तेव्हा तुम्ही आम्हाला सांगितलं असं की बाळाला औषधांचा काही परिणाम होऊ शकतो, तर आम्ही आणखीन म्हणजे सेकंड टाइम
Aborted or maybe yes, surgical.
सगळं काउन्सिलिंग करावं लागेल. आणि मला असं वाटतं की अबंडंट प्रिकॉशन म्हणून मेडिकल अबॉर्शन नंतर मी तरी सोनोग्राफी करून घेईल, कारण मला माझे इन्श्युअर करायचं, कारण शेवटी काही झालं तर मला उद्या ते जायचं आहे. सो बेटर गेट इट डन, गिव्ह सम कन्सेशन फॉर सोनोग्राफी, बिकॉज वी फॉर अवर्सेस ऑल्सो. बट समटाईम्स वन डॉक्टर वॉज आस्किंग मी वेदर बट समटाईम्स द बेबी कॅन कंटिन्यू, किंवा ते इनकम्प्लीट झालं असेल तर नॅचरली वी गिव्ह सायन्स ऑफ इनकम्प्लीट अबॉर्शन, पेन, ब्लिडिंग, ऑस इज ओपन but os is tightly closed. Still I feel that if the patient gives history of passing products, patient सांगतात आपल्याला पांढरं गेलं, लाल गेलं, सगळं आपण विचारतो त्यांना. वी आस्क देम फॉर फॉलोअप, आणि जर ते फॉलोअपला आली नाही तर त्याची देअर मिस्टेक. बट यू हॅव टू राईट डाऊन ऑन OPD पेपर कम फॉर फॉलोअप. इफ यू डोंट राईट डाऊन आणि शी कंटिन्यूज द प्रेग्नन्सी, टुमॉरो शी कॅन से तुम्ही आम्हाला सांगितलं असं आम्ही आलो असतं नाही, तिचा दोष आहे. पण तुमची काहीतरी गडबड आहे, तुम्ही मेडिसिन प्रॉपर दिले नाही, मॅडमने पैसे घेतले, ते झालं नाही. Always counsel, communicate, and then the decision has to be taken.
If you properly counsel that after it has, the sonography has to be done after 10 days, I think the patient listens to that.
Yes, they come usually follow.
Because they also have a fear
Yes,
that their
yes.
pregnancy will have incomplete or continue the pregnancy.
Ma'am,
Yes, madam.
ma'am,
Thank you.
if 16 to 18 weeks with non-lethal fetal anomaly and patient wants to terminate at any cost, can we terminate under
Failure of contraception. That madam said it like an umbrella. So you put it as a indication that she is having failure of contraception, and it is a right that she can have medical abortion, means abortion done. So we can do MTP under that pretext.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, should we call it a day, ma'am? President, madam. Yes, yes. Thank you so much, madam. We have had a wonderful discussion, and all the panelists have given their very insightful inputs. And I thank all the panelists, Dr. Kinshu, Dr. Jhamre, madam. Please come ahead. We'll have a group photo.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for informative, interactive and very impactful session. I request Dr. Sujata ma'am to please felicitate Dr. Pratibha Baldava ma'am. Kindly join
At
KK
such a
ma'am,
short
Gita ma'am.
notice, Pratibha and all the panelists, thank you so much for accepting our request actually, and it was wonderful.
Thank you so much, Jhamre madam. Thank you so much, Ghodke madam. Thank you so much, Kinshu madam. Thank you so much, Sathe sir. Thank you so much, all the panelists. Yes, we'll gather for the group photograph.
Everyone who is still there at the end for the group photo, please, those who are on the stage, please stay on the stage. And Nisha, Pukai madam, Chippa madam, please come on the stage. Prajakta Lokar.
Shitole madam, yeah.
It's my privilege and honor to deliver the vote of thanks. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our all speakers for taking time out of busy schedule. Your valuable insights have added great value to this event. A sincere thanks to all of you for attending in large, and also I thank our educational partner Alembic Pharma people to associate with us.